There's the FBI, CIA, and MI6. And then, there's Camp X. Never heard of it? That's not a surprise. Canadians are good at keeping secrets. In the 1940s, a farm between Whitby and Oshawa became the location of an alliance between Britain, the United States, and, yes, Canada. Part of the reason I'm trying to write about the experience is because I'm not dumb. The brotherhood between our nations is weakening. Young folks aren't learning. Maybe they don't care about the men and women that died together. They weren't Americans or Canadians then. They were just people. And they gave everything to prevent evil from covering the world in a darkness so complete, the world said collectively, never again. Well, it's happening again, kids. And Canadians like to pretend they're better than their American brothers, while too many in the US joke about annexing the 51st state. Let me be very clear. If we don't remember who we really are, it's over. Maybe that's enough lecturing. There's no easy way to broach the strange but true history. Camp X trained spies, saboteurs, and assassins from all over the world. Raoul Dahl apparently trained there. Maybe Ian Fleming, the James Bond writer, too. I never met them, and I'm not a writer. But I'll give it my best shot. I have to. You need to know the truth. The camp had many purposes and locations everywhere. Most were so secret even the Prime Minister never heard of them until after 1946, when he was told it had been shut down. Told. Intrepid, the man who trained me, said the faces of nations couldn't be trusted not to leak the truth. Russia had been spying on foreign governments since the First World War. Hell, they'd even infiltrated the Manhattan Project. By the end of World War II, the Cold War had begun in earnest. New forms of combat, subterfuge, and psychological warfare became commonplace. That stuff you can read about in history books, or Wikipedia. It became a concrete reality for Canada and the US on September 5th of 1944. Igor Guzenko, a Soviet cipher clerk working in the embassy in Ottawa, revealed the presence of a spy ring in our country. The nation got scared. Measures were taken. And life went on a little bit less naively. A little more careful. Intrepid already knew about the spy ring, even before the end of the war. He knew about Guzenko, and that the defector planned to exchange this information for protection. That's why Intrepid sent me to Ottawa on September 1st, to kill Igor Guzenko, before he talked. No need to spook out citizens or publicly inform the USSR that we knew they were here. I waited in yet another shadow, wondering how I could possibly infiltrate the Soviet embassy. Fortunately, Guzenko saved me the trouble. A young man swiftly emerged from a discreet exit I'd overlooked on my first pass, probably for couriers. Guzenko zipped between two houses and across the street. He never saw me coming. But maybe he sensed it. He cut down an alley on his way to wherever, and almost didn't make it out the other side. Luck, fate, or something worse, given what I now know, saved him. I'd used my garrote, a barbed wire between two steel rings, on a number of targets. The left ring snapped off before the steel could bite. Guzenko fell into a puddle. Not ideal. A little sloppy. He'd seen my face. He started talking rapidly in Russian as I retrieved the pen dagger from inside my jacket.
Wait,
he cried.
You're not NKVD? KGB? Who are you?
I don't know why I didn't kill him. The consequences of failure would be severe. Canadians weren't ready for the Red Scare. They weren't ready for the secret wars that were already in motion since before the end of the war. Why are you outside the embassy? I asked him. He frowned and got up slowly.
I think you know.
Defiant. I was starting to like him.
The real question is, why don't you want the information I have?
We already know about the spy ring, I said, feeling control of the moment slipping away. Intrepid had given me orders. What was I doing?
There's more,
he said. The Manhattan Project. We know.
No,
he said, and he suddenly clammed up, hesitant to speak. I gestured with the knife. You obviously know why I'm here. I shrugged. Time is not your friend. Neither am I. He held out his palms.
I don't want to die. I have a family. Tonight is only trial run for when I truly intend to make my escape. With my wife, our daughter.
Desperation crossed his expression briefly. His discipline as a diplomat resumed, and his eyes regained their steel. Igor Guzenko had moxie. Hard not to respect such a guy. I am sorry, I said, starting to feel bad. Not that I had to kill him, but because I dragged out the ordeal. If the garrote hadn't busted, he'd have been dead before he knew it. I was damn fast with that thing.
No,
he said.
I am sorry. For what I have to show you. For what you have to see.
Nobody, not Intrepid, not the Almighty himself, could have prepared me for what followed. Guzenko shrugged off his jacket, and the sleeves of his button-up were already rolled, revealing a tattoo on his forearm. I'd seen a few markings on sailors before, but nothing like this. A snake coiled around an invisible and shamefully seductive feminine form. I know my description doesn't make a lot of sense. There is no woman within the snake. There's not even an outline. But when I looked at it, there she was. Beautiful, with dark hair beyond her shoulders. I'm hallucinating, I managed, before swooning and taking a sideways dive into Guzenko's previously occupied puddle. He thrust his forearm into view.
No more,
he said.
She knows I go no further with her. I will die before I'm sorry, but someone needs to know. And you're not NKVD. I have seen so many. They have a look.
He sounded bitter and sad.
What's become of my countrymen?
My vision blurred. The strange tattoo. I couldn't see it on his skin anymore.
What did you do?
Had to be poison. Some agent I turned out to be.
Alton.
Someone. A woman. The one I couldn't see. How could I know that? Whispered into my ear.
Alton Anderson.
Her floral perfume seemed lightly applied, in order to allow the scent of her body, a mild, clean scent, to delightfully cloud my already dulled senses. I wanted her instantly. The woman I never saw. She who did not exist.
When you wake up,
Guzenko said.
It will make more sense.
He shrugged.
Not much more sense. A little. I'm sorry. I'll be either in safe hands of Mounties by then, or dead.
He picked up his coat and didn't spare me another look. Fair enough. I had come to kill him. Shh, the invisible woman assured me. And I didn't mind so much this way of dying. The Soviets had perfected killing. I felt at ease, and surprisingly aroused. Someone would find my blushing corpse in the morning. You're not dying, Alton, she told me. You haven't been poisoned. A hand like warm silk patted my cheek. But stop resisting. Sleep. Go to sleep. Igor is right. I would have drowned myself in the puddle if she told me to. Fresh water in the air, cool spray on my face, and the steady whoosh of the Bridal Veil waterfall said I'd made my way home. Warm for September, I said to her. Her. To her. Olive had been with me. That's right, we were on our honeymoon and... No. That didn't happen. I opened my eyes as if I'd been resting them, and she stretched out in a portable lounge chair, her long legs languid, and freshly painted toenails dipped into the sand of the man-made beach. She wore one of those new bathing suits I'd read about, named after the nuclear tests in Bikini Atoll. Local council had already been concocting a moderation law and a steep fine for 2 pieces of fabric. Now that I'd seen one, in and the flesh, I'd have to reconsider my vote. What fool would ban such marvelous... Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute. You're distracting me, I said. Of course, she said playfully. Isn't that why we're married? Married? That didn't sound so bad. Instead of killing, spying, forever in the shadows, I could be one of the ordinaries. The type of person I sacrificed for without their ever knowing. There was only one thing missing. Her face. She kept it casually hidden behind her curtain of hair. Darling, I said. Look at me. She cooed as if distracted by a sailboat on the lake. I stood up. Felt dizzy. No, it wasn't me. The sky and the land. There was a gap in the horizon. I couldn't make out the shapes, the seemingly frantic movements. Darling, Olive asked, are you all right? I think you've had a bit too much champagne. Or too little. Why not sit down and have another? I pointed at the inconsistency in the distance. There's something there. Over there. What is it? When she moved, my curiosity, trepidation, and genuine attraction unified into the instinct to watch her. That hair worked like a prudy chaperone. Her face remained a mystery. The boat? I'm sure they'll figure it out. Or swim. The lake isn't so deep here. Isn't that what you told me when we first met? No, not the sailboat. Like a fool, I looked at what she meant. 3 men on the deck argued while the hull ran aground on the sandbar. Another daring bikini wearer stood nearby, studying her suitors. Isn't the answer to her question obvious? Olive purred, before yawning in such a way that made me tired. Question? I did feel like sitting down. Champagne with my wife. Our honeymoon. She should pick whoever owns the boat, darling. And if it's a rental? I asked, already and so easily distracted. She laughed. She never should have boarded. I laughed too. She had a way of putting troubles at a distance. Kiss me, darling. I knelt awkwardly in the sand and touched the back of her hand. Warm and soft, just like every bit of her. My face moved through the void between us. It felt off. Wrong, even. Like the first time I kissed a girl at a grade school party. Alcohol had been present. I was 13. Tall Amber Penrose didn't care for my expression of affection. She nearly knocked me out with her uppercut. Olive simply turned away. We can't. People will see. I'd rather she be honest, like tall Amber. She had liked girls. But such things were a foreign concept to a kid in the roaring 20s. Me too, I think I'd said. And she left me in the corner where I had been laid out. You're in a bikini and you're worried about an innocent kiss between husband and wife? I didn't think so. She sighed. The bathing suit was your idea. Wait, was it? I couldn't remember. I turned away and, on all fours like a dog, looked away to the unnatural horizon. The partition between sky and land remained. This isn't... Darling? No, I said, resisting. Show me your face, Olive. Show me your face, my love. I leapt on the chair, only to find it empty, and also not a chair. I can't show you, Alton, came her whisper in the breeze. I am cursed. If I show you... She hesitated. If... I can't, Alton. Try to understand. I would if I could. I really would. I stupidly clawed the air, trying to tear it apart to look for her. I was somehow on my back. You were right, Alton, Olive said. There's something there. Can't blame a girl for trying, especially with a fellow like you. Tall, dark, fit. Look at that curly hair. Blue eyes. Are you sure we can't stay? I ignored her and focused on what I'd seen on the horizon. The gap, it turned out, had been my own exposed eye. The sky and land were my eyelids. When fully opened, her illusion disappeared. Intrepid waited by a lengthy window pelted by the rain. He'd poured himself a whiskey from the bottle he strangled in his other hand.
Guzenko defected,
he said.
Where are we?
I felt fine. Alert, even. If not for the apprehension that accompanies waking up in a dark and unfamiliar place, I'd have said I'd just woken up from the best sleep I'd had since entering Camp X.
We're in your new apartment, Alton.
He drank straight from the open bottle instead of the glass.
Things have changed.
I looked around. The space wasn't huge, but had a high ceiling. A single room containing a king-sized bed, a bar, a desk, a dresser, and a fireplace. What? I asked. No kitchen? Intrepid smiled weakly. I'd never seen him look so beaten down.
You'll have to eat in the casino. We're out on the town.
Casino? There were no Canadian casinos in the 1940s. No legal ones, anyway.
It's a good location,
Intrepid defended, slurring a little.
Criminals don't ask too many questions if you pay. Nobody's surprised if they go missing.
I climbed out of bed. The sheets were silk. Like her. What's changed? I looked around. Olive had been some wacky nightmare, a product of Guzenko's poison. He hadn't touched me, though. Only that tattoo. I don't know how I knew to pull up my sleeve, but I did. Inside the coiled snake, she stood. Guzenko had imparted his tattoo to me. The urge to suddenly tear off my skin fell to the need to protect the image at all costs. The ice cubes in Intrepid's glass clinked. He drained his cup and placed it on the armrest of a chair, giving up the pretense of not killing the whole bottle. He sat down and sparked a Zippo for a cigarette. I failed, I admitted without shame. Agents failed sometimes. So what if this was a first for me? Why'd you let him live? Intrepid inhaled and kept the smoke in his lungs while he spoke.
Take a look. A quick one.
He raised his forearm to show me his new ink. A red-tailed hawk. The most common bird of prey in Ontario, and usually less regal and foreboding than the one staring off my old teacher's skin. Its eyes were black and drew me in. Intrepid pulled his sleeve down before I lost myself. I gasped because his tattoo had me holding my breath. What the hell happened to us? His smoke released and wafted into the polished beams extending across the high ceiling. I followed its path because he did, and soon figures emerged. Tiny men in lab coats and another secured to a chair. The vague image disappeared, and I wondered if I'd seen it at all.
Our friends south of the border obtained footage of Soviet psychic ability. A woman, under what appears to be a controlled experiment, killed a small animal by stopping its heart with only her mind.
I couldn't stop my eyebrows from revealing what I thought. I see. Intrepid chuckled.
I know it sounds like, but in the footage, she had one of these.
He tapped his forearm. Guzenko isn't alive because he shared information about the spy ring and turned over documents. Is he? Another plume of smoke gave him time to measure his answer.
No, he is not.
Time for a drink, then. I put effort into a whiskey sour. Intrepid had 20 years on me, a man in his 50s, but you'd be surprised by that revelation. His black hair had no gray. He didn't slouch or wear the typical flabbiness of other men his age. We'd sparred plenty of times. He always won. Hell, I can't recall seeing the man sweat. Would have ruined the suit. And spoiled the fedora, I guess. Who is Olive? I asked after a stiff pull that defeated the purpose of a classy drink.
One of our new friends, he said. Who they are isn't the right question. It's what they are.
And that is? I could hear my impatience growing. Intrepid had never been reluctant to give orders and tell it like it is. All this stringing it out had me nervous. He could kill me. I don't think I could stop him.
Easy, kid.
Kid? I'd become an adult during the war. Honestly, I don't know when I'd ever been a child. At that moment, I realized something. I was 30 years old. A 30-year-old man who'd never been 20.
I'm sorry, he said. Look, I'm on edge too. I've got new orders.
He took off his hat and clutched the brim between his fingers.
The truth is, I don't know much more than you. I'm being sent to Toronto. This being your hometown, well, I guess they thought you'd defend this post better than anyone. You won't see me again, Alton. We're not to leave our assigned areas.
Now, the flow of information came too fast.
I don't understand.
He looked worried.
That makes two of us. But we aren't in this line of business to know. We're here.
You know, I said, because he always did. For a few seconds, I couldn't bear to look at him. The father figure I'd idolized turned out to be human after all. And that made me angry and ashamed.
Alton,
he said.
Not this time.
He put on his hat and stood up, flicking his spent cigarette butt into the empty fireplace. I stood in his path as he tried to leave. Why the hell are you here? How did I get here? The last thing I remember...
I brought you here,
he said.
I found you. As for your other question...
He stuck out his hand.
I came to say goodbye, son.
The outstretched hand looked worse than a broken promise. I trusted him with everything. Yes, hope for the future seemed ridiculous and bleak. But we fought the good fight together. What the hell am I doing here? One of my all-time worst regrets is letting him retract that hand without shaking it. He put on his heavy coat and retrieved an umbrella from the barrel by the door. His shoes tapped against the polished stone floor.
There's a Hydra in the closet,
he said.
Names will come through. Some information if available. Take out the targets, Alton. Keep it simple. Try to live a good life. Hopefully, see you on the other side.
Wait, He slipped through and closed the door like the wind.
Damn it.
I put the stupid drink on the bar and went for the closet in the corner. Sure enough, a replica of the Hydra shortwave radio filled the space. That explained the dresser. The machine consisted of several rectangular blocks and lights. A speaker would emit a coded message, most likely in Morse code or some other version. I didn't have the cipher, so I wasn't sure how. The dits and das pulsed rapidly to form a name. Kitty Espazito. I hadn't received an encoded message since training. The order to eliminate came through too. I didn't understand. Anyone might intercept such a message. It had to be assumed the Soviets or their spies were listening. They, those above Intrepid's lofty clearance, wanted them to know we had the name. Why? Go on down to the casino, honey. I'll wait up. Her again. Her voice had come from the bar, as if she were occupying the nearest stool, or stretched out on the lacquered surface. Olive, invisible, exhaled, and the faint scent of Pall Mall tobacco filled the apartment. Olive? No answer. Of course not. The Pall Mall smoke had gone too. Had Intrepid even been here? I took a deep breath. When the brain goes, you might as well too. I put on the jacket and the shoulder holster, hanging off the coat rack. Inside were the tools of my trade. A knife that looked like a pen, a well-wrought pistol, a new garrote, a cigarette case with a hidden compartment for lockpicking tools, and a trio of poisonous capsules. Ricin, cyanide, and thallium. A wallet inside the pocket also came with $1,000 in cash, and a celluloid card for the Canadian Bank of Commerce. Alton Anderson, my real name, had been printed on it, along with an account number. This mission outranked all the rest for brazen carelessness. Instant suspicion rattled my worldview. Maybe they, whoever operated the sliver of the RCMP charged with covert security, wanted us dead, and fast. Perhaps the Soviets had won the secret war. It only had to separate agents and pick us off for its own political ambitions. Intrepid said to keep it simple. He'd never steered me wrong before. I took another deep breath that didn't help a bit, and went into the narrow, undecorated hallway, occupied only by my door at one end, and an unattended elevator at the other. No stairs. Better hope the lift never broke down. Fully automated elevators made people uncomfortable. They preferred a human being at the controls. Small talk made me uncomfortable, so I liked this advancement fine. Another set of solid steel doors stood shut across from the bifurcated ones. When I stepped in, I understood how the apartment would stay hidden. The doors behind me looked like the wood-paneled walls. A chair rail across the middle appeared seamless. 3 bakelite buttons were lit. 451. This would be the code for the way to my new home, if I came back from whatever I walked into on the main floor. Elevators in the 40s generally moved pretty slow. Safety over speed. A smooth ride essential to that safe feeling in a world changing too fast. I had time to think. Who was Kitty Espazito? And why did she need to die? Aside from taking for granted she'd be in Bridal Veil Lake, I had nothing else to go on. The traditional-looking doors opened on a busy, illegal casino floor. Cards, dice, wheels, slot machines, and a swing band on stage gave the authentic Nevada impression. There were plenty of gamblers. The dealers wore green vests and matching bow ties. Men in darker suits sat at the bar. They eyed the players like cattle. 2 big boys guarded the exit with unconcealed iron on their hips. I looked for the boss, but none presented. I went to the bar. Maybe these criminals had heard of Kitty Espazito. The bartender eyed me warily. "Whiskey," I said. He didn't move. Instead, his eyes trailed to a huge fellow I'd missed. I think I'd mistaken his jacket for one slung over a wide-backed chair. Heavily muscled and facially scarred, Frank DeFranco made his height differential known. As he turned, revealing a young girl no more than 15, crying on the last stool at the bar. He stood, a good head and a half above me.
"What the hell do you think you're doing?"
Frank asked. I didn't know who he was or why he mattered, and I didn't care. The distraught girl had my attention. A regular-sized mobster pushed off the wall and whispered,
"Frank, this is the spook Will told us about."
Frank stared. I'm not quite 6 feet. This monster had to be a few inches away from 7.
"Only made men drink at the bar,"
he said.
"I don't care who you are. You wait for one of the waitresses to find you."
He tried to poke his finger into my chest for emphasis. I plucked the digit from the air and bent it over his wrist. He squealed, and took a meaty swing that had zero hope of landing. I released his finger, ducked, and took a step back. My composure, I believe, confused him. He stared, uncertain about his next move. So I went first. If we're going to have to live together, then we'll need some ground rules. Illegal gambling, I can abide. Good Lord knows I've done worse. But no kids. Understand? I nodded toward the frightened girl. The regular-sized mobster tried to intervene.
"This is Frank DeFranco,"
he said, before reaching into his coat pocket.
"Willie said you'd be no trouble, and that our relationship could be mutually beneficial. He didn't say anything."
I snatched his lapels and swept out his legs, letting his full weight dangle from my hands. I'd always been strong, but not like this. I lifted and placed him gently on the nearest stool as if he were a child. He looked both confused and embarrassed, and thought better of revealing the weapon he'd been reaching for. The swing band stopped playing. Gamblers forgot about their play to observe. Mobsters looked to their gargantuan boss for direction.
"Spook,"
he said,
"you just made the worst decision of your life."
He waved away the tension and smiled at his guests, while signaling for the music to resume. Jazz replaced the more raucous swing, an effort to further calm the tension in the room. "The girl leaves with me, Frank," I said. He rolled his eyes.
"She wanted to come in."
"Doesn't look like she wants to stay." The massive hand he used to cup her chin looked easily capable of squashing anyone's skull like a grape.
"You want to stay, right?"
Her eyes met mine briefly before she found some courage. "I'm sorry, Mr. DeFranco. I want to go home." "I'll take her," I said. "Need to get some air anyway." Frank huffed in the poor girl's face, before hunching to sulk over the bar. A shot of whiskey materialized under his nose. He'd be fine. I extended my elbow, and the girl nervously entwined her slender arm. There, I said. "You'll be home for milk and cookies in no time." We walked out the exit unchallenged by the gunmen. The hallway ended at a false wall where another doorman waited. "Have a nice evening," he said, opening a secret door on a busy kitchen for a Chinese food restaurant. None of the workers acknowledged our presence, and we exited into a back alley where 2 more mobsters smoked cigarettes and shared a flask. "Where do you live?" I asked the girl. She didn't answer until we made it to the sidewalk of Tour Hill, a strip of attractions, restaurants, and hotels that had sprung up in the past decade. When I'd left my hometown, most of this had been greenery and campgrounds. "Ferry Street," she said. "Old neighborhood," I said. "Pretty far. We'll take a cab." "No," she said, appalled by the idea. "I can walk you." She bolted, dodging fluidly through gawking tourists staring at the abundance of neon signage. "Hey, wait!" I understood she might want to run away from all men and just get home as quick as she knew how. But Ferry Street was far, and the places in between not safe for a young lady alone at night. So I followed and quickly closed the distance. Inexplicably, she darted into a narrow alleyway between a pawnshop and a diner. Just like Guzenko.
No,
I tried to caution.
not in there.
The narrow passage could be the sole entrance on a dead end, the preferred rest stops of vagrants and tramps. I often sought refuge in such places when on a mission requiring no trail whatsoever. I let out a deep breath when I found her, weeping in a heap on a weedy patch of dirt. The alley had ended in the ideal space I described, but it was empty. "Hey," I said gently. "I know it's scary. I'm a stranger and your night didn't go as planned, but I'm here to help, truly." "I took a wrong turn," she said. "Please, don't hurt me. Let me go, please." I stood aside the exit. "Of course. I just wanted to make sure you got home. Bridal Veil Lake isn't safe the way you're headed." On shaky legs, she rose and wiped her snotty nose with the back of her hand. She trudged apprehensively to the exit. I had no intention of stopping her and thought I'd trail unseen to ensure her safety. She paused, however, and wrapped her spindly arms around my waist to sob into my shirt. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm scared. I want to go home." And she cried some more. "It's all right." I patted her head and tried shushing her again. The trembling in her tiny shoulders wouldn't abate. "Hey, I don't even know your name. Mine's Alton." "Alton Anderson?" she asked, and the shuddering ceased. The tears ended. "How?" She placed her chin uncomfortably into my solar plexus and looked up at me and grinned. "Kitty Espazito," she said, before I heard the ominous spring of a switchblade. Too late, I pulled away. Her left arm held my torso. The girl jammed the steel into my lower back, near the spine. I flopped into the dirt. She'd hit something important near the spinal column. I'd be paralyzed forever if I didn't bleed to death. Kitty Espazito laughed. "Ridiculous. I should have been sent to a real country. An American might have put up a fight. A Brit. There was a Scotsman once." I tuned her out, aware of death approaching. I'd been correct about the Soviets winning the secret war. Intrepid had given zero information, and probably gone to his own assassination in Toronto. It was over. "Oh, honey," she said, olive again, somewhere in the air. "You get one rescue a day. That's the best I can do. Understand?" Kitty crouched on my chest. Swollen eyes widened with exhilaration. She enjoyed killing. She would enjoy ending my life. A 15-year-old girl with a switchblade and a hungry smile. What a world. The wounds in my back closed. Whatever caused the paralysis had miraculously mended. My strength, no, new strength, coursed through my veins. Kitty sensed it and whisked the switchblade at my face. I bucked her over my head and rolled onto my feet. The girl had somersaulted, twisted, and charged, an ungodly shriek tearing from her throat. "Die!" I threw a quick roundhouse kick against her face, and she barely noticed. The switchblade sliced into my shin before I'd retracted my leg, and she kept coming with the weapon. "You have to kill the girl, Alton," Olive insisted apprehensively. "No." I could have taken her head with a garrote, or armed myself with a penknife. The gun in my shoulder holster was possibly the quietest firearm ever made. But it wouldn't be right. I couldn't kill a child. For God's sake, I wouldn't. I ducked a wide arc of the vicious blade, but caught a knee in the teeth for my trouble. I fell backwards. Such power in a tiny girl. How could this be happening? Rage accompanied by elation are the symptoms of lunacy. She's not crazy, Alton. I finally caught her wrist and managed a shoulder throw into the weeds. Kitty coiled like a snake, barely affected by an impact that would have knocked most men out. Her attack resumed. I bore another gash dangerously close to my Achilles tendon. Alton, my love, she's possessed. What? Another swipe cut through my eyebrow. A swath of blood deleted depth perception. I had to close the left eye. Talking to your bitch? Kitty mocked. She breathed heavily, exhaling spouts of steam like a warhorse. You reek of the horse daughters of Lilith. We know they switched sides. Another switchblade appeared in the girl's left hand. Oh, swell, I remarked. I would have rolled my eyes if one of them wasn't in danger of filling with blood. Be warned, mortal, she said, her voice shedding the pretense of humanity. Instead, a grating, pained personality took control of her vocal cords. The daughters of Lilith are fickle. She will be sweet, embed you, and breed forth more cambions for the army of the depths. Then, when your youth has been spent and frailty takes hold, she will leave and lay with the next poor bastard. Don't believe them, Olive whispered into my ear, soft lips brushing intentionally against my lobe. They're lowly scum, nameless, and accursed. The girl, but not, laughed, and the sound of it chilled my soul. Even now you blush because she speaks to you, says we are liars. Tell me, Alton Anderson, did she show you her face? I suppose my expression answered the question, because it laughed again. Listen, I don't know what the hell's going on. And I will explain, it snapped, as you die. A torrent of vomit, green, acidic, shot from its mouth. I leapt high against the brick wall, where my fingers remarkably found purchase in the receded mortar. Just my index and thumb, pinching the edge of a brick, holding the entirety of my weight. Like a flea, Kitty, but not, said. We exist in your world if we have a host. Animals and humans are ideal. Buildings, too. It flicked her wrist, and a switchblade shot into my bicep. I groaned. It hurt, but not as much as it should have. I dropped from my perch. What the hell does any of this have to do with me? More laughter. The sound of it had swiftly expired my patience. We have always been here. We'll always be here. We fill you up, meat puppets, and make you fight, so that we may feed on your suffering and experience the physical gifts we were denied in creation. That I'd have to think about. What are you? What are you called? Never ask, Olive warned. But the creature bowed without taking its eyes from me. My name is Legion, for we are many. Simple. Keep it simple. Intrepid? What nightmare had we been ordered into? Kill it, Olive urged me. It's the only way. She's possessed, I said. She needs a priest. That only works, Olive began, but her words were interrupted by another assault. I seized a wrist again and pressed her to the ground, locking her arm in a hold capable of breaking bones. And it, just let it happen. Without hesitation, the creature dislocated a shoulder and the associated elbow. The crunch of bone spoke of fracture. Her teeth sank into my neck. I released the badly damaged arm and stood up. It held on with its mouth and clawed at my face. If it got my other eye... Pitching backwards, I crushed her small frame against the brick wall. Another pop to punctuate an injury, but still it did not relent. I gained hold of the fingers that clawed and bent them away. I will break both of your arms if you don't stop. I shouted to no avail. Fingers, wrists, tendons stretched to tearing. The creature sacrificed more of the girl to focus on the teeth sinking into my neck. I'd bleed to death if she reached an artery.
You have to understand, Alton,
Olive pleaded.
Exorcism only works if the possessed wants to be free. This girl gave herself up a long time ago. There is no hope.
I drove the back of my head into the girl's nose. It popped, and hot blood soaked into my hair. I had to keep going. I had no choice. Again and again, I smashed her face, until, at last, the grip of her jaw slackened along with her petite body. I snatched the switchblade and took the other from my arm. The girl's ruined face contorted into a mockery of the formerly pretty child. She began to cry.
Please don't hurt me.
Her voice dropped the demonic tone effortlessly.
I want to go home. Don't fall for it, Alton.
Olive's ghostly fingertips applied pressure to the bleeding from my neck and shoulder. She didn't have enough digits to soothe all the wounds I'd accrued at the hands of the girl.
Kill her. Fast.
I tossed one of the switchblades over my shoulder and knelt down by Kitty. Come on, let's get you home. With my free hand, I gripped her by the bicep and lifted. The offered momentum spurred her final attack, teeth gnashing at nothing as I drove the knife in my other hand up through her exposed neck, into her brain. Her body spasmed. Then, she died. I removed the knife. I had killed her. A teenage girl. Remorse isn't the ideal virtue of an agent. I couldn't afford it when I killed men. I didn't have time for it now. I killed Kitty Espazito, I said for Olive's benefit. The mission is done. Now tell me everything, or I'm taking the cyanide way out.
Alton,
she said.
Go back to the apartment. I can fix you, but you need to rest. You've lost a lot of blood.
Now, I repeated. The pills were in the cigarette case. I could take them all, and wager with Olive over which would end things first. I would bet on the ricin.
It's as the Nameless Ones described,
she said quickly. Her concern seemed genuine, or she needed me alive. Am I possessed by you?
No. A priest might say you're demonically oppressed, not possessed. I'm merely hanging around. By wearing my mark, however, I can augment your strength and endurance, close your wounds from time to time.
Are you a demon?
You have said so.
Olive sounded wistful.
But the truth is, we're more like humans than many of our kind care to admit.
Invisible lips kissed through the cut on my elbow, ending the fire there, stopping the bleeding.
Like you, we named ourselves. And like you, the words we used varied because we vary.
The girl. The thing in her said something about the depths, and that they were legion. I've read the Bible. Another tender kiss I could not see but felt landed on the bite.
We tell stories too. Many believe in them. Not me. I don't pretend to know. Come on, Alton. These patches are temporary. You'll begin to bleed again soon.
Intrepid has one of you hanging around with him. We all do, don't we? All the agents?
Yes, he does. Very few agents do.
I felt like taking a seat in the weeds. What the hell is going on?
Did it ever occur to you that nobody knows?
The next kiss, against my bicep, wasn't so tender.
Our kind do enjoy the physicality of humans, and taking hold of a human body is desirable. There's more. We live in this world too,
And there are many amongst us that wage proxy wars through your kind to control it. To control you. So you switch sides? Why? Goodness of your heart? Like you, Alton, I follow orders. Now get moving. Your next mission is already beeping through the closet door. I observed the girl. Her corpse. Why did she give herself to that thing? Olive sighed like an exhausted teacher. Some stories, Alton, are too sad to tell. She would have taken anyone's offer if it gave her hope of escaping what she faced at home. You call us demons, but I've only seen humans make hell. She had a point there. What about her body? Let it be discovered, Olive said, and justice will unfold for Kitty. Trust me. When you show your face, I snapped. The temporary fix of her kiss ceased. Blood flowed into my eye. That, she said, I cannot do. Why? Because you'll fall in love. And so will I. That... Okay. Finally, I started moving, mulling over her last words and the ordeal in the alley. I thought of asking for clarification on her last statement, but felt too exhausted, and more than a little overwhelmed. The cozy apartment, some whiskey, and the bed drew my steps. I'd build a fire in the hearth. I'd ignore the Hydra, and never go outdoors again. When we arrived at the kitchen entrance to the restaurant, the mobsters playing cards stopped to gawk, but didn't bother me otherwise. They were used to blood. They'd been told to leave the spook alone. Frank DeFranco leaned against the bar. The swing music had resumed in my absence. Smoke filled the room. Men shouted and cheered and swore over bets won and lost. 2 young girls had replaced Kitty Espazito. Frank spotted me enter. I stared at him. He at me. Before I could cross the busy floor, he wrapped his arms around the kids and forcefully guided them to a closed door, swiftly opened by one of his goons, and closed it after they'd gone inside. I went to that spot. The same mobster I'd sat on the stool got in my way. He held his hands up in surrender.
The room is soundproof, Spook. They never come out.
He, wisely, got out of my way. Olive didn't protest, but I could feel her apprehension over my weakened state. Sorry, I told her, but this can't wait. Frank, and a few of his most loyal men, died that night. I only used my hands. Each one bled to death after I ripped off varying lengths of their arms. The big man died with his pants down and a stupid look on his face. I escorted the girls back to the gambling floor, along with one of Frank's hands. Aside from the mobsters by the bar, nobody noticed or cared about the man up to his elbows in blood. I gave the hand to the guy who tipped me off. You're promoted. Understand?
Yes, sir,
he said.
Adam DeFranco, Frank's brother. Thank you for...
He smiled.
I'll make sure they get home. You have my word.
He seemed to realize the severed hand then, and passed it to one of his new underlings.
Clean up in there.
He pointed to the layer of carnage I'd made. Then he snapped at the bartender.
And get get him a drink. And a towel.
Alton Anderson, I said. I saw no reason to hide it. It felt good to give my real name. And not tonight. I went to the elevator.
Have a good night, Mr. Anderson,
Adamo said, gesturing for his men to do the same. They did so with less enthusiasm. Understandable. A lot had changed in a very short amount of time. I fell into bed and felt Olive climb in and press against my side. The warmth of her naked skin soothed and pulled apart the threads of consciousness. I slept like a baby. Another name came from the Hydra. I wrote it down, but left it on the mantel for a few days. Inside the apartment, I drank and burnt up the stock of firewood. During the day, I stared out the tall window at gray skies until they turned to night. Then I watched the fire. I had nothing to eat. Olive pushed gently for me to leave the apartment. Read the newspaper today. I had breakfast with Adamo in the restaurant. He handed me the paper.
What terrible luck for that poor girl,
he said. Kitty Espazito's body had been discovered. When police went to her home, Mr. Espazito answered the door naked. Constables took him into custody and entered to find Kitty's mother in a dog kennel, and an even smaller one with a painted wooden sign. Kitty, it read. Justice of a kind? Olive whispered. Excuse me, Adamo. I told my new acquaintance. I have to get going. I couldn't cry in front of him. Ethereal arms cradled my head while I slept. Olive? I whispered. Why did a demon find Kitty? Why not an angel? Because, Alton darling, she said. There aren't any. Oh. It's just us. Just us? What happens to you? Those like you? If the host dies? She patted my cheek. We go to the void, and can't come back unless summoned by name and ritual. And if you're all in the void? Olive didn't answer that one. I fetched the next name off the mantel. September 1947. Brother Fargrieve of the Somaski died. I know because I killed him. I used my well-rod pistol. A gun so quiet it sounds like swatting a mosquito. In the midst of prayer, he slumped over his mattress. I checked for a pulse. Gone. Olive, the invisible entity anchored to me through a tattoo I don't recall getting, got a weird vibe from what seemed to be a typical assassination. The tattoo, if you're wondering, is on my forearm. A snake wrapped around an invisible female form. The order to kill Brother Fargrieve came through the Hydra shortwave radio in my closet. Unencrypted Morse code from an RCMP operative I'd never met. It could be Intrepid, my teacher from Camp X, but I didn't think so. He had his own demon hunting mission in Toronto. I had mine in my hometown, Bridal Veil Lake, and I thought I might be finding my stride. My first target had been a disaster. Kitty Espazito, demonically possessed teenager, had nearly killed me. Brother Fargrieve's assassination, on the other hand, had been a walk in the park for a secret agent of Canada, an alumni of Camp X, the precursor of the CIA. After the mission, I walked back to Tour Hill from St. John's Orphanage. None of the nuns saw me enter through an unlocked basement window. There'd been an awful smell down there, like a dead mouse decaying in a forgotten trap. I felt a draft from between the floorboards, and two nostrils full of the same odor concentrated. Something bigger than a mouse had died under the floor. Didn't matter. The target had a bedroom on the second floor. On silent feet, I glided up the stairs. The monk didn't hear me enter. Nobody saw me exit from Brother Fargrieve's window onto the grass. The mobsters, drinking in the alley outside the kitchen entrance to the Jade Empress, pretended I didn't exist. The Chinese food restaurant offered affordable, popular dishes to hungry tourists, and served as a front for an illegal casino by Adamo DeFranco. He'd recently taken over for his brother, Frank, who I also killed. Same night as Kitty Espazito, my first target in Bridal Veil Lake. Don't worry. He deserved it. Frank liked girls young. He liked to murder them. Adamo shed no tears. He knew about his brother's proclivities and didn't approve. We bonded and become friends. I didn't care about the gambling. He wanted nothing to do with trafficking or murder. We got along swell. He didn't ask questions when I sat down next to him at the bar. The casino was thriving. Maybe 100 suckers threw their money away to the house. A new swing band blew off the roof. "Mr. Anderson," Adamo greeted without looking up from his book. The man read a lot, and rarely drank. He rolled his cigarettes and organized them in a neat stack. He'd smoke one before calling it a night. The rest he left for his employees. If there were enough for all, Mr. DeFranco was pleased. If there weren't, well, then someone had messed up. His captains were left to debrief with their teams and mete out the consequences. "Please," I said. "Alton. My friends call me Alton." The bartender brought over 2 glasses and some gin. Adamo eyed the glasses as they filled. "Are we celebrating?" "Yes, I suppose so. Tonight's task? It went well. Cheers." He did me the honor of clicking cups and taking a sip. I took a more generous pull. Afterward, we watched the band. The singer changed from swing to jazz, bringing the energy down, signaling the end of the night. Adamo had instituted a last call. His brother had kept the casino running 24 hours a day. "Gamblers never stop," Adamo told me. "I don't want them to die here." I got the sense he didn't care much for being a mobster. He'd been roped into this path, just like me. But that's where the similarity ended. Adamo could forge his own future, retire at some point, and go on to the straight and narrow. I, on the other hand, swore an oath to serve Canada until the end. I didn't know what that meant as a younger man. How could anybody keep doing something they didn't want to anymore? By 30, after years of spying, killing, I got how. Nobody was stopping me. I simply had nowhere else to go. When you do things, bad things, in the name of a greater good, you have no choice but to stick it out and hope it's true. Because if it isn't, I ordered another gin. "Never seen you celebrate this much," Adamo said. I shrugged. "Come on, celebrate with me." Still reading, he allowed himself a subtle smile. "Perhaps if you could tell me the source of your joy, I could understand the need to mark the occasion with ritual inebriation." "Come on," I said quietly. "You know what I do." The flicker of his gaze seemed significant, like maybe he'd been irritated. "I know you're a spook, Alton, if that is your real name." "It is. It really is." The mission did not require the usual alias. I still don't know why, but speculate the RCMP, MI6, and whoever was left of the American OSS wanted the Russians to know when their operatives died. Adamo closed his book without a bookmark. A man like him didn't need one. He sighed through his nostrils. "I know you live in the casino somewhere, and that you get to where you live through the elevator, like I do. But none of the apartments are yours. They're all occupied by my colleagues." I sipped more gin. "Not too much, my love," Olive whispered. A tall, curvaceous woman in a dazzling blue dress sat on the last stool, at the opposite end of the bar. As usual, her dark brown hair covered the profile of her face. "I could never see her face," she said, "or else we'd fall in love." Nobody else could see her at all. Only made men and spooks like me got a seat at the bar. Except for the waitresses and performers, women weren't allowed in the casino. I'd only seen Olive once before, when she tried to take over my mind within an idyllic dream, where we were married and living like God intended. I stood up. "Alton," Adamo objected. "I'm talking to you." I didn't dare take my eyes off her. I hated her, of course. All of her kind wanted to use human bodies to sate their appetites, but I couldn't deny the attraction either. I'd nearly given in to her marriage fantasy. If only she'd shown her face, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Apparently, neither would she. Who knew what the union of a man and a succubus would produce? Nothing good, to be sure. "Alton," my friend insisted. "I'm not sure what your point is, Adamo." I started to drift away, feeling an undeniable pull to know her, to see her. "The point is, I don't abide by unknowns for long, my friend." He gripped my forearm before I could move away further. "You want to know where I live in the building?" "Why?" "You knew the arrangement when..." "Frank knew the arrangement." I pulled my arm free so easily, as if he were feeble. One of Olive's many gifts. "And I handed you one of Frank's appendages, if I'm not mistaken. Understand the arrangement now, friend?" His facade of self-control failed. I saw a tremble in his chin. He looked away. I'm sorry," he said. I don't know why I'm sorry." "Look, Adamo," I said. "You wouldn't believe it, all right? Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, and I'm the one doing it." He made one last attempt. "I see you looking at someone who isn't there. Who is she, Alton? Huh?" I understood his persistence. A man like Adamo lived in constant fear. One error and the game would end, along with every one of his hopes and dreams. A spook with no known address, coming and going as I pleased, sometimes covered in blood, must be disconcerting to his captains. And he needed them. Most had seen what I'd done to their previous boss, a figurative giant, with just my hands. They needed to trust Adamo to keep them safe. He wanted something over me as a guarantee. I couldn't allow that, but he really didn't have to worry. He was my friend. Never had too many of those. I smiled and decided to come clean. Why not? Nothing in this crazy world seemed to matter. I could die tomorrow. Kitty Espazito, a 15-year-old girl, thoroughly possessed, had nearly bled me dry before I killed her. Demons go to the depths if their host dies, according to Olive. An endless void humans are incapable of understanding. We don't get the luxury of knowing what nothing is. The closest we can imagine is empty space. I'd killed a kid. Her host of nameless fiends essentially died. Coming back from the depths is a feat most demons rarely achieve. Their name must be known, and they must be summoned through ritual. The filth that Kitty invited into her soul would never return. Neither would Kitty. No, she couldn't have been saved by a priest or an exorcism. Her possession had been perfect. Kitty didn't want to be saved. After learning about what her father had done to her most of her life, I understood why. He wasn't possessed by evil. He was the evil. I've only seen humans make hell, Olive told me. I held Adamo's shoulders, trying to brace him, I suppose, against the shocking, unbelievable truth. I kill demonically possessed people when a machine tells me to, I spilled rapidly. Demonic entities, like the ones you can't see but I can see, are real, and they're as divided as we are. Some ally with the commies and some with us. My job is to take them out, as they appear in Bridal Veil Lake. His mouth dropped open as if we were in a comedy. I laughed. Of all the crazy things he imagined, I'm sure demon hunting wasn't on the list. We can talk about it, I said. I have to go and see about the succubus tethered to me through a tattoo I magically inherited from an embassy informant. I plucked one of his rolled cigarettes from the bar and put it in his mouth. The bartender appeared, to light it with a match. Time for bed. Good night, my friend. Adamo smoked and went back to rolling more cigarettes. I went to her. Buy you a drink, my dear? I leaned against the bar. She turned away. I need a human body to enjoy it. And stop that. They'll think you're crazy. Hey, I said. You're the one making an appearance. What's the occasion? The celebration of Brother Fargrieve's demise? Shh, she hissed. Someone will hear. So what if they do? I drained the gin. The first one had already eased the tension in my neck. That's about enough of that, too. Suddenly, unfortunately, the buzz left my body. What did you just sober me up? I smirked at the empty glass and called for another. The bartender swiftly obliged. Another perk of our coupling. Every drink will be the first. I like it. She didn't answer. Olive, love, what's wrong? You've been off since we left the orphanage. The job is done, and it went so much better than the last. I didn't even nearly die. I took another pull, but the alcohol had been switched out for water. Hey, what's the idea? Quiet, she said. It wasn't the bartender. I did it. All of it will taste the same for the rest of your life, if you don't smarten up, Alton. I touched my forearm where her tattoo lived. What'll happen to you if I chop this off, Olive? I'll do it. You know I will. I didn't know demons could cry. Her ethereal, not exactly real, shoulders trembled. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Send me to the depths? That's what you said before, wasn't it? Wasn't it? The glass in my hand shattered loudly, distracting gamblers and causing the band to pause. I offered a goofy smile and an apology nobody heard before going to the elevator. We'd continue our tiff in private. It certainly felt like marriage. 451. That's the 3 elevator bakelite buttons I needed to push in order to get to my secret apartment. When I reached the 5th floor, the back wall opened, revealing a single carpeted hallway leading to my door. I had a key, but there was no point in locking it. Nobody else but Intrepid and the other government spooks knew my location. If they wanted to enter my apartment, a lock wouldn't stop them. Olive had lit a fire in the hearth. Without a body, she couldn't feel heat or cold, but I didn't think she'd done it for my benefit. The flame sparked a memory of warmth. She'd experienced sensation through a human before. We never talked about it. Olive, why are you so upset? You can't blame me after what happened with Kitty. You gave me no warning. I spoke to the empty single-room apartment. She'd gone invisible. I went to the window, the architecture cleverly providing a view of the lake and waterfall, the namesakes of the town, with an adjacent wall bearing a hole the same size as the window. The wall feature supported a statue of Fortuna, goddess of luck and wealth. It extended from the roof of the casino, looking like some wacko art piece. It hid my window from the ground. Fine, I said when she didn't answer. I went to the fully stocked bar for another drink. Stop it, she said, her voice dropping from the thick beams above. I'm not sure if she could physically be anywhere. I think it's only my perception that assigns her a location. Up in the vaulted ceiling felt like where she'd go to be sad. Why? Because I am upset and it isn't over. That monk. Something wasn't right. Look, about what I said before. You asked what would happen if all my kind were in the void, Alton. What am I supposed to think? What am I supposed to think? I countered. Kitty Espazito? I tried to warn you. I don't think so, lady. And another thing. You're pretty touchy for a secret agent demon, eh? A strong wind stole the fedora off my head and sent it dangerously close to the open hearth. There's that word again. Demon. That's just what you call us. Oh, right. Well, you think of us as some kind of puppets, existing for your sole benefit and pleasure. Isn't that right? She had no retort, so I turned back to the bar and brought my drink, straight whiskey of generous volume, to the chair by the fireplace. This is pointless, she sighed. To me, she seemed to be by the window. Dark clouds are gathering in New York. There's another one of me across the border, Olive? Of us? I sipped the whiskey, finding it both good and disappointing. I don't know. Probably. We are legion, after all. She mocked. Olive, I don't want to fight anymore. Let's go to bed, eh? It's late. Despite our odd arrangement, she would press against me and snuggle under the blankets. I knew she wasn't really there, and she couldn't feel me, but it had become our routine. Fragile and precious. One I didn't dare question, though I'm sure it served some utility. Her touches and prodding, and even light kisses, could heal and stop bleeding. Her general influence made me strong and fast. I knew she didn't love me. We barely knew one another. But it was nice to think of a simple life where two people could sleep together and think of nothing for a night. The Hydra came to life with dits and dahs blunted by the closet door. Damn it. No more. I didn't feel like it. The closet door opened. Olive. We have our orders. I went to the machine and listened, writing down the unencrypted name as it came through. Brother. Oh no. Come now, it can't. Fargrieve. I knew it, Olive said. You should have listened. I would have looked at her incredulously if I could see her. I don't recall you saying anything specific at all. I had a bad feeling. Yeah, and I had a good feeling. And now the name again, Alton. So who was right? Frustrated. Not by the fact the monk had apparently lived somehow. No. He was dead, for certain. I've killed lots of people. But because Olive was right, damn it. Fine, I said. But you and I both know Fargrieve is dead. Curiously, she remained quiet. So what do we do, my dear? Quiet, she snapped. I'm thinking. Olive. Shh. I reached for the whiskey. No, she sniped. I'm not here to sober you up. We have to go. Now. Now? I groaned. Yes. Why? Because Brother Fargrieve is dead. I felt soft fingers tug on my earlobe. Ow, stop it. I'm not some kid. Ow! She pulled harder. God damn it, Olive. She didn't stop until I put on my overcoat and shoes. Can I collect my hat? You won't rip my ears off if I do? This isn't a joke. She seemed worried again. It reminded me of Kitty. She didn't know the girl carried a demon. I almost died. I got the fedora. All right. You're starting to scare me. Can you tell me what's got you so excited? On the way, Alton. Please. I said no more. She really did sound afraid. For all our fighting, I liked Olive. I liked having her around. The secret agent life is worse than solitary. You can't often be straight with anyone. I shouldn't have told Adama what I did. Maybe I could say I'd been joking. He wouldn't buy it. Too smart. The casino floor lights were off. A single mobster kept a watch at the bar, smoking a rolled cigarette. He'd gotten one. He seemed at ease. The boss had decided the night had been a success. Otherwise, there'd be a whole lot more of them having a tense meeting right now. Another smoking goon unlocked the secret door leading to the darkened kitchen. No one waited in the alley this late. Bridal Veil Lake and Tour Hill had gone to bed. We had the streets to ourselves. The cold air combined with roaming fog made for a dreary scene. We need to go faster, Olive urged. You still haven't told me what we're doing. Brother Fargrieve, she said, can't die. I slowed down a little to try to understand. She slapped my ass so hard my cheeks stung. Don't stop. Ow, stop doing that. I'm not a child. Nevertheless, I hastened my steps. Then listen, Fargrieve isn't possessed. He's in league with someone who is, however. There are many of my kind, as diverse and strange as humanity. Most of us dwell in the shadows, but some are not content to do so. Yeah, I know. They want a body to have their jollies. The parking lot at the Bridal Veil Hotel had a dozen cars, a Buick Super among them. We should borrow a ride. No, we should be running. And no, this isn't like Kitty, Elton. More powerful demons aren't content with one body. They've been around for millions of years. They've done basic possession and they're bored with it. They want to remake life and manifest in ways too horrible to describe. But it takes effort. It requires slaves. I started jogging. Tour Hill ran steeply toward the lake. To get to St. John's Orphanage, we'd cross through the park where I'd gone camping as a child. Both of my parents had died while I'd been at war. I had no intention of returning there. You can go faster, she urged. We could have gotten a car. A dying bonfire cast an eerie glow over the gathering of vagrants. There were no homeless people when I was a kid. I didn't want to look at them. They might be veterans. I might know some of them. I wasn't the only kid from Bridal Veil Lake to join the army. No, you can go faster, she repeated with more emphasis on the last word. Another unexpected buttock slap angrily spurred the augmented strength in my legs. I could go faster. Soon, my irritation over Olive's demanding butt assaults faded, replaced by elation. The greenery and shades in the park blurred and ended as we passed into the new and controversial roadway winding along the coast. Many preferred the area without cars. I admit to missing the quiet tranquility of the lake. Not that anyone traveled at this ungodly hour, except me. Moving so fast, St. John seemed to approach me instead of the other way around. I should have run so fast the first time I came to kill the monk. Then everyone would have seen you, Olive said. She had no trouble keeping up. Can you read my thoughts? I asked, evenly and with ample breath. Her gifts weren't always a welcome experience like this one. Sadly, just the stupid ones, it seems, she said, affecting a yawn for no other reason than to indicate how boring she found me. I admit her subtle barbs often hurt more than expected. Slow down. There are torches ahead. Torches? Torches in the hands of nuns and Brother Fargrieve made a circle around an exterior cellar door. I ceased the speed running and crouched behind a tree. Climbing it for a vantage point would be the normal thing to do. I had Olive. Check it out, please, I asked. Such a gentleman, she said, when you want something. I imagine she flew away, or whatever. Flew away? She's not a ghost. There's nothing there. Just an idea to me. To humans. Nothing more. Maybe that's what anything and everything is. I ignored the philosophical trap, and thought of pointing out that Olive would want to know what occurred up ahead. She had her orders, too. She reminded me all the time. And if we walked into a trap, if I died, I think we both went to our respective afterlives. She needed me. I needed her. The scent of lavender and Pall Mall cigarettes announced her return. There are children there. 6. Young. I stopped crouching. Alton, I know. Please slow down. I barely heard her. I'd killed Frank DeFranco for precisely one reason. He liked to hurt kids. I'd given him a chance to turn over a less psychotic leaf. He'd declined, so I had to rip him to pieces. I stepped out of hiding. Scant torchlight wouldn't reach the slightly elevated copse. I still had the edge and a better view. A couple of nuns pulled on the iron rings of the door. Fargrieve held his torch out toward a group of frightened young children. They backed away slowly, afraid of the fire, afraid of what waited below. "No," I said to no one except Olive. "No kids. Why does your kind use kids? Always kids." Olive didn't answer. She knew nothing would ameliorate my growing anger. I knew the answer anyway. Predators stalk 3 groups: the old, the sick, and the young. It's like a law of the jungle that unfortunately brought her kind into relation with ours. They weren't supernatural. They were just unknown. Olive manifested and got in my way. I'm not sure what would happen if I tried to walk through her. She could touch me, sort of, when she wanted to. "I need to kill them all," I explained. Reasonably, I thought. "I know," she said, hiding her face as always. "So we could never fall in love? Ha! I could never love someone who allowed children to be harmed." I felt her fingers stroke my cheek. "Don't touch me," I growled. She stopped. "You literally can't kill them, Alton. They're bound to a powerful being. More powerful than I am. More powerful than most of us. A marquis or a duke. What the hell are you on about? Lower your voice. Don't. If you want to save those kids, you'll shut up and listen, damn it." Well, I sufficiently cowed into silence. I crouched. The crescent torchbearers began to close in on the stairwell where the children had already gone. "There isn't much time to explain," she said. I sighed. "There never is. Beings like us live in a variety of societies. They organize, and there are haves and have-nots, and meaningless titles to boot. But the currency of our world is less symbolic than yours. Those near the top have real power in their domain, and sometimes others, if they exert themselves." "Olive," I said. "You said we had to hurry." "Fine, yes, of course." She turned incorporeal again. I took it as an invitation to approach. "If you kill any of the mortal servants of this being, whoever they are, the life of one of those children will be exchanged to avoid death." I slowed down some more. The last torch disappeared beneath the edge of the doorframe. "So what the hell do we do?" It was Olive's turn to sigh. "Now it will sound simple when it isn't. You'll have to kill the mortal body anchored to the demon lord they worship." "That doesn't sound simple at all," I said. I pulled the well rod from my shoulder holster. The wacko nuns and the monk put all their concerns into those kids. None had been looking backward into the shadows. I could find my clear shot and mosquito swat. "Alton, don't. I'm telling the truth." "Yes, Mom, I get it. I'll be careful." I ignored her further protests. She, thankfully, didn't try to slap my ass, or otherwise physically persuade a cessation to the wrath I intended to deliver. Nobody and nothing killed kids on my watch. No siree. Olive gave up, and that gave me pause. In our short time together, we did 2 things: flirt and fight. I got too close to the open cellar door to ask about her apprehension. The end of a torch appeared, followed by an old nun's habit. I felt a brief pang of guilt for decking a nun in the side of the neck. She collapsed like a rag doll. I snatched up the torch before it lit her on fire. She's not a real nun, I reassured myself. That made it easier to strip her down, force a gag into her mouth, and hog-tie her arms and legs with her own conservative undergarments. I'm no sicko, but I needed her uniform. The black robe and hood fit comfortably. This sister had a corpulent and veiny body shape, at odds with her angular cheekbones and sharp chin. She looked like a skeleton in a fat suit. I didn't usually leave unconscious witnesses on a mission. "You can't kill her," Olive reminded me, unnecessarily. I hadn't forgotten. Her sweet breath swirled around my face, and inexplicably put me at ease. I took up the torch and completed the task I thought the nun had been assigned, closing the cellar door. One addendum, perhaps, was the sturdy branch I asked Olive to jam through the iron ring handles. Nobody would be going out this way easily. The ever-present joy of Olive's feminine scent succumbed in an instant to the most horrific stench of decay I'd yet encountered, and I'd crawled over Juno Beach in the aftermath. Excrement and burning fuel. The screams. My friends were begging for medics while the gunfire from the cliffs pinned us down. I sat down on the steps. "Oh, God." "Shh," Olive comforted, and her hands held my face. "You aren't there, Alton. My darling. My beautiful, blue-eyed boy. It's over. It's done. And here you are, ready to save those children." Soft lips pressed against mine. I hadn't kissed a girl since... "Shh, my darling," Olive went on. "It's over now. Time to move on." I missed her kiss. I wanted more. She didn't read my mind, so maybe the idea wasn't so stupid. "Or maybe you're in a basement of death that smells like hell," she rasped. I stood up. "You make a lovely nun," she added. "If you could keep those wild blonde curls tucked away." Invisible fingers tucked stray hairs underneath the hood. With the well rod behind my back, I proceeded down the cold storage hallway of a very old building. The orphanage had been a mill before, if I recalled correctly. Deeply set storerooms, hewn from limestone blocks the size of homes, housed the muffled echoes of the ritual ahead. Another storeroom had been repurposed into a thrust stage theater. Sconces held the torches, and smoke coalesced into a dome ceiling, bearing arcane symbols written in soot and blood. On rows of worn stone benches, the sisters clasped their hands in prayer, while Brother Fargrieve stood above the shivering children on the stage. I took a spot among the nuns. Afraid, yes, and worried. What could I do if I couldn't kill them? I had no plan. "Olive," I thought, reaching out. "I need your help." But she said nothing, and I worried more that she hadn't come along. I didn't dare check my sleeve to see if I still wore the anchoring tattoo. If any of these wackos saw, the jig would be up, and I'd have no choice. I struggled to bear the guilt of the Kitty Espazito disaster. What would become of me if I inadvertently murdered dozens of children? There wouldn't be enough alcohol in the world, I tell you. A heavy, faintly glittering curtain opened ponderously, revealing an undulating mass of humanity, coated in dark, viscous fluid. More children. Orphans taken into St. John's, duped into believing they'd be cared for and loved. Instead, given to this... What the hell was I looking at exactly? In the dim lighting, such disparate objects made little sense. The curtains hung very oddly, undulating with a constant ripple from the floor. Embroidery, like the veins of a man, carried sparks upward as well. Something fed here, and I feared to find out what.
"Merciful Lord,"
Fargrieve cried, stretching his hands out.
"We bring more young lives for your cause and amusement. 6 children, all from the same family, all healthy, all innocent, ready for the grand purpose only you may bestow upon them, O Great One."
He threw himself to the floor, apparently in some kind of religious fit. Frothy bile issued from his mouth, and onto his beard. The nuns prayed in a language I didn't know, and then began to sing a discordant hymn. All the words overlapped, but a few were clear. Ageless, cursed, and blessed. True, blighted, and tested. I'm not sure if that was the chorus, but all verbiage became lost in the collective shriek of the women as Brother Fargrieve rose to his feet, shedding his robe like a snake. His naked body, lean and muscled, existed in paradox with the old man's face. His eyes were bloodshot and his mouth fixed in a sneer. Olive said he wasn't possessed, so what the hell was this? He snatched a girl by her hair and pulled her until she got to her feet, and so the question no longer mattered.
"This one,"
he shouted, sending spittle everywhere, while his mouth wrestled his tongue back inside. She screamed as he dragged her toward the mass blackened heap. I couldn't wait. Even without a plan, I could not let this happen. The snap of the well rod could not be heard over the ritual fervor of the nuns. A spurt of Fargrieve's blood spewed from his shoulder. His grip slackened, and the girl leapt away like a frightened rabbit to her siblings. Fargrieve stared at his bleeding arm before raising it. A call for silence.
"Who dares attack a herald of the Duke?"
The nuns looked everywhere. So I did too. A foul wind tore from behind the curtains, followed by a laugh so loud it drove everyone but me to their knees.
"Mew,"
Fargrieve, flattened, accused me. I bowed to hide my face, but to no avail. A voice of 10,000, weaved together through brutality and force, spoke.
"A daughter of Lilith presents her champion."
Fairgrove rose a little and bowed to the curtains and the mass.
"An intruder, an insult. I will slay them, my lord." "Young succubus,"
the tremendous presence boomed.
"Reveal thyself, and do not fear, for I am Agaras, a friend of thy mother."
Olive manifested before Fargrieve, hiding her face as always. The monk's haughty expression cracked for a moment, allowing a hint of uncertainty to come to the surface. "My lord?" Olive addressed the being, curtsying as one might before a royal. "I do apologize for the intrusion." After a pause, the breath from the curtains heaved a nauseating sigh. The nuns around me passed out. I felt a little dizzy.
"I am curious as to why you felt the need to sneak into my most humble lodge. I am not offended, yet. Concerned, however, by the attack on my herald. It is unwarranted."
The nun's habit tore from my body as I flew into the air, suspended by rough hands I could not see.
One of the spies. I often forget about the tiny machinations of humans."
The incredible force in the room turned its attention solely on me, and I nearly voided my bowels and threw up. Such a power shouldn't be allowed. It provided a glimpse of its perception regarding the Cold War, and all wars, I suppose. To it, we were no different than any other animal. Imagine how important you'd find a battle between cows over a patch of grass. You wouldn't. It didn't. "My lord?" Olive begged. "We did not know you were visiting the area. We apologize deeply and ask for permission to leave. Please?" The shuddering children looked up at me, astonished and practically shell-shocked. I resisted the immense grip of the awful thing. It felt like several hands held my mouth and jaw.
"I would never bring harm to the daughter of my friend. Lilith has brought me joy like no other. I cannot abide, however, the assault on my herald. You may go. Your foolish mortal dies."
The invisible hands became vices, squeezing every bone in my body. Olive screamed and prevented the implosive death. "You have to apologize," she said with great effort. "I can't stop him." She returned my ability to speak, fully expecting me to say sorry to this grand piece of excrement. "Go to hell," I roared. "Use kids? Huh? Go to hell then." The pressure it exerted released. I fell to the stage.
"All living things use other living things to thrive,"
it said matter-of-factly.
"Even humans know this to be true."
I couldn't deny it, but had zero interest in a debate. "Let the kids go," I demanded, more quietly than intended. "Beg for your life," Olive pleaded. She stood on the other side of the huddled children. I grinned. Never.
Lord and Master.
Fargrieve, coughing, and as forgotten as everyone but ourselves, and the power dominating the room with its gravity, cried out. He scraped the stage with his face.
Please allow me to slay the offender. He injured me, and thus you. I cannot stand the injustice.
Forgotten as everyone else. It had been Fargrieve's name from the Hydra. Not this. What was it? Agaras? I laughed. The realization like a pebble dropped into the pool of my insanity. It's you, I said. You're a traitor.
How dare you?
Fargrieve accused. He clawed for my face. I took a step back, but without need. His master held him.
Young succubus,
the Duke said, from wherever.
What does thy vassal say?
Olive bowed, and kneeled, and eventually kowtowed. I disagreed with the sight. A woman should never beg. Hell, nobody should. I say your herald is a traitor, I shouted. We got his name, not yours. That means he's working for the other side. You seem like someone above it all. So why's your herald picking a side? All of the air in the immense room drained into the vacuum of those strange curtains, serving as the mouth of Agaras. I couldn't breathe. Neither could the kids. Starved for oxygen, we stretched out, holding hands in our last moment. Sorry, I rasped with what could have been my last breath. Brother Fargrieve stood above us. What the hell kind of a name for a monk was that? Didn't they call themselves John and Matthew or Peter? Fargrieve wasn't the name of a monk, but the label of an egotistical villain, his name. He hadn't changed it when he supposedly joined the Samaski. Monks shed their names. Snakes didn't. He drew a knife from the billowy sleeve of his robe and snatched the hair of the same girl. The point of the knife went for her neck, but the hand of his master held him in stasis, and I could suddenly move. I could kill him with the garrote or the knife disguised as a pen. I had a cigarette case full of poison. But all of these options wouldn't serve, because I'd killed him once before with a gun. It'd take the life of a child. Another child. The kids under the fluid, linked to the curtains, attached to the monk and the nuns, were the ones who would die before they did. Agaras got bodies, extra lives for his mortal servants this way, and they gained what? A kind of immortality? That weird skeleton nun in the fat suit came to mind. The power of their master didn't prevent aging. Not completely.
You call my herald a traitor?
Agaras declared.
Why?
I could hardly speak, let alone move in its presence. You know who I work for. Who Olive is with. We get the names of those working for the other side. But you're not on anyone's side, are you? Be very careful, Olive advised quietly. Agaras' laughter shook the whole stage.
I find the whole notion ridiculous. Destroy each other already. There are no winners in this vale of tears. All will eventually die and be forgotten. No one remembers the Nabateans. Give up the struggle, and do as thou will in the time that you have.
I certainly hadn't heard of the Nabateans, and I couldn't deny the depressing wisdom of the powerful existential horror. Yet, what I wanted was to get those kids and everyone outside to safety. Your herald's name came up. That's why we're here, again. We thought we'd already killed him. We didn't know you were involved at all. Agaras retracted some of his influence, so I could stand.
I did not know Fargrieve had left my court to serve the entities playing with the USSR.
Fargrieve's dismay became apparent fast.
No, my lord, it isn't what it seems. No mortal tied to a lowly succubus can be trusted. Surely you know.
The monk's arms imploded. There's no better way to describe what happened. Squeezed and twisted by invisible hands, until all the blood there had wrung out onto the floor. A towel made of skin. I covered the children's view as much as possible. They screamed and covered their eyes.
Lord, please, I beg you. No one can serve two masters,
Agaras said. I looked away and covered my ears. Nevertheless, the swiftly carried out death sentence sent a vibration through the room. A pool of blood spread and fell off the edges of the thrust stage. A somehow more horrid smell than the one I'd already become accustomed to in the presence of the Duke emanated from the too-perfect bony flesh sphere the monk had been made into.
Look upon me, mortal,
Agaras ordered. Don't look, children. Don't look. They continued shaking and wisely obeyed.
You've done me a kindness,
Agaras bellowed. For I don't think he could converse any other way.
And I owe you a boon. I am well versed in the fears and fantasies of the human race, and can grant both power and knowledge. Ask me for a gift, and I will grant thy wish.
Don't, Olive. Don't, Olive whispered frantically. Ask for nothing. Ask to go free. Don't you dare ask for anything you people usually go for. I smirked. Her panic served to pull me from the mental fog that usually filled my head whenever confronted by extreme and horrific violence. The Duke could give me riches, immortality, or maybe wings like a bird. Or perhaps asking it to join the West would shift the balance against the commies. Or I could just stop. Olive, too. And we could... I put the brakes on that train of thought. Truthfully, I didn't want any help from demons, especially ones that used kids. I got it, I said, grinning.
Choose,
Agaras thundered. Alton, no, don't. Let's just go, okay? Come on, the mission is done. We can celebrate like you wanted. I heard Olive, but I wasn't listening. I want you to never, ever take another damn thing from a child again. The demon laughed. I wobbled under the strain of the volume some more.
It's been an age since I've come across such a noble mortal. I believed those days were over. I misjudged you, and will gladly oblige, though it pains me to abandon the efforts of my loyal servants.
I had forgotten entirely about the unconscious nuns in the benches. They began to stir as a new rumbling shook the ground. The curtains tore, and I finally understood the grotesque material. A membrane full of veins running like roots into the fluid, draining life from the imprisoned children. One had already been freed. A boy, wide-eyed and stunned. He must have been let go before Agaras crushed Fargrieve. The black fluid lost viscosity and drained like water onto the stone floor. Immediately, the liberated children began to stir and cry and ask for help. I rushed to their aid. It's gonna be okay, I said, completely unsure if that was true. You're free. The remaining curtains crumbled. Ancient parchment in its own foul wind. Left on the stage, behind where the mass had been, lay an emaciated figure, skin on bone, wild-eyed and starved. Leave it, Olive said. The nun started to shriek. What have you done? They continued to wail while I approached the thing. One slimy tendril clung to the side of an almost mummified human being. Who they were, or had been, could probably only be answered centuries ago. I can only imagine wanting to die instead of lingering on as the battery of evil. Agaras' mortal anchor, I presume, I said to the man gasping on the stage. His raspy laugh broke into a weak cough. Alton, Olive tried one last time. tugging on my elbow with no real hope of stopping me. "You don't understand." "I never do," I said, "but I can guess. This wreck on the floor is a human host for the Duke. Out of convenience or laziness, he kept the body going the same as he did with Fargrieve and those crying nuns over there. What's more, he can only exert the powers we saw by exploiting people like this poor bastard. You're tethered to me. This tattoo probably works on a similar principle, doesn't it, my dear?" She stayed quiet. I'm sure she knew what I was about to do. With augmented strength, I picked up the tendril and tore it in half. Agaras, or his host, gasped and died instantly. The nuns surged for the door. I shepherded the children calmly to some benches, unspoiled by the immense amount of blood and gore decorating the room. Their cries had lessened. Shock would keep them here, safe, until I finished what I started. "I'll be right back," I promised. The branch through the cellar door handles had been an excellent idea. I didn't have enough bullets in the well rod to kill so many. I used my penknife. They were old and fragile without the help of their master, now departed to the depths, I hoped. By the time those nearest to the door understood the slaughter behind them, they simply knelt down, and, ironically, began to pray. I thought about asking who they prayed to, Agaras or God. But it didn't matter. Agaras was gone. His servants knew his name and probably a ritual to bring him back, so I couldn't let any of them live, obviously. And I'd gradually come to accept the truth about God. He wasn't real. No old man up in the sky would judge what I did to the last nun. I admit my frustration and rage got the better of me. The first slash had likely killed her. The rest had been unnecessary. After bashing through the barricaded cellar door, I hauled the nuns into the closest empty storeroom. "You're covered in blood," Olive said, as if I didn't know. "Everything's gonna be okay," I lied to the kids. I didn't know that. These little ones couldn't unsee what had occurred that night. "Soon the police will arrive. Tell them about a fire. The orphanage lit on fire. You all ran outside, understand? Don't tell them anything else. You'll be sent to the loony bin. Got that?" Beyond scared, exhausted, they stared without comprehending. But at least they didn't move. The old orphanage, full of paper and wooden construction, burned easily. When the upper floors collapsed into the bottom, I left. Distant sirens could be heard. If only I could have done more. Where were those kids supposed to go now? From the window of my apartment, I could see the flames while I wept. Olive's scent said she drew near. I sniffed and felt my chin quiver. "I need a shower." "You need to listen. Carefully, my love," she cooed. I always felt thrilled and alarmed when she called me that. What's wrong? Would we forever be having conversations that started with this phrase, when the answer, inevitably, would forever be everything? Everything is wrong. "You've sent a duke to hell, Alton." "That's right. And I'll do it again. To any of your kind. If they hurt someone innocent." "He'll be back," she said. "There are many, many humans that serve him. They know his name. They know his ritual. You've offended him. It's only a matter of time before he comes for justice." "Revenge?" She snapped her invisible fingers under my nose. "Whatever you want to call it, Alton. He won't be content with taking your life, dearest." She bit off that last term of endearment. "He'll want your soul. And not you, me, Intrepid, or the Canadian government will be able to stop him." I held out my hand. "Olive, my love, Don't worry. We did it once already. We'll do it again. If we must. I forced a not very stable smile. The breath from her exasperated sniff felt cool and delightful. Oh, you stupid, stupid man. At last, she took my hand. And everything so wrong in the universe wasn't right. But I could bear it all, at least for that moment. I love you, you know, she said. And I, more stupid than ever, replied, but I haven't seen your face. A gentle rain tapped the window, and I wondered, would it quell the fire? Michael Albrecht, Barbara Albrecht, Charlie Albrecht, Margaret Albrecht. 4 names came from the Hydra shortwave radio in my closet. I'd never get used to the unencrypted Morse code. Straight dits and daws from the machine could be intercepted by the Russians easily. If they did, then they'd know I was coming to kill their agents inside Bridal Veil Lake, a tourist town close to the border. One of many gateways in and out of the U.S., an important stronghold for subterfuge and espionage. Thousands of strangers visited each day on both sides. Unknown people wandering around was the norm, even in 1947. Not normal, the shocking thing I couldn't believe, was the existence of demons. They're real. They don't like to call themselves demons. At least, mine doesn't. Olive is, according to folklore, a succubus. One rainy night, I had woken up in the secret apartment above an illegal casino. My teacher, intrepid, had stood by the window, and did a poor job explaining the new tattoo on my forearm. A snake, coiled around the seductive form of an invisible woman. Olive. My demon. No, I'm not possessed. Not yet. But she and I are tethered by this magical image. Why? For what purpose? To fight the other cohorts of demons allied with the USSR. Insanity. Pure insanity. This couldn't be the real world. I must have lost my mind in the war. That made more sense. But what can a madman or anyone do? You have to go on. You have to keep going. Alton, dear. Olive, invisible as usual, greeted me as I stepped out from the shower. She never got bored of seeing me naked. I never bought the excuse she needed to be there because of the crucial importance of a time-sensitive mission. It didn't bother me, though. Olive could show herself if she chose to, and I admit I liked what I saw. If only she'd reveal her face. She never would, apparently, because, according to her, we'd fall in love. Come for the peep show again, my love? She didn't reply. I imagined her fair skin blushing, which made me smile. We didn't always get along, but the past few months had been without a mission. Quiet and pleasant. Olive could affect physical contact, and often did. She'd brush my hair with her fingers, cuddle into bed with me, and even drop light, sweet kisses over the course of a day. I had no idea why. I didn't dare question it. What if she stopped? The intimate contact was the only upside to this nightmare. I hunt demons, and the only way to do that, it seems, is through killing. Usually a lot of people. I killed Kitty Espazito, 15 years old, demonically possessed. Brother Fargrieve of the Samachi, a real son of a bitch. Not demonically possessed, just serving one for a sad version of immortality. An elderly and very malnourished man, possessed maybe by a very powerful demon who now wanted revenge. A group of nuns, a dozen maybe, also serving that powerful demon. And a very large mobster, Frank DeFranco, He used to run the illegal casino, before I ripped his hand off and gave it to the man on the other side of the breakfast table this morning. Adamo DeFranco never liked his brother. The Alrech family, I said. Adamo's eyebrows twitched, and he set down his book. A rarity. Usually he ate, conversed, and read all at the same time. I sipped black coffee. Olive refused to use her gifts to alleviate any more hangovers after Christmas. Oh, what a nice holiday we'd had. We stayed up late and hardly fought, playing checkers and chess and avoiding all talk of the future. Adamo waved his hand, and the waiters at the Jade Empress, the restaurant serving as a front for the illegal casino in the back, exited quickly. Why'd you say that? He asked. Because, I said. They're the mission. But I don't know where to start. I figured you might point me in the right direction. My friend, the mobster, fumbled for his cigarette case. He pulled it from his jacket too fast, and swore when it landed in his scrambled eggs. Adamo, I said. What's the matter? He looked ill. The Albrechts are a powerful family in Bridal Veil Lake, Alton. They're old money. Since the American Revolution. Loyalists that fled New York. You read too much, I told him. I never see you outside or with the dame. Why the history lesson? He opened the silver case onto his bacon to retrieve a rolled cigarette. His hands shook, and that made me worried. Adamo made hard decisions. Life and death stuff. All the time. To see him shaken up made me nervous. Never see you with your lady either, he said, emphasizing the your while struggling to bring the flame to his lighter. He didn't know about Olive, but saw me from time to time speaking to no one in the casino, usually at the bar. He saw the way I looked at her. He was my friend, perhaps, because he didn't immediately assume insanity was the cause. Okay. So, what is it about the Albrechts that's got you worked up? I brought out my Zippo and held his hand to light the cigarette. He inhaled and puffed, before stubbing out the lengthy remainder into his buttered toast. The Albrechts have money here, Alton. Understand? They fund a great deal of entrepreneurs through the town. If they were to suddenly disappear, there would be speculation about the party responsible. And there could be war. Wars are costly. I shrugged. I have orders. If it's any comfort, the orders means they're working for the other side. Other side? The commies, Adamo. He shook his head. I forget about legendary Canucks like you. Maybe because it's too ridiculous to believe. You're a grown man. And yet, you still don't get. There are no sides. Everyone is out for themselves, no matter what they say. Sides? Sides? You join a side to benefit one person. You. Don't kid yourself. I abhorred such debates. To me, reasoning your way to nihilism seemed like working too hard on giving up. I have orders, I repeated. To me, that ended the matter. The RCMP probably knew there'd be a potential war between crime families in town if the Albrechts suddenly died, and didn't care. Sparking such a conflict might even be in their mandate. Maybe the Albrechts weren't even demonically possessed, and I'd been given a regular mission. One could hope. I understand, Adamo said. But perhaps there's a compromise to be found. I ate a crispy wad of bacon. Agents from Camp X didn't compromise. Not part of the training. Let me send my crew to do it. I stopped chewing, and talked with a mouthful. You just said it'd spark a costly war. Yes, I did. And if it's going to happen, then I'd like to choose who pays the price. I got the drift. You're going to pin it on another outfit. Which one? Adamo looked thoughtfully at his food before responding. Does it matter? No. Sorry, it doesn't. Does that offend you?" He chuckled. "Hardly. I don't like criminals either." The waiters returned with more food and coffee. Adama went back to his book, but kept up light conversation. We talked about our childhoods a little. I grew up in Bridal Veil Lake and left to fight the war. I never thought of coming back. Both my parents had died, and I'd been recruited into Camp X, training alongside MI6 and the Americans' SOS. I'd been around much of the world. I expected I would for a long time. To be stationed here as an open assassin, hardly kept a secret at all, was unexpected, to say the least. For his part, Adamo came from Hamilton, a steel city a little over an hour away. Once they'd learned how sharp he could be, Adamo's parents encouraged education, fully intending he'd live an honest and prosperous life. Frank, his older brother, would inherit the business. He had a vicious temperament for it. Too vicious, in fact. That's why his father had sent him to Bridal Veil Lake to set up a new operation, the casino. Only the bodies began to pile up. Cops can be bribed, sure, but not if you're targeting the very community they live in. Nobody wants a serial killer in their town. Adamo had been dispatched to rein in his brother, but failed. That's why he'd been complicit in his murder. "It'll be done by tonight." On that dark note, we finished up, and I needed to decide what to do with my day. Olive, of course, objected to Adamo's suggestion. I rolled my eyes and took a seat by the window in our secret apartment above the secret casino. Maybe I'd go for a walk or exercise. Maybe I'd sit right here and drink a whole bottle of wine. Olive pulled on my ear. "Damn it," I said. "Stop it. You always pull my ears when you're frustrated. It's childish." "Wait, how old are you?" "Shut up, Alton," she snapped, pinching harder. "Do you know what you've done?" "What? Ow!" "Those men are all going to die." "You can't possibly know that," I said. And what if they did? Adamo had assumed correctly about my regard for mobsters. I liked my friend, and hoped he got out of his chosen life soon. But people that profited from the suffering of others didn't warrant the sympathy they lacked entirely for their fellow man. She could read my mind, she said, whenever I thought of something stupid. I had no idea if it was true or not. "Oh, darling, do try and keep up." The hold on my ear ceased. She patted my hand. Very patronizing. "You ripped a man apart with nothing but your hands." "And you," I sulked. "Couldn't have done it without you." "Alton, they're going to face off against 4 perfectly possessed people. You nearly died facing 1. You, with all the strength and speed I could give. What will these men bring to the fight?" Olive, as usual, made a fair point. Plus, if the Albrechts survived the attack, their retribution against Adamo might be swift, brutal, and total. They might even seize the casino. My secret apartment above could be found by demons. Olive, despite not actually having a body, not even a ghostly one, did reconnaissance for me all the time. In short, the mission would be compromised. "Son of a bitch," I cussed. "Don't be vulgar, my love. Handsome blondes with blue eyes should never be vulgar. It's ugly. Besides, there's still time. Adamo planned to attack at night, yes?" "Now you don't understand, my dear. I'll have to tell him the deal is off and I'll be going. He didn't like that idea at all." I thought of conspiring with him to pin it on another gang, but rejected the notion immediately. An agent couldn't help criminals succeed. And that would be wrong. I grabbed my coat and found him at the bar in the casino, reading a different book. "Didn't expect to see you again this morning, Alton. What's the occasion?" He turned the page on a text called Being and Nothingness, and clearly found it fascinating. His mouth hung open a little, and his eyes were wide. This is how eggheads got inebriated, I supposed. You gotta stop your men from going to Alrech's tonight, I said. He raised a hand to silence me, and put down his book. I shouldn't have used the name. There were already a few gamblers at the tables. The band was setting up. Another made man enjoyed a Bloody Mary at the other end of the bar. Sorry, I whispered. You gotta call it off. It'll be a massacre, and then they'll be coming for you. He shook his head. Your sudden empathy is heartwarming, but you're not recalling our conversation correctly. I didn't say it was happening tonight. I said it would be done by tonight. They've already left. I grabbed his arm. Oh no. Alton, I sent a dozen. Sufficiently armed. When did they leave? Adamo started to appear concerned. 20 minutes ago. And where are they going? He gave me an address in the northern part of town, where the wealthiest residents had their mansions and acres of land. I didn't know the area well. During the Great Depression, there had been no reason to go there. Because of Olive, I could run faster than most cars, but doing so in broad daylight would attract too much attention. I didn't own a car, and hiring a taxi would be obviously dumb. Adamo had sent his crew with stolen trucks. He couldn't lend me one of his cars for the same reason as the taxi problem. That left me with one option. I had to steal one, too. Also, not advisable in broad daylight. I left the casino by the back alley, as usual, and picked the first sensible car on Tour Hill. In January, Canadian winters kept the streets reasonably empty. Visitors and workers moved quickly between buildings to avoid the extreme cold. That gave me an opportunity. I waited until a car pulled up and a young couple got out. Americans from the South, judging by their lack of proper clothing. Hey, mister, I said. The man shivered and appeared irritated. What? How much for the car? What? He reiterated. He opened the passenger door for his wife. His new wife, I assumed. A lot of people chose Bridal Veil Lake as a honeymoon destination. More than a few underestimated the cost of a tourist trap. And they weren't just arriving. They were likely headed to the Jade Empress for some cheap food. I'll give you $4,000 for your car, I said. A new Studebaker cost around $1,500. This one looked a few years old. Are you some kind of nut, fella? He asked. This car isn't worth... We'll take it, his wife interrupted. One of these days, I'd have to buy a car. You just did, Olive whispered. It sounded like she sat in the passenger seat while I drove the Lakeshore Road north, the only way into the rich part of town. Stupid thought? You betcha, fella. I still owe them $3,000. Nice couple. Very trusting. How are you going to get the money? Her floral perfume, mixed with just a hint of sweat, filled the car. The scent drove me mad. It seized my whole body with excitement. Ah, hell. Call it what it is. Lust. She did it on purpose. Maybe to frustrate me. We could never be together. Not in that way. The lake and the Bridal Veil waterfall on the other side disappeared behind a fortress of trees, huge and old and dark. Branches above conspired to blot out the sun, and it felt like we drove through a tunnel to some new and foreboding world. I still have the bank card, I said. Let's hope the RCMP loaded the account. I'll bring those lovely Americans their money tomorrow. They're staying at the Bridal Veil Hotel. With $4,000, they can upgrade to something nicer. If we live. You could have bought us a much nicer car with that money, Olive added after a moment of silence. No point in debating with her. A nicer car would stick out. Or maybe this one did. When we reached the main streets of a village I didn't know existed, there were several deluxe models. Lincolns and Buicks, Packards and Cadillacs. Chauffeurs waited placidly behind their wheels, their bosses riding in the back. Too many looked our way to be a coincidence. They would remember the conservative and decidedly middle-class Studebaker. Nothing I could do about it now. I put the pedal down and continued to Albrecht's Way. Yes, the family had their road named after them. Several quiet minutes passed before we saw the wrought iron gate, a monstrous black barrier, imposing with its serrated rows of pikes, stretched across the road. We were still hemmed in by dense forests. I drove closer, slowly, and searched for any sign of Adamo's men. "We beat him here?" I asked. "That gate," Olive said. Look at it, Alton." I'm no expert on the wealthy and their outlandish habits, but it seemed like the kind of thing some old rich tyrant would purchase for security and showing off. "Fences extend into the trees," I said, perhaps a little ignorant of the growing unease in my invisible companion. "Not likely to be an easy way through there. Adamo's goons hopefully gave up and went back to the casino." Olive's grip on my hand hurt. "Alton, the gate! The gate!" "What? All the words died in my throat. The oily surface of the gate seemed to move, subtle points of light streaking periodically like fireflies on a starless night. "What in the hell?" I said before opening the door. "No." Olive's hold remained steadfast and firm. "I don't like this one bit. I'm just gonna look. I'll be right back." I successfully pulled away, or she let me go. Which of us had greater physical strength remained a mystery, though my augmented muscles came from her, so I suspected Olive would win in an arm wrestling match. Free of the car, I heard a hum in the frigid air. It seemed to come from the gate itself. As I got closer, the tiny lights became clearer. In the polished steel, warped and moving images of suffering played. Hundreds of men and women suffered gruesome deaths after prolonged torture. I didn't understand how I could witness these tiny, silent projections on wrought iron. There were things in there, inhuman but masked. Their bodies shook with laughter, and crowds watching from a small audience applauded with standing ovations. The pictures rotated around the rods, until a man with the devil's face appeared. A mask as black as this gate, outlined by the way the edges blurred in time with the hum still filling my ears. The eyes held nothing. Darkness so complete, the gravity of his gaze forced me to step forward. I reached out to touch and... "Alton, watch out!" Olive shouted, too late. A man crashed into my side and bounced off our impact, sliding across a thick patch of ice into the snowy ditch. I hadn't budged a bit. At least the stupor had been broken. The hum and horrible movies were gone. "Don't touch it, you fool!" Olive shrieked before tugging my arm. "I wasn't," I lied, feeling instantly ashamed. That's not true. I wanted to touch it. Then and now. "Why?" "If I may," the man called from the ditch. I hadn't forgotten about him. His ineffectual attack had rather put me at ease. He would have shot if he had a gun, so running into me had been his best go. Therefore, the man was not worth a nickel of worry. From the ditch climbed a rail-thin kid, no more than 20, yet older somehow, as if he carried a burden behind his eyes. I knew it well. The burden of knowing, of having seen, the mass destruction of lives without glory, regard, and memory. "You're a soldier," I said. He straightened up, but lost composure in a fit of coughing. "Yes, sir," he gasped. "Corporal Bernard Irving. Captain Alton Anderson," I replied. "You must have just caught the tail end of the war, Corporal." Bernard saluted. "Sir, yes, sir. I assisted the British at Bergen-Belsen, sir." The smirk fell off my face. Bergen-Belsen had been a concentration camp of extreme horror and depravity. Around 60,000 starving, dying people, and the dead everywhere. "I'm sorry," I told him. He put on a pair of thick spectacles. Wearing glasses didn't necessarily bar a man from service, but those lenses looked too heavy for his meager frame to carry. A nervous smile crept across his pale face. "You're wondering how I did it? How I got in? Kid, You're a jerk sometimes, Alton," Olive said. "My father got me enlisted. I begged him. He's a wealthy man. Was a wealthy man. And I wasn't this consumed before the war." He'd revealed a lot of information fast. "TB? There's that new drug," I said. "Streptomycin," Bernard said. "A miracle for those afflicted by tuberculosis. Not me. Scarring on my lungs might as well be TB, but it came from the fires we made at Bergen-Belsen. We didn't know what to do with so many dead. Buildings were full of pests. Some say mustard gas had been stockpiled from the First War, but I don't think so. The dead themselves, when they turn to ash, release enough toxic substances to ruin a man's lungs. There were thousands. I tried to honor each one. Too many." The boy coughed hard onto the back of his hand, and I saw the blood before he could hide it. "Thank you for your service," I said, and I meant it. I'd seen horrible things during the war, but not that. Never that. "Bernard, why are you here? Why did you run into me?" He gasped for air as he answered. "If you touched that gate," Bernard pointed at it with his bloodied hand, "you'd be dead. Just like my father." I waited patiently for the end of his coughing fit. Bernard shook his head. "You're not going to believe this, Captain. The Albrechts are depraved, evil servants of Satan himself." "I believe you. They're also commies." Pardon?" My quick agreement had him puzzled. "It's alright. I work for the RCMP. Specifically, I work for the secret branch of the RCMP. None but a few, and now you, know exist. The evil that you suspect, but maybe can't confirm, is real. I'm here to help you, I feel. But you better tell me everything. Get in the car, son. You look frozen." Reluctantly, he tore his eyes away from the road beyond the gate. A bend. The first of many, no doubt, hiding a grand mansion. When Bernard sat in the passenger seat, I hesitated. Had he just sat on Olive? "Don't be dull, darling," Olive cooed. I put the car into reverse. "Wait, don't go," Bernard objected. "We have to stay and wait for it to open. That's how we get in without touching it. And dying." I braked and put the Studebaker in park. "Okay, now tell me everything." He did. And the tragic tale can be summarized only a little. I'll try to be brief while giving Bernard the respect he deserves. When he returned from the war, Bernard didn't speak. He didn't read or listen to the radio. He'd forget to eat, and soon became ill from coughing fits. Doctors looked at his lungs and believed the scarring to be TB. Luckily, his wealthy father could access the medicine he needed to cure tuberculosis. Less lucky, as Bernard had said, the scarring had been from breathing in the smoke of Bergen-Belsen. He soon began to lose weight. Death seemed inevitable. His father used his vast resources to search for a doctor to help his only son. Maud Kelsey was the result. A young and beautiful woman, recently graduated, and very confident she could successfully bring Bernard back from the brink of death. "He is very close, Alton," Olive breathed into my ear. Unpleasant news delivered in an excruciatingly alluring way. I chose to ignore her, and let Bernard finish. He loved Maud from the very moment she entered his bedroom. She cared for him, yes, and improved his health. But she also took him back from hell, where he felt his soul would remain, forever watching the bodies in the fires. Not long ago, he'd regained mobility and control over his fits. "I wanted to propose," he said, rubbing his hands, wringing out the frost in front of a vent. "But then the Alrechs called my father. They required a doctor for Margaret, who was apparently in labor." Here, Bernard looked disturbed. "Margaret, by my count, is only 13. Maud had gone to the Alrechs and promptly disappeared. Bernard's father called, but Michael Alrech, Margaret's father, denied having requested aid in the first place. Bernard sought help from the police to no avail. The Alrech's influence and power gave them certain immunities. That's when Bernard and his father came to the gate themselves looking for answers. That's when his father touched the gate, grabbing hold of the bars. Instantly, he died. And worse, an internal fire consumed his body in a flash. Bernard could only watch as the wind carried away another pile of ash, indistinguishable from a lice-ridden mattress or a uniform inadequately filled by a skeleton. He waited at the gate, praying to wake from the nightmare. The sound of racing cars from the road sent him into the trees to hide. 3 cars full of men, Adamo's men, drove toward the gate, which inexplicably opened to let them pass. Too stunned to move, Bernard had missed his chance to gain access to the Alrech's property. "So you're waiting," I said. "Yes. It has to open sometime. I have to save her. She's all I have left." "Are you armed?" I asked him. His eyes drifted back to the ditch. "My rifle." I left the car to fetch a Lee Enfield leaning against a pine tree. Bernard had brought back his service weapon from the war. These guns were powerful, and stood up well in the fields of war. "You should stay here, Bernard," I told him when I got back in. "Keep the engine running, or drive home to take some rest. I can handle it." "Sir, excuse me, but no," he interjected. His eyes lingered on the rifle. "I must go in. If I don't..." Another coughing fit seized him. His complexion reddened, oxygen deprived and angry. "If I don't go..." Here he held his breath and spoke with only a great effort. "I'll never forgive myself. If she dies..." Bernard reached for his rifle. I wasn't about to take it without his permission. So we waited in the car, engine running to keep warm. I found a shallow point in the ditch, and risked driving across to hide our presence from anyone entering or exiting. Hours passed into evening, and the sun began its early January decline at just past 4. The thrum of another engine made us look at one another. Bernard had his eyes shut. I don't think he'd given in to sleep, though. The gate swung open, ponderous arms parting to release a teal-colored station wagon. I only caught a glimpse of the driver and the other passengers inside, but didn't think they were Adamo's men. Both driver and passenger had gray hair, and may have worn black. "Servants?" I asked Bernard. "Those not currently living in the manor," Bernard said. "Off to their cottages for the night." "Now hurry, please, sir. I don't want to..." I put the Studebaker in drive before he finished speaking, and we glided through the barrier long before it even began to close. Before the first bend in the road, however, I heard the loud clang of the gate shutting, and it sounded like a bell. "Never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee," Olive said ominously. I rolled my eyes. "We're unnerved enough as it is," I thought at her. If she could hear, she didn't say. Bernard looked more ill than a moment before. Who are you talking to?" he asked. What'd you say?" I didn't say anything. My attention had shifted back to the road and the end of the tree line. The veil between life and death is very thin for him, Olive said, more quietly. That where you live, Olive? Between life and death? You live on a rock in infinity, she retorted. According to your cognitive limits. So where really do you live? Bernard coughed. Olive and I wisely shut up. Rolling fields, deep in layers of snow, draped like a blanket over a wide and sprawling mansion. Both Victorian and medieval cosmetics done to suggest class and lordship. I didn't like it much at all. I had seen some castles in Europe. Bernard, too, probably. When those were built, times were different. Maybe those fortresses gave comfort to people. These days, however, to build a castle for one's home meant shutting out ordinary people, trying to suggest superiority. I thought the war would end that kind of thinking. I wondered how Bernard might feel, looking at such a monstrosity. Horrors taught us nothing. No hope for mankind. Someday, we'd go too far, and lose the perverse luxury of forgetting the evil we have done. It's, Bernard said slowly, different than I remember. I pulled the car up the empty gravel driveway. You've been here before? He nodded. Charlie's about my age. We used to play together before the war. Well, play isn't a good word for it. I parked in the open. There were no visible lights inside or out. Bernard continued talking. He was quite cruel to his sister. To animals. I've never met a boy so angry at the world, getting so much enjoyment from causing pain. The Alrechs keep getting better and better, I said. Come on. We left the car and mounted wide steps leading to cathedral-style doors. Do you think we should knock, Captain? Bernard grinned in the gloom of the approaching darkness. I chuckled softly and grasped the oversized handle, a little reluctantly after the whole experience with the haunted gate. Bernard had saved my life. I hoped we would make it out of here alive with Dr. Kelsey. She'd get him healthy again. They'd marry, and I'd become Uncle Alton. I very suddenly wanted that for us. I pulled open the door on a huge foyer, held by shadows except where failing daylight dared to tread. Bernard did not hesitate. With the rifle leveled, he courageously entered, his steps echoing in the abyssal expanse. It tolls for him, Olive said. I wanted to tell her to stay out of it. Bernard seemed irritated whenever she spoke. No one but me could see, hear, smell, or feel Olive. At least, that's what she'd said. Bernard seemed vaguely aware of something amiss. I also hadn't spoken to Olive when she let loose with all the bell talk. I just mentally directed my criticism at her. And Bernard had somehow read my mind? I wanted to ask Olive for guidance, but feared he'd know. Kitty Espazito had lured me into an alley. Even with Olive's help, I'd nearly died. Could Bernard be doing the same trick? No, Olive said. He is dying. That is all. If he were in a demonic union, he'd be healthier. No time to debate the irony of her statement. Shut up, Alton, she snapped. Bernard stopped looking everywhere. He lowered the rifle, and instead turned back. Captain, he said, I think you need to really tell me why you're here, and what's going on. I feel like you didn't come alone. And I don't know why, but Captain, I can't shake the feeling, sir. With all due respect. I nodded. That's fair, Corporal. There's not much time, so I'll try to keep it brief. I'm not alone. And I'm assisted by a being you can't see, but have somehow sensed. Like a ghost? He asked. More like I didn't want to worry him. More like an angel. Olive snorted like she'd found something really funny. The Albrechts, Bernard said, really are devils. Aren't they, sir? Yes. Probably. Listen, Bernard, if you see any of them, shoot first. Their commitment to evil gives them infernal powers few can contend with. You advised me to stay behind, he said, fractures in his composure, admitting fear. Hold on, I said. That Lee Anfield will do the trick fine. You're a good shot? He nodded. Despite what the glasses might suggest? Yes, sir. Very good. I entered the foyer and took the well-wrought pistol from my custom shoulder holster. You'd better lead. The size of this house is obscene. There have been additions, it seems, sir. Bernard took my suggestion anyway, and entered the wide corridor on the left. I had my Zippo to light the way, and it did little to illuminate the dark ahead. We stopped at the first light switch, and proved the electrical out of commission. A thick layer of black dust coated the edge of my index finger, the one I'd used to try and turn on the lights. Either nobody had used it in ages, or the digit who had touched the switch last had been playing with soot. An ornamental candelabra on a silver table held real candles. I lit it up, and our small pool of illumination expanded insufficiently against the gloom, but enough at least to reveal the first dead mobster. His head had been severed and placed facing the foyer. The rest of him had been crumpled and discarded, a distorted bag of fleshy matter squeezed like a sponge. Dear God in heaven, Bernard prayed. You weren't lying, sir. Smell. Oh God, the smell. It's the same, sir. The same. His voice rose in panic. I knew the stench of death, too. Sane men flee when they encounter the reek of decay. Soldiers don't have that privilege. Quiet, Bernard, I said firmly. He whimpered once more before shutting his chattering teeth. Not just from fear. No boiler or furnace warmed the mansion. Tiny icicles had formed along chair rails and wainscoting. Our hurried puffs were visible. Those servants, I said. The ones who just left. Very loyal? Bernard wondered. Very insane, I added. They'd stayed on in a clearly dysfunctional household. We stepped around the body and the pool of blood and continued. Several closed doors each presented a potential location for further corpses, and the Albrechts themselves. Maud, too. But Bernard passed them by without hesitation. He didn't feel like she'd be in there. I thought my targets would not be hanging around in any of these rooms either, despite not knowing the function or purpose of any of it. This, I'm proud to say, was the first mansion I'd ever visited. The corridor turned at a right angle into the next. However, an alcove ahead held a spiraling staircase going up and down. Our humble candles reflected off the blood dripping and pooling. We knew the way, and we didn't want to go. Yet, we did. The temperature shifted dramatically as the coiling steps drilled deep into a subterranean basement. By the time we took the last step, we were soaked with sweat. Bernard's lenses clouded with steam. The candelabra became unnecessary. Abundant light poured from an open doorway. Lavender and smoke, incense filled the air, but not enough to completely hide the odor of the unholy trinity. Shit, piss, and blood. And one more, Olive said. Bernard searched everywhere for her presence, bothering him like a mosquito. You know it. You know you do. She laughed. I'm sorry, my love. I didn't mean to be insensitive. But a succubus lives for the stuff. A stifled moan escaped her phantasmagorical lips. Olive had gone hot-blooded in the moment. So why did I like it? A woman yawned. That was all it took to motivate Bernard to run ahead. "Maud?" I raced behind and nearly crashed into him. Neither of us were prepared for what we found. A family sat at a dinner table, enjoying an evening meal. Our sudden entrance barely concerned them. Michael Alrech, a man in his 50s, regarded us indifferently, and without turning his head. He drank deeply from a mug and smiled when he set it down. "Brother," he called across the huge dining room. A young girl turned from a pen of roving creatures, the nature of which I did not immediately understand. The girl, Margaret Alrech, I assumed, bent low to the floor and crawled like an animal across the stonework floor. Her speed and dangling tongue made Bernard gasp. Margaret sniffed the air.
More men! More men!"
Michael laughed.
"Do you see how they arrive?"
he asked the woman at the next chair. Barbara Alrech, around 40, chortled madly, and quickly untied the knot holding the top of her dress. Her breasts spilled out onto her plate, and she gestured to them.
"Dost thou come to feast?"
she inquired, her voice deep, grating. Bernard's childhood friend made his presence known in a simpler, yet somehow more chilling way.
"Hello, Bernard,"
he said.
"Have you finally come to play?"
The four of them watched us. Bernard should have shot right away. I should have done the same. Where Margaret had been when we entered, stood a hay-filled pen. Within, only partially visible, were tiny, wiggling figures. "You!" I shouted. Olive tried to stop me. The Albrechs did not.
"Alton,"
Olive urged.
"Why is it always children with you sick freaks?"
I seethed. The latch on the gate tore like tissue paper under my hand. I threw open the exit and stepped on the dense layer of hay. Where had they gone? Where were the children? A muffled coo came from beneath the stack.
"Alton,"
Olive said.
"Do not move."
What's the meaning of this? I accused the disturbing family around the table. Each wore a painfully wide smile under insanely excited eyes. The first set of teeth sank through my trousers and into my calf. A second and third fought over a forearm. Before I could comprehend anything, a third and fourth infernal infant chomped rapidly through the back of my coat. Even after so many years of training and experience, nothing had prepared me for the moment these gray-skinned creatures, infant-sized, attacked. By teeth and jaw, they facially resembled snub-nosed dogs. Oily globes in sunken, wrinkled sockets served for eyes. Aside from the tremendous strength they possessed, the remainder of their construction looked like nearly ordinary babies. I spun around wildly, my strength already beginning to wane. The Albrechs laughed. Bernard rushed to intervene. Margaret leapt through the air and pressed his face into the stonework. His glasses snapped. The lenses ground between flesh and floor. "Olive," I cried. "Help!"
"Not yet,"
she said.
"Not yet, remember. Only once per..."
Too many words. The monster on my calf had chewed through the fabric. I watched, helpless, while it tore meat from bone, running away with the majority of my foot into the cover of the hay.
"Good show! Good show!"
Michael Alrech pounded the table with his palm. The whole room shook. Dust fell from the beams. "Olive," I begged. Somehow I hadn't dropped the well rod. Scarcely aware, I pressed the tip against the head of a forearm chewer and fired. The pop of a well rod pistol is very quiet, not like a typical gun at all. The weird baby monster slackened and ceased to feast.
"No!"
Barbara shouted in not the voice of a woman. She stood up slowly and stalked across the floor, snatching me up. I didn't have the blood supply or enough limbs to stand, so I hung limply, bleeding out and still being consumed. I groaned. So much pain. The room began to darken. Barbara shook me roughly.
Not yet. You die when I say. After killing one of my progeny, your suffering will be long indeed.
Waving her other hand, the monsters unclenched and wailed. Two alike to babies. Just like babies. They continued to cry in discordant protest, until safely buried in the hidden burrows beneath the hay. My whole body shuddered, struggling to keep living. I couldn't manage another syllable.
Do you know how hard it is to get these pitiful bodies to produce?
Barbara said angrily.
And these Cambions were special. No human consciousness to resist. Only a blank slate to be written upon, as our lesser, but loyal, nameless slaves desired.
Possessed babies? Demon-possessed babies? What the hell was a Cambion? I'd heard that word before. Kitty Espazito, or the demon inside her, had said it in regard to Olive and me. Half human, half demon. Barbara's laughter did not match her body. The woman was shapely and feminine, beautiful if not for her insanity. Her voice, manner, and guffaws belonged to a heavy-set laborer.
Stand aside, succubus, Barbara said. Lilith and her impure daughters have long been a nuisance to Asmodai. Our great prince abhors your presence in the court. We condemn your intrusion in our cultivation here.
She released her grip on my hair. I hit the floor, but didn't feel a thing. So badly did I want to sleep. Olive manifested. She touched my back. I could still feel her.
You have chosen to serve the humans on the other side of the world, she said to Barbara. They are extremely conservative in their passions. I can understand why Lord Asmodeus would choose them.
All of the Albrechts hissed and protested as if on cue.
A succubus dares,
Charlie shouted.
They always do, don't they?
Michael added. The other side, this man's side, encourages gambling, lust, and prolific drug use. Does the other? Olive ventured cautiously.
Young fool,
Charlie said, rather bitterly.
Humans are the same all over the world. Their needs are the same, so their desires rarely vary unless they are mad.
He examined his own hand like an addict.
This body is young. We have done much to our mutual satisfaction and enjoyment. It's not the politics, child. It's the individual flesh that matters. Behold what the Soviets arranged for us. Riches and pleasures, enough to make a succubus blush. What have you? A simple man. He does not even allow you the pleasure of his body.
Charlie sneered, disgusted.
You are anchored like a toddler. Even for a lowly daughter of Lilith. This is shameful. Why have we chosen this side? Really? Why choose this? Olive,
I rasped, flirting with unconsciousness.
Help.
So tired.
A little longer, she said. Just a bit more.
Barbara scooped me up by the throat.
Enough. He dies. And you, succubus, will be free as the universe intends.
My mother, Olive countered, standing tall, shapely, in her supposedly modest red shirtwaist dress. I longed to touch her brown curls before I died. Could I touch her? The veil between life and death must have been dreadfully thin for me at that moment.
My mother, Olive repeated, intends otherwise.
The side of Barbara's skull popped like a balloon. Blood, bone, and brain flew across the room, and fell anticlimactically to the floor. Margaret had given up her hold on Bernard. Still on all fours, she'd drawn close to Olive and sniffed her... Well, I really can't say where. Olive let it happen for this reason, I suppose. She vanished, and the possessed girl cast about anxiously. Enough time for Bernard to fire again. The back of Margaret's head exited from her face. She dropped, the same as her mother. Her hot claret made a gruesome rug, mingling with my spent blood. Neither Charlie nor Michael seemed concerned, not even when Bernard shifted to aim at the table. He hadn't been lying. Bernard could shoot. Another bullet took the smug off Michael's face, and his face. He slumped over, and his empty soup bowl filled with gore. Charlie had time to turn and pretend to yawn before Bernard shot him in the eye. He smiled and crumpled off the chair.
Olive,
I prayed. Only seconds away from death. I knew it. Why didn't she? Bernard got to his feet and came to the edge of my blood pond.
Captain, there's nothing. I'm sorry I didn't listen. No,
Olive insisted.
Bernard, turn around. Alton, tell him not to take his eyes off them.
A gurgle and some spit was all I could manage.
Bernard,
Olive raged. The boy flinched. Training kicked in. He brought the rifle to bear just as Barbara sprang to her feet and swiped the glasses off his face. Another shot. It must have missed. Barbara laughed. Her bare feet slapped against the stone. Olive. I concentrated on communicating with her.
Olive, heal me. Bernard is going to die.
Shh, darling, she said.
I won't let you cross. We can't win this fight. Our best hope is they think you're dead and toss your body away.
Olive. I said her name like a warning. I cannot allow this. Heal me at once.
Why? So they can tear you apart again? Only once per day. That's all I can manage. Bernard is a noble human, but he's already close to death. He may die tomorrow. Then I will give him tomorrow. I must try. Please, Olive. We've had our differences and many disagreements. We'll never be the same if you let him die without trying to save him.
Another shot followed by another. He'd soon be out of ammunition. The other Alrech bodies reanimated to a chorus of deranged laughter. Bernard grunted and gasped.
Let's eat him alive,
Margaret suggested cheerfully, with the natural chipper of a teenage girl.
String him. Place him on the table. Charlie and Michael, hold his arms. Margaret, his legs. I will signal the feast. You may have the torso and the organs after I finish with the head.
Her perversion, strangely, put their maddening guffaws to silence as they set to work. The boy struggled and begged.
No, stop, please.
I heard his clothes being torn. Powerful demons with the Albrech's body patched fatal wounds and brought them back from death. Kitty Espazito had been possessed by lowly, nameless devils. A bullet under the chin had ended her pact. I got one thwarted near-death experience a day from Olive. Did the Albrechs get more?
I don't know, Olive admitted. But they seem awfully calm, don't you think? Protect Canada. That was the point, wasn't it? Protect Canada, the West, and all the people hoping to do nothing more than live a peaceful life. Don't you want that, Olive? Don't you want that? For us? Us? We've been together for months now. I've never felt like this before. I want more, Olive. Don't you? Alton. But if you let this happen, my love, there it'll be. Between us forever.
I heard the impact of Bernard hitting the table, cracking plates, scattering cutlery. He'd stopped begging. Charlie or Michael screamed.
Hold him, fools, Barbara stormed. My eye,
Charlie lamented fraudulently, for he soon chuckled.
Bernard is swift. Who knew?
The struggle resumed.
Now, Olive,
It has to be now. Or never. Strength flowed through my veins. What had been lost on the floor returned pure to my body. Flesh regenerated and mended under her gentle massage. Sight came next, and then anger. Barbara bent over the boy. The others had followed her instructions. Charlie had a butter knife in his eye. 3 swats of the well rod. 3 brownings into the skulls of Michael, Margaret, and Charlie. They dropped again, and Barbara sighed.
You are more powerful than most of Lilith's trash,
she said, speaking to Olive.
But you must...
Another swat. Another temporarily dead body. Bernard scrambled to get out from under her. He crashed onto the floor and practically ran on all fours to his rifle. In shock, he looked to me for his next order.
You died. He died. You died,
he muttered.
Shoot them again if they start to come back.
I put away the well rod and got out the garrote, which had a second job. I removed the leather sheath on the razor wire. The garrote became a giggly saw, a tool of surgeons, coroners, and secret agents. Margaret's head slipped off with only a little work. I kicked it across the room. Rather than wait, Bernard began a patrol, blasting each Albrecht until I could remove the heads far away from their bodies.
Does this have any hope of working?
I asked Olive. Bernard winced, but didn't question. He knew I wasn't asking him.
I don't know,
she said.
Asmodeus is tremendously powerful. I don't know who influences these bodies, but they're certainly named, and have his favor.
I don't understand what they're doing, I said. Are the Albrechts and their guests gathering intel? If they're just killing...
The killing, the breeding, is for leisure,
Olive replied.
The Albrechts wanted it.
I looked at Charlie and his little sister.
Yes, even she. Her possession is perfect. She did not resist. The money and the influence of this family is what the Soviets wanted. Adamo wasn't wrong. Even if we manage to end them, send their demons to the depths, there will be hell to pay. I think their entire role was to simply increase crime and destabilize society. That's a Soviet desire, too. Can't get ahead if we're fighting one another.
You mean the criminals? Seems like a boon to Canada if they kill one another. Olive sighed. Even her disappointment held an allure. I wished I could see her. All of her.
If only life were that black and white. I think... Do you mean what you said, Alton?
Her question hung over my neck like the mariner's albatross.
What I said?
I stalled for time. I knew what I'd said. I meant what I'd said. But I was afraid she didn't feel the same.
You said...
Margaret Albrecht's eyes opened. Her severed head had landed against the Cambion pen. Her mouth opened wide, stretching, and then relaxed into a chilling smile.
Run,
Olive advised. Now. Bernard heeded her warning, but in the wrong direction. He ran for a heavy door across from where we'd entered. Coughing, gasping for air, he threw open the doorway on a kind of cellar or miniature dungeon, I suppose. A great uproar of men poured forth from a cramped cell, the kind one might see at a zoo. Instead of animals, however, these were the remnant forces Adamo had sent to kill the Albrechts. A dozen, less one, screamed and begged for their lives. Their Tommy guns had been piled in the center of the room, on top of their clothes. Bernard froze.
It's the spook,
the naked men muttered in the dark.
Here to spring a spook?
A surprisingly calm man, naked like the rest, inquired while resting his back against the bars.
Are you one of them wackos out there?
I didn't have words. Neither did Bernard. He couldn't stop shaking. These men, this group of men, I had discarded in my imagination. They were criminals. They exploited the weak for profit. The world would be better off if they died. But for now, I needed them. And I felt disgusted with myself. Only now? Olive asked, jokingly. I was no better. They used people. I needed to use them. If we were going to live, we needed to use each other. Adamo sent me. I half lied. He hadn't sent me exactly, but he knew where I was going. We're getting out of here. But it's gonna mean working together. You got that? They didn't object, so I continued. The bodies out there are coming back to life. You saw it already, I'm sure. The naked men and their haunted expressions said I'd assumed correctly. We're going to obliterate them, I said, so there's no chance of returning. Then we're burning this maniac mansion to the ground. Got that? The men roused and gathered, and were rightfully astonished when I broke the locks on their cells with only my hands. They rushed forth and took up arms. Bernard stopped them from running into their deaths. If you go now, he gasped, we all die. Form a line. A line. He pushed them into a column, the naked soldiers fighting for their lives. They were as frightened as any band of recruits meeting combat for the first time. No doubt Adamo had selected men with fighting experience. The majority had never killed before, never been in war. Not one among us had faced such a doom. We were all scared of the same thing, and that made us brothers. When they come, I said, do not wait for my call. Fire. Fire every last bullet. Here we stand. There is nowhere to run or retreat. It's here. It's now. Or we die. The first Alrech, Barbara, filled the doorway. I put another Browning in her head. Nobody else followed my instructions. Fire! Fire, damn it! Tommy guns obliterated what should have been a corpse 3 times already. Bernard held back. Low ammunition. Maybe none. Charlie came next. His father after. Margaret sprang over their bullet-ridden bodies and got close enough to die at point-blank range. By the time she went down, however, Barbara began to revive. The mobsters backed away, dismayed and horrified. Shoot her! I yelled. They did. Bernard pointed to the door. I nodded. Out, now! Run for your lives! I shouted after Barbara went down again. I leapt over the bodies and put another bullet in Charlie along the way. Bernard came next, and did the same for Michael. The blast removed his face entirely. Come on, Bernard called. We don't have time. The bullets in Margaret fell out, and sounded like dimes dropping on a sidewalk. Pleasant, if not for the finger she stabbed beneath the nearest man's throat. So fast. No time to scream. Gleefully, the girl adjusted her grip and removed the majority, maybe all, of his spine. The men panicked and ran. One put himself back into his cell. Of the 11, only 3 had the sense or luck to find the exit. Margaret killed more. Gouging eyes, tearing ears, throttling and bashing, biting and clawing, and laughed all the while. The other Albrechts resurrected before we closed the door. Hey, one of the mobsters, small and with a scar through his eyebrow, objected. The others. They're gone, Bernard said. I picked up the dinner table and slammed the length against the door. Seal them in. Bernard and the mobsters tossed the chairs on top of the table. The first impact against the door nearly knocked me off balance. All of us put our strength against theirs. Within seconds, our predicament seemed hopeless. We couldn't hold them forever. Run, I said to Bernard. The others. I should be able to give you... The scarred man and his colleagues didn't budge. We're with you, Spook. Those freaks killed my friends. My cousin, said the second. Brother, said the third. Maud, Bernard offered for his part. The top of the door cracked. All held onto the table. Last shell, Bernard shared. I thought of Olive. This is hopeless, I wanted to say. You could escape, she said. You're fast enough. These others will slow down the Albrechts for a few seconds. You're testing me, aren't you? She didn't answer. Charlie's face smashed a hole through the door. Nose broken, bleeding, he grinned. I'm having a great time. His elation faltered quickly, however. Who are you? Clear a path, gentlemen, Adamo said calmly as he entered the gore-ridden dining room, carrying a flamethrower. Another man wore the fuel tank and brandished a bandolier of grenades over his shoulder. Adamo shot a stream of liquid fire into the now vacant hole. Charlie had fled into the cell, revealing a potential weakness: fire. Could they be undone if reduced to ash? We were certainly going to try and find out. Alton, Adamo said, would you be so kind as to move the table? Flames danced on the polished surface. I tipped it over, within reach. The grenadier took off 3 pineapples and popped them through the hole in the door. After the explosions, I ran and plucked the remnants from the hinges. Smoke, burnt flesh, and the general foul stench of death filled the air. Bernard's first whiff started him on the worst fit of all. The scarred man tried to take him aside, but Bernard shook his head and stayed put. Better give him another dose, Adamo, I said. He obliged, turning the prison into a literal hell. I stood by his side and could see the 4 Albrechts crawling toward us in the flames. I saw the resolve of my friend break as they came within reach. He stepped back through the doorway and spent every drop of fuel. The bodies, all of them, were gone in the aftermath. Soot and blackened fat coated the stone walls. Olive? I wondered. Are they gone? I think so. Mission accomplished. She sounded sad. I didn't have the willpower to go over this experience with her at the moment. A flamethrower would have been really useful for the other loose end in the room. In that pen. I lit the candelabra and tossed it into the hay. Smoke, rather than flame, drove the remaining Cambion from their burrows. The grenadier, horrified, did the rest. We went upstairs. I practically carried Bernard. He'd coughed up so much blood. He needs a doctor, the scarred man observed pointlessly. Maud, he rasped. I'll find her, I told him. He held onto my arm. I see her, sir. The angel. I see her face. She's... Another episode seized control of his airways. I raced through the freezing upper hallways. Other than the temperature, nothing seemed extraordinary. The Albrechts seemed to keep their villainy generally contained to where we'd found them. It didn't bode well for Maud. If we hadn't found her already... Hello? Asked a woman's voice through a bedroom door. Is someone out there? Asked a man, too, from the same room. Maud? I ventured. Dr. Kelsey? Bernard sent me. Step back from the door. I ripped the locked handle and a fair chunk of oak to get to them. A tall, gangly, yet beautiful woman stood behind an even taller, ganglier man. He held a fire poker nervously. Back away. Leave us alone. Whoa, slow down. I'm here to help. Royal Canadian Mounted Police. At your service. I didn't consider myself a Mountie. I'd only ever ridden a horse once at a relative's farm, but I thought the half-truth might calm them a bit, and get Mr. Kelsey to put down the poker. Bernard had told the half-truth too. Perhaps a bit selfishly. He fantasized about rescuing her and could pretend they had a reciprocal love. Judging by the way these two clung to each other, I didn't think the doctor had been having an affair with her patient. Bernard said he wanted to propose, Olive added to my speculation. He didn't say he was going to. No point in mulling it over. We had to go. They followed me downstairs to the foyer. Adamo had placed his jacket over Bernard's lower half. The other mobsters had already cleared out through the open cathedral exit. My friend helped Bernard drink whiskey from a flask. He stopped when the young soldier jerked his head toward us. Toward Maud. "You're safe then." He spoke quietly because he could manage no more. "Good." The faint life in his eyes departed, and Corporal Bernard Irving died. Maud pushed her husband and me to kneel by his side. "Bernard?" she questioned professionally. I knew then for sure. She had never seen Bernard as anything else but her patient. But he loved her. He loved her more than himself and his own life. I don't know what he planned to do with his affection before Dr. Kelsey, accompanied by her husband, made their house call to the Albrechts. Maybe nothing. Contentment in her happiness seemed to satisfy the young soldier enough. That's why he'd come here and why he'd given his life. I felt jealous of the man on the floor at that moment. He achieved precisely what he'd intended. All of my experience taught me no one ever gets what they want. Not truly. "You don't know what you want?" Olive accused me bitterly. "I'm not a mod. Never will be. Will I?" I couldn't assure her because I didn't know. "Time for departure," Adamo declared. "This place is about to burn to the ground. And fast. Alton, would you be so kind as to drive us all in your Studebaker?" I nodded. I drove. The flames filled the rearview mirror. The black gate had been torn down with hooks, chains, and a truck. Adamo again. He thought out loud about the warfare to come. The whole point of framing another outfit had been to direct violence toward a rival. Now there'd simply be a vacuum of power in the underworld. Each group would suspect one another. Alliances and arrangements would shift. He felt certain a bloodbath would ensue. "Have to call in relief from my father," he lamented. "But doing so will suggest to others we're trying to seize control of whatever the Albrechts were doing." "Don't look at me," I said. "I don't have a clue." "Monsters," Maud seethed. "Evil, wicked things. Not human. No, they can't be." She began to weep. Her husband held her close to his chest as she sobbed into him. Mr. Kelsey searched for the words. "They kept getting pregnant. We don't know how. Margaret and Barbara were both pregnant when we arrived. We helped them deliver, but the babies, they weren't... I don't know what they were." I wouldn't soon forget the Cambion offspring. "They wouldn't let us go," Maud cried. "They said we were needed. We didn't understand. And then Margaret came a few weeks later. Pregnant again. How? How? And she gave birth to twins and..." Maud's terror prevented further explanation. Adamo passed his silver flask into the back seat. They justifiably drank it all. And, despite everything, fell asleep before we reached Tour Hill. Adamo sent them off to a nice hotel with two of his men in my Studebaker. I didn't object. If I ever laid eyes on that car again, it'd be too soon. We went into the silent and dark casino. Adamo had closed and sent everyone home during prime business hours, including the sorely needed bartender. He meandered to the bar, pointing himself at his preferred stool, but I tugged his arm toward the elevator. "You saved my life today," I said. "Least I can do is mix you a drink." "You could do that at the bar," he countered. "I didn't send the booze home for the night." I smiled. "You asked before to see where I lived. You didn't like not knowing about a secret space above your casino. I have nothing else to offer you, my friend. If it puts you at ease, then come on, I'll show you." Not sure Intrepid or the RCMP would approve of bringing up a criminal to our apartment, Alton, Olive said, but she didn't sound too serious. I showed him the button combination to open the secret passage at the back wall of the elevator. We exited together, and he seemed fascinated. I could hear the Hydra shortwave radio beeping before we reached the door, and I understood the name being repeated over and over. My chin sagged against my chest. "What is it?" Adamo asked. I opened the door. The dits and dahs continued. Charles Albrecht. Charles Albrecht. Charles Albrecht. "Good news, Adamo," I said. "You don't have to call your dad tomorrow." He cocked an eyebrow. I told him. We drank, and he passed out in the chair by the fire. I watched Frost crawl slowly up the window. Olive's invisible arms weaved under mine, and she pressed her hands against my chest. "Can you feel my heart?" I asked her. "I can't feel anything," she admitted. "But I know that's beating, and that's enough for me today." "Olive." "Shh," she soothed again like so many times. "That's enough for me today." The charred husk of the mansion offered nothing on the whereabouts of the last Albrecht. Charlie. A real bastard. Keen on murder. And some kind of immortal. I wouldn't have escaped the dungeon below without Adamo and his mobsters. He'd burned them all to ash with a flamethrower. Yet Charlie, or his demon, had managed to put him back together. It defied sense. "I thought you'd given up on the world making sense since we got hitched." Olive, my demon, anchored to the tattoo on my forearm. A snake wrapped around her invisible yet seductive form, quipped. "There's nothing here, Alton. Charlie's gone." "He's gone," I informed Adamo. My friend adjusted his glasses. A subtle sign of frustration from a man more academic than criminal. "Left town?" Olive answered. "Likely, yes. Maybe to regroup. Maybe he's been reassigned. I'm guessing he's across the border, but who knows?" Few could see or hear a demon unless they wanted to make themselves known, which was rare. Demons, or whatever Olive and her fellow entities called themselves, were more comfortable in a world where humans steadily doubted the existence of evil beyond themselves. The atrocities of World War II were conducted by people. Not gods, not devils, just men. And that gave many pause in attributing the origin of woe to supernatural forces. Hell, I doubted it too. "Maybe across the border," I said to Adamo. Adamo nodded slowly. "Others will assume he's dead if he doesn't resurface." "I see." Olive had it wrong. Charlie didn't need to regroup. He'd been burnt to nothing and walked away. The infernal immortal of untold powers. He could go into the casino and kill us all. Even with what power Olive could give me, I don't think I could stop him. No. Charlie had left us for a different reason. His mission. As a Soviet agent, a traitor to Canada, he'd likely been tasked with disrupting and weakening society. To that end, his sudden absence would create speculation amongst the crime families in Bridal Veil Lake. The Albrechts had their money in many illegal endeavors. With the family seemingly wiped out, a power vacuum had been created. These cavities in the makeup of the underworld would have to be filled, and each group would think that they would be the ones to do it. I didn't ask if Adamo still thought he could pin the destruction of the mansion and the missing Albrechts on one of his rivals. He would have said so. Instead, we returned to his car, and smoked in the back seat, while his chauffeur drove us back from the rich part of town to Tour Hill. "We could," I ventured slowly, giving time for Adamo to return from his deep thinking. "Tell the other leaders the truth." Olive snickered. "Oh yeah, that'll go over well." I wanted to tell her to shut up. Adamo had intuited the existence of Olive, but wisely reserved his judgment. I don't know if he believed an entity followed me everywhere, or if he thought I'd simply lost my mind. He seemed like the type to only decide when all the facts were revealed. Certainly, he'd seen unreasonable and terrifying things in the Alrech's basement. Abominations and the impossible. One did not return from bullets to the brain. Yet the Alrechs had done just that. Not once, but several times. I tried telling him about my mission in Bridalveil Lake, about Olive and the world of demons, allying themselves with both the East and West, but we'd never spoken about it candidly again. Perhaps, Adamo said, aiming a plume through a gap in the window. Part of the truth. Which part? I wondered. That they were traitors to the country. We could say the RCMP attacked and a spook was involved. Look, Adamo, I said, I know your men know about me. Hell, they even know my name. But I'm not sure the RCMP or any of the other secret services want me to advertise. It could compromise the mission. Adamo didn't counter. He continued staring out the window, and we smoked our cigarettes in silence, until we reached the Jade Empress. Breakfast seemed in order. I offered to buy it this time, which was a joke. Mr. Adamo DeFranco and I never paid. We left big tips, though. There were a few tourists seated already. The nearest waiter ceased his interaction with a young couple trying to order something for their baby. Mr. DeFranco, the waiter stammered. He looked stressed. I would have objected, but Adamo beat me to it. Hold on, he said. Go and finish with that couple first. You run a decent restaurant where people are treated with the utmost respect. Is that right? The waiter nodded eagerly. But, Mr. DeFranco, there's some men to see you, and... Adamo cut him off. They can wait, and so can I. Off you go. Our usual table in the back corner had been reserved, of course. A perk of being the boss. But one Adamo had never asked for. He preferred people to respect him for his kindness and keen mind. His vicious brother, Frank, who I had killed, ruled through violence and fear. Adamo wanted to inspire his people, make them believe that what they did provided community and security. Would he resort to force? You bet. The man knew how to handle himself, but only when diplomacy and less costly options were exhausted. A different waiter filled our coffee mugs. Adamo, I said. I see them, Alton. Nevertheless, he calmly unfolded the newspaper, appearing entirely unbothered by the large fellow stewing in the booth next to ours. Friends? He didn't answer, and that told me everything. They looked like leg breakers. As if rehearsed, the four of them got up together and moved toward our table. That's far enough, I said, patting my coat. I didn't need my pistol to handle these guys, but violence in the Jade Empress would certainly be frowned upon by Adamo. Plus, we hadn't reached mid-morning, and it already felt like a long day. Mr. DeFranco, a sizable yet lumpy man in a cheap suit said. Harry Dogood. He extended his hairy hand, which Adamo wisely declined. Mr. Dogood, Adamo said after an intentional pause that made Harry and his motley crew seem nervous. The bank robber. Harry pulled off his hat, revealing stringy hair on a shiny scalp. Why not just cut it off? The hair, not the scalp. He held his hat in both hands like an apologetic child. That's right, Mr. DeFranco. I did that. Did what? I asked. I'd never heard of Harry Dogood. Once upon a time, Adamo said, sounding bored and not at all suited to using such a whimsical phrase. Mr. Dogood here lowered himself through a skylight of the Imperial Bank of Canada. It was early in the morning, and he waited for employees to arrive. He tied them all up and walked away with, about $18,000 in cash and bonds. Didn't get far, though, eh, Harry? No, sir, Mr. DeFranco, Harry admitted. And I wouldn't say I walked away, though that was the plan, sir. He looked at me to explain, since Adamo seemed to know the whole story well.
Got spotted, stole a taxi. Got nabbed on my way to St. Catharines. Did my time, got out of jail. Now I'm back home with my mom.
His expression shifted into greater malaise.
Only thing is, I can't get a job anywhere.
Without taking his eyes from the newspaper, Adamo observed the fact that the man arrived in a company. He seemed to have fallen in with some sort of operation.
Yes, sir. No, sir.
Harry clasped a hand over his mouth.
You see, the truth is, Mr. DeFranco, there are a lot of guys like me. Soldiers back from the war. And, you see, things didn't go well for our families while we were gone. I only tried to rob the bank, sir, because my mom is sick. My wife and kids weren't living in the house when I got back. Mom said she'd left with some other guy.
Finally, Adamo set down the newspaper. Why are you here today, gentlemen? Looking back to his friends, Harry received 3 silent but desperate glares, encouraging him to proceed with one very obvious question.
We need work, sir. We're all out of jail, did our time, sir. Nobody will hire us. We've got no families left, except for me and my mom. And we don't want to change our names or forget who we are. We're not bad people. They called us heroes for what we did in the war. Can't forget that. Might be the best we've ever done.
I'm not exactly sure what job you think you would do for me, Adamo pointed out. The man had to be careful. He'd bribed the majority of Bridal Veil Lake Police, but that didn't mean some other federal organization didn't want his head. Even as a member of the RCMP, I couldn't protect him. Mostly because the regular RCMP didn't exactly know I existed, and Camp X, where I came from, had been officially shut down.
Sir?
Harry made his voice quiet and crouched lower, bringing his face too close for my friend's comfort, though Adamo hit it well.
I heard you lost some men. We're soldiers. We're soldiers. We're still strong and...
Adamo silenced him with an extended index finger. Aside from spraying fire into a family of extremely possessed dilettantes, this was the most aggressive action I'd ever seen Adamo display.
Where did you hear that, Harry?
Harry blubbered.
Well, sir, I didn't mean no offense or anything. I overheard a few men at the General Brock, sir. Now, I don't know who they were, but they said...
Tell me, Adamo ordered him. Their exact words. Sweat pasted Harry's stringy hair to his scalp under his meaty palm.
I'm not sure, sir. Even if I can't remember exactly.
One of Harry's comrades mercifully came to his aid.
I think they were yours, Mr. DeFranco. One of them said you lost close to half of everybody. Then he took a drink, sir, and said goodnight. The other sat a while, continued drinking. He seemed fairly shocked by whatever happened, sir.
Finally, Adamo lowered his finger, but remained tense as he studied the 4 of them.
You know, I just thought of something.
He clearly lied. Adamo never had sudden bursts of inspiration. He'd have ideas and only present them as one would move chess pieces, all with a grand strategy in mind.
This is my friend, Mr. Anderson.
Oh no, Olive lamented.
We're in it now, aren't we?
I watched and waited. Ever since the Albrechts, I had felt a shift in my friendship with Adamo. After he'd assisted, by stepping aside, in the death of his brother at my hands, I'd respected him. That respect had grown over the months, because he seemed at odds with his unsavory career. A mob boss that despised being both a boss and the mob.
Alton was a soldier too, Adamo continued. But he has a new job now, one that provides him enormous resources. Why, just the other day he bought a $4,000 car.
Harry and his fellows appeared astonished. They'd be less impressed if they knew the car had been an ordinary Studebaker that had seen better days. I'd bought it in a hurry from a couple on their honeymoon. Why? I needed to ride fast in order to stop Adamo's men from attacking the demonically possessed Albrechts. In the end, only a few made it out alive, and not because of me. It had been Adama with the flamethrower. He had saved my life, too. I owed it to him to play along with whatever thing he had in mind here. Plus, I admit to wanting to help fellow veterans. There hadn't been much support for returning soldiers. Sometimes they got a little money or help finding a job, but not always. Coming home felt like arriving on a strange planet where only you and a handful of others understood reality. Work has been difficult, hasn't it, Alton? Adamo asked, well already knowing the truth. I'd completed 3 missions since September, and almost died on each. Still, I didn't know exactly what I would do with 4 guys. My friend, so astute, noticed my struggle. You get the names, but you don't often know where to find them. 4 locals, one of them observant enough to track me down on some overheard gossip, might be useful. He retrieved a small diary from inside his jacket. They'll stay here, of course. Several apartments are vacant. You'll cover their rent while you employ them. The Canadian government would. My account, the one they'd given me, had just under $100,000 in it. That's about $1.5 million these days. I'm not so sure about this, Alton, Olive said. He's not wrong. We need help. She confirmed the ability to hear my directed thoughts by replying, We don't even know who they are. Harry Dogood, daring bank robber. Haven't you been listening? Olive chose to remain silent rather than respond to my taunts. A frustrating habit she'd adopted recently. I liked it better when we bantered. Can I bring my mom? Harry asked. The settlement of my 4 goons followed swift introductions. Harry Dogood, of course. Robert McDonald. Big guy. Quiet. A little too quiet. I could barely hear when he said his name. Larry Wilson. Short, but at least as broad as Robert. He'd been the one to speak up on behalf of Harry, and had a sparkle to his eyes that made it look like he could start crying at any second. Arthur Reed. Quiet too, but twitchy, like it took effort to keep his mouth shut. He wasn't as big as the other 3. Tall, sure, but lean, with long arms and thin fingers. Still reading, Adamo allowed himself a subtle smile. 5 Scots. What are the chances?
Begging your pardon, sir, Mr. DeFranco,
Robert said.
We're Canadians.
I stand corrected, Adamo said. I told the men to sit down at their original table while I figured out what assistance they could offer. Extra muscle and more guns would be useful. Against demons, however, it might just get them killed. They seemed like nice guys. I didn't want them to die. Okay, I started. Here's the job. You go around town, your favorite haunts, and you listen. Just like Harry did at the pub, alright? Be here at this table every morning to provide a report. I may not show up for these morning meetings every day. Hell, I like to sleep in sometimes. It just means I'm busy. Or dead. I didn't want to scare them either, though. If you hear anything interesting or suspicious, of a criminal nature especially, or even just odd, you make a note and you tell me. For that, I'll pay you $60 a week. Each. They got excited. Harry drummed his hands like an imbecile on the tabletop, rattling the utensils and plates. You cut that out, I said, a little severely. Their faces dropped. Jeez, they look like kids. You work for me now, and that means you're quiet, observant, and don't draw attention to yourself. You got that? Yes, sir, they answered in unison. Soldiers, indeed. You can address me as captain, I told them. That's what I'd left the war with, and I'd prefer you not use my name in public too often. Especially if I'd somehow been talked into forming my own gang. Maybe that's why he did it. Olive weighed in. She distracted me. I almost answered, What?
Captain?
Harry said.
You alright? You look like...
He thought better of saying and straightened up in the booth. Say it, I ordered.
Nothing, Captain,
he said.
It just Well, it looked like you heard something is all.
I nodded. He wasn't wrong. You gotta stay out of it sometimes, Olive. I'm trying to think. Careful, my love, she said. Don't hurt yourself. I'm sure you'll learn someday how to walk and carry a tune at the same time. Her laugh didn't sting. I adored the sound, and realized how sad she'd been lately. I wanted to help, but how? Stupid thoughts again, Alton, she cooed. Focus. I don't think we need the 4 Scots. Canadians, I corrected her. Heroes. Down on their luck. I have to help them. Alton, Adamo said, why not use the office upstairs for your meeting? People are trying to enjoy their breakfast. Go on, I'll be right up. The Jade Empress had packed it in today. As far as I knew, they were the only restaurant to serve Western-style food in the morning and traditional Chinese fare in the afternoon. I like both. I like the waiters and the manager, Lao Chi Wei. Hell's bells. Was I starting to get comfortable? Slow down, cowboy, Olive cautioned. All right, sure, I said. Follow me, boys. Our quintet hit the door beside the washrooms, piling into a narrow stairwell I didn't know existed. Within 4 steps, we synchronized, and for reasons I didn't understand, that made me feel good. The office door had a stenciled name on the glass, Charles Lau. Sounded an awful lot like the manager. Alton, Olive said in her cautionary tone. A little too late. The door shut behind us. Harry turned the bolt. I pretended not to notice the sudden aggressive energy building in the room, and walked to the desk where a swivel wingback chair turned, revealing Lao Chi Wei with a sword across his lap. Welcome, gentlemen, he said in perfect English. Mr. Alton, if you wouldn't mind stepping this way. He gestured to the side of his desk. I didn't have to ask what had changed. I saw the faces of the 4 Scots. Harry looked the guiltiest of all. The others just stared. It's not personal, Captain, Larry said, before stepping forward with balled fists. A black metal dagger with a red tether seemed to appear from the small of his neck. He dropped and gasped silently, like a fish out of water. Lao Chi Wei was standing now. I hadn't heard him move. He presented his right hand, and 3 more identical daggers to the 3 remaining Scots. Don't be fools, gentlemen, he advised them. Sweat coated Harry once more. You don't understand. We can't go back. He'll kill us if we fail. I didn't fully understand what their intent had been in the first place. Olive somehow invisibly conveyed the rolling of her eyes. Don't you get it? They weren't here for Adamo or jobs. They have a job. You're the job. She stopped short of calling me a dummy. Who sent you? I asked, presenting my well-wrought pistol. They ticked me off with their probably true sob story. I would have helped them. What now? Speak up. Mr. DeFranco won't be so patient. Charles Albrecht, sir, Harry said. I'm sorry for this. For a big guy, he moved surprisingly fast, with an unexpected twist that caught Wei Lao Chi and I off guard. I missed with the pistol. The throwing knife buried itself in the wall. Harry threw his body into me with little effect, other than the slight inconvenience of dropping the well rod. He stepped back, a little confused. He was bigger. How could he have failed to budge a guy under 6 feet? He tried a wild haymaker. Fast, but not fast enough. The succubus in the room gave me augmented strength and speed. I caught his arm and accidentally punched a hole in his chest. If I could see my face, I bet it would have been just as shocked as Harry's. My entire fist had plunged through his ribcage and stopped his heart. Harry Duguid left his brief employment and sad life within the next 2 seconds. I used his body to the floor. My fist made a disgusting, wet sucking sound. A boot pulled from deep mud as I freed it. The two remaining men sank to their knees and trembled. Wei Lao remained calm as he casually slashed their throats with a single cut from his sword. The men slumped and bled out, twin pools colliding into an ocean across the hardwood. Adamo entered quietly. "Thank you, Chi Wei." He bowed slightly, and then, remarkably, began to speak Chinese. Cantonese, I learned later, to be specific. I didn't understand a word of their exchange, but it ended with Adamo apologizing in English. "I'm sorry I didn't have a better idea." "No trouble, my friend." Wei Lao nodded and smiled. "The Tong is grateful. I'm happy. Everything is good." He gave me a nod before finding the door, which left me with Adamo. "He's pretty sure you're a Guigui," Adamo said. "Gui what?" Olive laughed. "A demon." "Oh." Adamo surveyed the damage. "Didn't think this room would be used for murder again." "Again?" "Before the casino had been finished, when they slapped that big dumb statue of Fortuna on the roof, to let everyone know where the illegal casino is." Adamo shook his head. "Frank had this room soundproof for his distasteful activities." He sneered and appeared as if he might throw up. That the mere thought of his older brother's murders of innocent girls disgusted him more than the actual dead bodies in his presence said a lot about the horror Frank had extracted from his victims. "Are you glad he's dead?" I asked. "Glad that I killed him?" "That's what you asked me?" he replied. "You're not upset I sent you up here completely unprepared for what was coming?" I shrugged. "We're friends, Adamo. If anyone could have thought of a better solution, it'd be you." I moved to the window, parted the blinds to the street and to her hill. "How'd you know it was coming?" "My men don't drink at the General Brock. Why would they? They drink here for free. They're also not so stupid as to talk about such matters openly. These men don't drink at the General Brock either. It's a cocktail lounge for guests. Requires proper attire. And ordered food as per the law. They've never stepped inside. It occurred to me that those 4 Canadians... Scots, I corrected. He smirked. Those 4 weren't here for me. It was a pretense to get close to you. Maybe a clumsy attempt to sow mistrust in my ranks." "It was Charlie," I said. "Uh-huh, that makes sense. His insanity, or maybe his arrogance, would excuse the brazen stupidity of moving into a hotel a few blocks away from you." Adamo joined me at the window while some of his men entered. I'd seen them around before. Custodians of a special kind. The ones who erased crime scenes. They began their work with mops and buckets, wrapping the bodies in painter's tarps as they went along. "I'm not glad he's dead, Alton," Adamo said of his brother. "I'm sorry he existed in the first place. In a better universe, predators wouldn't wear the skin of a human being." We smoked cigarettes because we couldn't leave until we'd been cleaned up too. Wei Lao, or more familiarly known to his close friends, Chi Wei, kept an interesting bottle of some kind of alcohol on his desk. It was both too early and too late to drink. Adamo called it white liquor, and warned me against drinking too much. He wasn't wrong. The clear liquid looked like vodka, but stole the tension and the trauma of the moment faster. In a rare feat, I only had one. "These guys wouldn't have known about the General Brock Hotel," I said. "But Charlie would have. His family probably owns it. Why send them with obviously false information?" "Could be arrogance," Adamo pondered. "The Asmodai are notorious sons of bitches," Olive concurred. Soft fingers massaged between my shoulder blades. I suppressed the urge to melt into a puddle. I thought a little more about it. "Maybe he's there," I said. "That would be too brazen, even for him," Olive said. "I'd use this ploy for a trap," Adamo added. He considered the now empty floors where the bodies and the blood had been removed already. Charlie would know these men had no hope of killing you. Why, thank you, I said. If Wei Lao hadn't been here. Olive trailed off. Wei Lao had helped, but I would have been fine. Okie dokie, Smokey, she replied sarcastically. More laughter. Ah, the sound. Adamo had crawled inside his own head to think. I could tell by the way his mouth hung open slightly, and his eyes became unfocused, almost as if he'd left his body entirely. Yes, he concluded. They didn't have a hope. They'd be killed fast and, ideally, without revealing who had sent them. Charlie wouldn't be so stupid as to tell them who he was, but one of them probably recognized him. Charlie and his father had been regulars in the casino years ago. They practically advertised their visits, but he'd been intentional about them mentioning the General Brock. He wants us to go there. I helped. Yes. Definitely a trap, Olive observed. Charlie's still the target, I concluded, and we have no other leads. Adamo believed I'd spoken to him, and shrugged. He's not making himself known, so the coming war may only be diverted if we find him alive, and in charge of his family's operations. You actually agree? Olive and I said in unison. We'll need time to plan, he said. Okie dokie, I cheerfully concluded. But we're going to need more white liquor, and a different workspace. And a shower, Alton, Olive suggested. You smell like death. We spent the better part of the afternoon in the apartment. Nobody liked my idea of showing up and pressuring the staff to reveal Charlie's room. Such a dumb idea, my love, Olive said, patting my head. He might not be there, and you'll be pressuring people who have no answers. She wore different perfume, less potent, and it allowed her natural scent, something like sweat, but good, alluring, to cloud my mind with other, less virtuous thoughts. She could read my mind. Not just stupid thoughts, either. I could speak to her just in my head, and she'd respond. Yet, I didn't feel scrutinized or awkward at all. She didn't respond to the filthy ideas playing in the cerebral skull theater, but I swore I could sense her general approval and more. Pleasure and need. An unsatiated desire coursed through her. I knew it. I wasn't making it up. Did the mind reading go both ways? Cut it out, Alton, she sniped. She blocked the connection like a lady realizing a peeping Tom stood outside the window. Not my fault. You should have closed the curtains. She didn't respond. I yawned and stretched out on the couch. The sun had begun to set, and I'd once again drank too much. Adamo had been staring out the window at the lake with its waterfall for hours, it seemed. I got tired of waiting. I'll check in as a guest under a false name, and in a disguise. See if he's there. If he is... I couldn't suppress another yawn. If he is, I'll kill him before he knows it. Restrain him for transport so we can destroy his body thoroughly, thus ending these bloody Albrechts forever. Turning slowly from the window, Adamo smiled weakly. That's a good plan. We can work out the details for destruction tomorrow. He sounded tired and disappointed. You okay, my friend? I'm in it, aren't I? He asked rhetorically before chuckling. We've locked arms out of necessity, and now we're stuck with both feet in each other's world. Never thought I'd be working for the good of the nation. Never thought I'd be a mobster, I said. But if we're stuck, I'm glad it's with a mobster like you. And not Frank. Whoa, Nelly, that would have been awful. He collected his coat and hat from the rack by the door. Dits and Dawes started pouring from the hydro radio in the closet. Adamo hesitated by the door. What does it say? He asked when the communication finished. I'd stayed on the couch to light another lucky strike. After I exhaled, I gave him the name. Margaret Dale. Know her? I shook my head. No. What does this mean for your plan to the General Brock? I don't know. Charlie's still a target. Looks like I have two, but only one lead. See you in the morning, Adamo. Good night. The idea of sleeping in my clothes held merit, but didn't manifest. I got up and went to shower, where her scent said she waited. The water sprouted hot from the head, and Olive's translucent silhouette appeared, droplets streaming over invisible, well, everything. I didn't understand, and I didn't care. I stripped and got in with her. Feeling dirty, my love? I asked. Her arms wrapped around my back, and she pressed her body against mine. It felt so good. Almost divine. She kissed me next. Deeply and in the French way, which I'd never done before. I liked it. A lot. Is this why you're so happy today? I asked when her tongue relented. No, actually. The invisible woman vanished under a sudden splash of the water that had collected in her hair and on her skin. Olive? No answer. Boy, demonic dames were just as nuts as human ones. Fine, my dear, I said, shaking my head. Go quiet. Stay that way. I don't have time for games. I wrapped a towel around my waist. Quiet but insistent, a knock came from outside the apartment. Adamo had returned. He wore an expression his face lacked the muscles for. Confusion. I'd only known him for a handful of months, and yet, to see him distraught, upset me on a surprising level. I realized I'd already come to rely on his keen mind and seemingly infinite calm. Just like one of his men. What's the matter, Adamo? Margaret Dale, he said, is dead. He stepped forward, and I, only in a towel, felt obliged to move aside. Murdered. And you'll never guess where. His hands shook as he struggled with his cigarette case. A habit. A tell, in fact, of his uncertainty. It happened whenever he confronted a problem momentarily beyond his staggering comprehension. Unlike him, I had to think about his question. More unfortunate, my already average critical thinking skills were corroded because of Olive's quick thinking. The General Brock. Back, are you? I crossed my arms. She ignored the spurned lover act, and I soon felt ridiculous. Clearing my throat, I passed along Olive's answer. The General Brock. He gave up on the cigarette case, pressing it into my steadier hands. Yes, and what could it mean? I retrieved one of his rolled cigarettes and planted it in his mouth. Sorry, lighter's in my other towel. He didn't notice the absence of flame and sucked on the unlit dart, exhaling nothing. What does it mean? What does it mean? Mission accomplished, I ventured. But Charlie, he said, whispering the name like a chant. Charlie, Charlie, what does it mean? He wasn't asking me, but I thought I had an answer. The hydro messages aren't encoded. It's a shortwave radio. Someone could be listening to every one. I went to the bar, deciding I had not in fact finished drinking for the night. Try to relax, Adamo. The Soviets eliminate their own assets from time to time. The RCMP aren't encoding the target messages, probably because they want the other side to know what we know. Margaret Dale's death could be the Soviets' answer. They don't care that we know. I held up a bottle of red wine to help me sleep. Drink? Surprisingly, he agreed. And then we were standing by the large window with generous glasses of Bright's Baco Noir. He swirled the drink, stirred into its darkness. You'll still go, he concluded. Yes. Despite the strong coincidence. Adamo finally brought the glass to his mouth, and gulped an amount considered gratuitous for an inexperienced drinker. The sound he emitted spoke of distaste. We're missing something, he gasped. I drank too. Too sweet for my liking. Again, for the purposes of falling asleep, it served as medicine. A soldier rarely gets the big picture details. That's intentional. Keep it simple. That's what Intrepid had advised before he'd left forever. At least Adamo would stick around. I would stick around. With my hand on his shoulder, I offered comfort. Drink, friend, for we all may die tomorrow. He chuckled. I should drink more if it makes me a poet like you. We clinked glass. Carpe diem. Yeah, I said. That. I drained the rest and heaved a sigh. Ready? Adamo choked on the vino vitae. Ready? You mean now? But are you alright? You mean sober? No. But that's preferable for the scene of a murder. Can you get us in? It turned out he could. Connections forged through bribery earned us access to a grisly scene in a hotel room at the General Brock. I won't pretend the building didn't appear above my station. Gilded brass or whatever slathered the edges of a brick tower forged in the past, but updated to modernity. A doorman guided us and a detective through a back door, to the interior corridors and a set of stairs, where we climbed to the 11th floor. Thick carpet swallowed the auditory evidence of our passage. The detective, whose name he did not offer, brought us through the constables posted throughout the floor, to a room at the end of the hall. Guests had been told to stay in their rooms. Rightfully so. Never in their worst nightmares would they imagine the content of this room. It was the smell, I figured. The stench of death. The police hadn't cleared the floor to spare them from asking what it was. That, or the possibility a killer hid amongst them. 10 minutes, spook, the detective said, signaling for the men by the door in question to step aside. Adamo held a kerchief over his face. Dear God. A thick runner of blood and ribbons of flesh ran from the door to the bed. Through a puncture in the window overlooking the Bridal Veil Falls, the sullied room greedily drank fresh, cold air. Bullet hole, I said, for both Adamo and Olive's benefit. What? Adamo stammered. His attention had been captured reasonably by the grotesquerie sprawled across the queen-size bed, like forbidden charcuterie. Margaret Dale's head remained untouched. Perfect. If one neglected the fact that it had been expertly severed from her shoulders, and placed on the nightstand as if to witness the butchering of her body. Post-murder, her body had been flayed, skin peeled into a placemat for the rest of the work, meticulous separation of muscle from bone, organs arranged in a row, the brain dissected into its individual mysteries. Why? Adamo held on to me to keep from passing out. I found it oddly cute. A mob boss who abhorred violence. He ought to run for a government position. Why would he do this? Charlie? I asked. He didn't do this. At least, I don't think so. The look developing on Adamo's face resembled mine many years ago, when the horrors of war, the real depths of human depravity, had been forever etched into a young soldier's mind. At first, I'd been told this understanding was a rite of passage. I was leaving behind childish things. But I no longer bought what old men sold to help them sleep at night. I couldn't sleep at night. And what comfortable lie could I tell Adamo to ease him through the shedding of his remaining innocence? I felt tremendously sad to have to say anything but the truth. It's okay, I said. It gets easier. I left out the why. Because parts of you die. Because you become the thing you glimpsed in the abyss. How did... He began to retch. Even his psychotic brother had not fully taught him the contrived lesson of the world. She was shot, I said, moving along. The hole in the window. The killer missed at least once. None of the Alrechs used a gun. They didn't need them. Also, Charlie's an animal. I know he did depraved things. I saw visions in the wrought iron of their gate. Charlie extracts pain from the living. This woman died before all of this. That sound about right, Olive? Uh-huh, she answered after a beat. And I knew the rift she'd made in the shower hadn't closed a bit. The rug beneath the bed had been dyed in Margaret's red. I got closer, but stayed on the hardwood. These cuts were done with surgical tools. A small, bare footprint had stamped the floor. The killer is a woman. Could it be Margaret's? Adamo asked, his typical intellect suspended by shock. No. Dead people can't walk. Just to be sure, I picked up the relevant foot and put it alongside the print. Margaret had bigger feet. Nope, not hers. Adamo passed out. Nice work, Olive commented sarcastically. Oh, we're talking again now? No dirty laundry in front of the desecrated corpse, dear. I got the sense she hovered over Margaret. All this was unnecessary, if the purpose was to lead you into a trap. Uh-huh. Doesn't make much sense. So what does? The killing was both utility and personal, I surmised. We made a mistaken assumption, I believe. Oh? Not unless there's a third purpose. I picked up Adamo. His small frame felt so light, like carrying a baby. And, like a baby, I hoped he didn't wake before I got him to bed. With any luck, he'd sleep through the night, and attribute his experience to a nightmare. Charlie organized the trap, she continued, and we thought he'd be here to spring it. I thought he'd want to enact his revenge personally. Is that arrogant? Olive laughed, and I felt the tension in my body ease. A little. It was Adamo who accomplished the bulk of the deed, you'll recall. Yes. And I helped, I said, with emphasis on the I, earning another giggle. Adamo stirred uncomfortably in my arms. I shouldn't have brought him. You wouldn't have gotten in on your own. Oh, no, I said sarcastically. Then how would the trap be sprung? Don't play coy with me, my love. You wanted me to come. Yes, I admitted. What does that say about me? It says, she breathed, as if exhaling the reply with a bout of smoke. You like trouble, Alton Anderson. Huh, I answered. Not unlike an erudite sage, I know. A triangle, tipped down, had been drawn carefully above the threshold in blood. I don't remember walking out the door. The hallway had been drastically altered from when we'd entered the scene. Electricity surged into the sconces interposed between the identical doors, before calming and dimming to illuminated punctuation in an oppressive gloom. Persistent whispers tickled the back of my ears. I couldn't make out what they said. The constables guarding the guest rooms were all gone. Adamo moaned and muttered troubled gibberish, as if in the midst of a bad dream. I shushed him again, like I thought a baby would require. So, the trap had been sprung. Each step I took remained muted by the carpet. The elevator seemed so far away. Identical pictures and art made it impossible to judge our progress. Were we moving at all? When I looked back, I breathed a sigh of relief. The murder scene door, closed, stood at an acceptable distance. We were moving. We were getting closer to the end. So why did I feel the threads of my resolve straining? Olive? I said quietly. No answer. I became aware of Adamo's weight. He no longer felt like an insignificant burden. Olive? Where? A dark figure eclipsed the elevator doors at the end of the hall. Nothing but the blurred edges of her suit could I see, until she grinned, revealing a set of needle-white teeth beneath the shadow of a brim. I sat Adamo against the wall. Hey, Adamo, wake up. He couldn't be roused. Hello? I cried out to the smile under the hat, hoping the noise might also wake my friend. He'd only fainted, hadn't he? Since I received no acknowledgement, I stood up and drew the well rod from my coat and the customized holster inside. Perhaps you didn't hear. I said hello. Leveling the pistol, I took aim and began the approach. It didn't take long to notice a lack of progress. Smile under the hat remained the same distance. Demonic power changed the rules of the universe as I understood them.
Damn it, Olive, I pleaded. I need you.
That smile faltered into mocking dismay before she swept aside from the open elevator. There stood Olive in her sundress, curvaceous, porcelain skin aglow. Her long, brown hair moved in a gentle and impossible breeze. Tendrils teased away from her face. I looked away.
You care for this lonely creature,
Smile Under the Hat croaked.
Oh, how sweet. You know you'll fall in love if you see it, and you do not want to be compelled to do so by the natural order.
Her laugh carved away my nerves.
She can hear you, sad man. I allow it. For now.
Confess your love. Go on.
Olive?
I tried to focus on our connection.
What's happening? Tell me what to do.
Fragments of her words came from far away. I could make out nothing.
No. No. Coward human.
Smile added.
Like them all. Self-important cows. Too late. Too late. Little succubi must suffer before the void.
Casting my eyes low, I saw Olive begin the trek down the infinite hallway. The snap of the well rod got a laugh from the Asmodai.
You're with Charlie?
I asked as loudly as I could, for lack of a better idea. Olive's scent entered the range of my olfactory senses. Her usual Pall Mall, perfume, and just a hint of sweat, permeated with pheromones of alarm. I tried to reach for her, but the hallway moved, sending her back and out of reach.
Look into her eyes,
Smile mocked.
Then you can touch.
Another laugh did more than demean. It stole the will of those who heard it. I almost gave in.
Alton? Olive?
She'd broken the hold of this monster for a moment.
Oh dear,
Smile said.
A daughter of Lilith with spunk. They all say they do, but this one really does.
Unbothered, she gestured with a blackened, charred hand, and Olive became silent. She had thrown off the mantle of control. Perhaps I could as well. Quickly, however, I gave up on the notion. It was like being asked to think about something and having no clue what that actually meant, aside from pausing and working one's mug into a consternation, not unlike the facial expression associated with a hard bowel movement. Also similar, I didn't have time for this shit. Olive never liked it when I swore. She was a proper lady, for a demon. Olive was the connection I needed, not this smiling fiend. I focused on Olive instead of resisting Smile Under the Hat, and, for once, that shit-eating grin faltered.
You can have an instant connection, mortal. Forever.
Her grating voice sounded painful to use.
All that is required is a look at the face she willingly presents.
A tremor in my chin revealed uncertainty. Her smile widened further, beyond human limits. Probably perfectly normal for one of the Asmodai.
Yes, she is frightened of what is to come. You saw the body. You know what your succubus will feel very soon. The trap, you see, wasn't for you. It's not a simple or well-known ritual. It requires the voluntary submission of both Margaret and some nameless ones. Their sacrifice shall be rewarded. The mortal will dwell in the in-between forever. The nameless shall be named. But your succubus will go to the depths, once I sever your crude anchor. There are no summoning rites for the daughters of Lilith, because they are commodities, used and discarded, lower than the nameless. The interior of her diseased mouth was displayed in anticipation of my reply or dismay. Not sure who the hell you think you're dealing with, I said. But you're not sending her anywhere, Miss Smiles. Miss Smiles, she echoed, clearly pleased. I like that. In the end, you will want her to go. I promise. That's why you want me to see her face, is it?
Because it'll hurt more if I love her. For both of us, eh? I shot again, knowing full well the futility. Bullets had hurt Charlie because he and his demon occupied a real mortal body. Miss Smiles, on the other hand, was one of the kind Olive had described around the time we contended with Agaras, an independent and powerful duke of the demon world. She'd said many demons weren't content with possession. They preferred to work themselves into strange and terrible manifestations. Whether that required human bodies remained unclear. I'd never asked because I didn't want to know. Agaras had required at least one connection to a body placed in slimy stasis to appear as a curtain of flesh and tendrils. Clever boy, she said. It matters not. You'll dump her once I begin. She'll go, and you'll die. Olive broke through stronger than before. I could feel her thoughts embrace mine, and I shuddered from relief and pleasure. Oh, Olive, my love, are you okay? No time. Run, Alton. No victory here. Break the connection. I'll help you. I don't know how she did it, but the mechanism to sever our paths became easy. She made it so. The nearest comparison would be like pulling the lace on a bow, letting the ribbons fall. A simple tug between index and thumb, and I'd be free of the Asmodai. The mission, or my place in it, would be over too. I could expect a simpler life, probably still working for the RCMP, without the demonic element involved. I won't lie, that sounded pretty good. Settling down into some approximation of normal. Having a family with... With who? There was only one gal, and I hadn't even seen her face. I didn't need to. We were inside the room. The bedspread and floor were clean. Margaret Dale's eviscerated corpse was gone as well. You stupid, stupid man, Olive said, before our ability to communicate became impossible by the charred hands of Miss Smile under the hat. So you have chosen, she said, maddening suffering before the inevitable. When she rubbed her hands, ash and soot rose in the air. What the hell are you? I wondered. Are you possessing a dead body? Miss Smiles declined to answer. Now we begin. Margaret entered the room. I entered the room. Olive entered the room. All three of us somehow occupied the same body. I looked down on an ample set of... Alton! Olive reprimanded. I guess our connection couldn't be suppressed inside the same body. Listen to me. You've got to go. The end of this is certain. And you... Your mind won't survive. Neither will I. In the end... She let go a whimper, and the rage grew within the heart I could no longer define geographically. In the end, she repeated, I will yearn for the depths. You know what she did to Margaret. That's the experience we're about to relive. But worse, she isn't going to shoot us first. I processed her words quickly and decided even faster that none of it mattered. I'm not going anywhere. Our severed head, the one we occupied, Margaret's, came off easily under the expert guidance of a saw. Miss Smiles worked like a dutiful butcher. The pain was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before, and I've been through more than most. Olive's experience, however, had only been in human pleasure. Her concept of physical pain began today, at the most extreme level. It's okay. It's okay. I tried to soothe. We're a severed head. It hurts, Alton. That's true, but are we? Are we really? I don't exactly understand. Oh, he's cutting into her chest cavity. She used a very sharp knife instead of a scalpel. Cuts burn worse than fire, in my opinion. Olive continued to scream inside our shared space of Margaret Dale. She went beyond my ability to comfort, if I'd had any ability in the first place. Miss Smiles paused after removing Margaret's left arm. You wish to continue, mortal? There's no need for you to endure. She's already begging for relief. She would go to the depths now if I allowed it. You need me to let go, I concluded. It's me, isn't it? Hold on. Maybe not. You wanted me to see her face. Love her. Why? So that you'd get a kick watching me betray my love for her? Sicko. You don't understand who you're dealing with. She laughed. If you loved her, you'd want to end her suffering. You'd grant her wish to be free. It isn't about me. I finally understood. She fell in love too. That's what she said. And when a succubus in love is cast aside, Smiles finished, they know, at last, the futility of their sole gift. Love is pitiful and weak. Too bad you didn't see her face. No matter. Her suffering pleases the Asmodai. Halton, Olive wept. Save me. It hurts so much. I didn't know. I didn't. I swear. Oh, God. There is no God, I reminded her. No angels. Just us. Through it all, she begged repeatedly to let her go. Margaret Dale's dissemination seemed to go on forever. I wondered how I could feel such pain so acutely, and not go entirely mad, or retreat and leave Olive behind as she desired. If I left her, it broke the connection. I had no doubt I would wake up somewhere, whole and without demonic affliction. Her tattoo would be absent from my forearm. I couldn't do it. The thought of losing her forever? I can't, Olive, I eventually told her, in response to her shrieking pleas for release. I can't. I don't need to see your face. Don't you get it? She ceased to scream. Her vocalized torment became attuned to mine, and together we formed a moaning chorus of suffering. When the last cut had been made, Miss Smiles no longer suited her name. Her disgusting mouth frowned before she spat on the flayed corpse. You have won nothing, she declared. I had no more will to respond. No cleverness left. The pain had been so immense. But I hadn't let her go. She'd been struggling, and I thought it had been a kind of cerebral writhing under the pain. But no, it was me. She had been desperately trying to free herself from my selfish grip. The smile returned. So there it is. Not my intention. Not at all. However, I am amused. This is different. She took off her hat and revealed her true face. A succubus can make you fall in love with a full revelation. An Asmodai achieves the complete opposite, convincing you of the impossibility of affection, especially of yourself. I can hardly recall the top half of Miss Smiles' visage. When I think of it, however, I see slaughtered innocence, a child that should have been free and happy, reduced to inhumanity through every unkindness the world has to offer. Starvation, disease, burning, and neglect. She replaced her hat, and I felt grateful for a moment. She'd given us the worst experience ever, and somehow, showing us her totality hurt even more. Goodbye, Mr. Anderson, she croaked one last time. I awoke in the room, face buried in the blood-soaked carpet. Adamo shook me with one hand and covered his mouth and nostrils with the other. Alton, wake up. You passed out. You passed out, I groaned. Yes, he agreed. I suppose we both did. I scrambled into a seated position, feeling my chest and checking for the existence of my limbs, in a state more familiar, less surgically removed from my body. Not my body. Margaret Dale's. Olive? I asked the air. Adamo appeared concerned. He had spoken before about the woman I seemed to converse with when I thought no one saw. Yet I'd never done so openly in front of anyone, especially not him. He didn't question it. He looked around and at the ceiling, noticing for the first time the inverted triangle on the threshold above the door. "What's that?" I didn't answer. How could I explain a mystical trap to a smart guy like Adamo? With immense apprehension, I shrugged off my coat and rolled up my sleeve. Her tattoo remained the same as ever. She was there. Here, I suppose. With me. "Olive?" I shouted, and Adamo shuddered, confused and afraid. "Alton," he said, "what's going on?" I waited for her voice. I sat in blood for the better part of an hour. My friend sat with me. Olive said nothing. "We lost today," I finally told Adamo. "And I don't know how we could possibly win again." He helped me to my feet, and together we left the hotel, covered in blood. No words could he offer when he guided me back to the apartment. I sat in the chair and drank, knowing full well no comfort would be found in a bottle. I could only hope for oblivion. There could be no expression to remedy how I felt that night. No philosophy or religion. Some nights, poetry is not enough. I needed her. And she was here. But also gone. What the hell was I gonna do? Canadian March is indecisive. It can't decide if it's winter or spring. If it should rain or freeze everything in a beautiful, treacherous crystal. Tonight, I went to her house to see for myself what the news had reported. The air could have been warm, if not for a strong wind chill. Northern streams clashed with southern air, producing gray clouds and storm threats that had yet to be carried out. I stood at the end of a walkway that could have belonged to the house I grew up in. Ferry Street had a reputation in Bridal Veil Lake, and not the good kind. It belonged to the original poor of the town, the people that served the drinks and cleaned the hotels. After the war, there'd been some economic hope. The people of these blocks got factory jobs and built decent places to live. But folks in other neighborhoods, including my own on the west side, didn't typically pass through if it could be helped. Someone had put a blanket over a body, I recall my mother saying to Dad while he read the newspaper, and ignored the communal Red River porridge. They'd been through the 30s, when things were tough all over. The children in the neighborhood keep playing around with the body. She'd been horrified. "That's Ferry Street," my dad said. The conversation died. I don't know why my mom was there. Why I'd come, or what I hoped to achieve by visiting the abandoned home of the Espazito family, also remained a mystery. The railings of the porch appeared gnawed by dogs, and it might have been. A leash remained clasped to the supports. All over the house, patches of lead paint had cracked and peeled away like the skin of a leper. It felt wrong to stare. Why did I want to see inside? Why did I think I needed to? I hadn't seen or heard from Olive since the incident at the General Brock Hotel. Her sigil, the coiling snake around her invisible body, remained on my forearm, which meant she hadn't departed. Not entirely, anyway. I think her mind needed fixing, though. In a nutshell, we'd been tricked into visiting the crime scene of Margaret Dale, a Soviet asset who'd been killed and then carefully dissected and butchered. Every part that could be removed, separated, or cut had been. We didn't understand why until the trap had been sprung. The killing had been a ritual of the worst kind, one meant to create an experience to be relived by a demon. Olive, and anyone, me, attached to her. I could have broken our connection. She would have been sent to the depths, or the void, as her kind sometimes called it. Olive never explained what it was, because, she claimed, it was beyond human understanding. All I needed to know was that she feared going there. We'd suffered Margaret Dale's murder, and Olive had begged for it to stop. I couldn't let go. As much as it hurt, the thought of losing her forever was too much to bear. And now I effectively had anyway. Charlie Albrecht's trail had gone cold. He was the last of the Albrecht family. The other three were dead. I'd been tasked with killing him, and had watched him die not once, but numerous times, including under the liquid fire of a flamethrower. Yet the powerful demon inside his body continued to regenerate and rebuild the psychotic rich boy. Even if I found him, how could I make sure he stayed dead? None of the training at Camp X had covered demons. We were trained to assassinate human targets, and disrupt societies very much like our own. Not for the first time, I wished I'd never met Olive, and learned about the reality of the Cold War. Demons are real, and as divided as the East and the West. Each step of the leaning porch felt soft, rotted. The dirty handprint of a child had been left against the interior of a window. It had to be Kitty's, from when she'd really been a kid, and not the teenager looking for an escape in an illegal casino. When I saw her there that night, stuck on a stool beside Frank DeFranco, she looked afraid. Her instincts were right, if a little late. DeFranco enjoyed the suffering of girls. I'd killed Frank for that, and thought I rescued Kitty. She, and the horde of nameless demons taking up residence in her body, nearly killed me. I wonder what she would have done to Frank if I hadn't intervened like the stupid white knight I wanted to be. But knights don't kill children, especially those with tragic histories like Kitty. Demonic possession or not, she had deserved better. I couldn't give it to her. Stale air and the stench of garbage escaped through a broken window on the front door. The newspaper had described the horror of the Espazito family home well. I could walk away, drink myself into oblivion again, and reach something akin to death or peace before morning. Adamo had been leaving food by my door. Frank's little brother had become mob boss after I'd torn the former limb from limb. He couldn't be more different. The man belonged at a university, teaching young minds about whatever kind intelligent souls worry about. I kept tossing the food into the garbage, trying to hide the deep dive I'd taken into the bottle, the deepest yet. Thought I had him fooled until I realized he'd been the one changing out the garbage. Shame threatened to consume my identity. I, Alton Anderson, had fought the good fight in World War II for Canada and the Allies. I'd accepted the call from Camp X, and trained alongside operatives from America and Britain, becoming a secret agent tasked with corroding Hitler's schemes from the inside. When the war ended, I panicked. So many people had died by my hands, and not on the battlefield. It had to be for something. There had to be more. I feel guilty for writing up my happiness in regard to the Cold War. Intrepid, my teacher, had been apologetic when he said more work needed to be done to protect Canada and our allies. He's too observant to have not noticed my relief, and too polite to have remarked on it. God, if there is one, I miss Intrepid dearly. I needed his advice and steady hand to guide me through these dark days. I went inside, and the evil I already knew about had not been disturbed, beyond a dusty rope nailed crudely across the living room. 2 dog cages, never used for dogs, dominated the space. I knelt down before the metallic crate, Kitty's prison, and cried. "I'm sorry," I said. To who? I don't know. I get why you invited those things in. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. I'm sorry you died. That I killed you. I'm not ashamed to admit I've sobbed on several occasions since Olive came into my life. I'd saved up the tears I couldn't shed during the war. Many men told me to stow it away, bury it deep, never tell a soul. They were drunks at best, or mercifully dead now. The cruelty of war is in the aftermath. Yes, there is horror. Extreme horror in the moment. But to come home and be counseled, consoled, and compensated by those who have never been there is to know the truth. There is no hope. Kitty. That's what the sign above her crate said. What can men do against such evil? Olive, I begged. I need you. She'd been the invisible presence in my arms, the woman sharing my bed. That's all that had been keeping me from shattering completely. I longed for her scent. Cigarette and perfume and a hint of sweat. Please come back. In our last encounter, in the shower, she had disappeared after I succumbed to the press of her skin against mine. I wanted her badly, but something held her back. Stooped before Kitty's cage, I felt reality cracking, like an undercooked egg sliding off a carelessly tilted plate. I stood up and went to the window, intending to have a cigarette. A woman, a nun, in fact, waited at the end of the path, enduring a slight rain. She saw me and chose that moment to enter the Espazito residence. I met her at the door, suspicious of her intentions. I'd seen religious folks give themselves to the Soviets and their infernal allies. Could this be another? A young woman, slender, with a mischievous smile, stepped through the door, slightly out of breath. Hello, Alton, she said softly. I'm Sister Nancy. I've come to help. She waited for my response. I held an unlit cigarette. Her eyes were an intense green. The scent of Life Buoy soap emanated from beneath her habit, and I wondered about it. She opened her arms, and I couldn't resist the invitation. The embrace broke the already fragile me. It's all right, she soothed. There. After I'd regained a semblance of composure, we walked the distance to Tour Hill, the illegal casino and my secret apartment above it. Adamo sat at the bar and ignored my entrance, in favor of rolling cigarettes for his men. He'd smoke one and leave enough in a tiny pyramid for the others, if he was pleased. I don't recall us having a real conversation in this period. He'd been spared the ordeal at the General Brock Hotel, but that didn't mean he was content. I wanted to tell him. We were friends, after all. He might have been my best friend at the time. Or ever. I didn't know how to express it at all. My demonic consort had experienced the worst sort of torture, and so had I. Now she wouldn't talk to me, or appear, or touch me. What can you do about it? The reluctant mob boss had troubles of his own. To add to his burdens felt like an insult. Isolation became the ideal. Sister Nancy escorted me through the casino. She already knew the 3-button password in the elevator. When we entered the secret apartment, I went automatically to the bar for some straight vodka. The girl followed and held out a deftly stolen shot glass. Both of us drank before she invited me to shower. No part of me remained to be shocked by the shedding of her habit and her clothes. Come in, she said. Join me, Alton. I stayed put. Yes, she was young and very attractive. Is this real? Come on, she encouraged. Don't you like girls? I stared. It had to be another trick or an overly complex assassination. She soaped her body and sang a hymn, which really confused the hell out of me. At least after 10 minutes or so, Nancy shut off the water and stepped out, grabbing a fresh towel off the shelf, in no great hurry. I'm impressed, Agent Anderson, she concluded, wrapping a second towel around her head. You're the first to ever refuse me. She brushed by and added, You were right to refuse. Nothing would have happened in there for you. Nothing but pain. With her hair up, I saw her own infernal tattoo covering the back of her neck. A golden crown upon a green square. A demon had been hitched to this nun, She was an agent of the RCMP and a graduate of Camp X. If she worked for the other side, I'd already be dead. I watched as she helped herself to gin at the bar. "You're not a nun." "Perceptive," she criticized. "But to the Carmelite sisters on the edge of town, I really am Sister Nancy. I've done the rites and everything. With my fingers crossed, of course." Her eyes rolled back dramatically after taking a shot of gin. "We do not have this at the convent." While she poured another, she beckoned me closer with her free hand. "Cigarette, please." "Sure, why not?" I shuffled toward the bar and found my cigarette case, which I opened and placed on the bar with my Zippo. A second shot glass appeared, and I drank it automatically. Sister Nancy placed her hand on my shoulder. "Wow, you're quite down, aren't you?" I continued staring at my blurred reflection on the surface of the polished bar. When Olive... I perked up at her name, lifting my head. A spark that failed to ignite the longing in my soul. Nancy chuckled. "I see. Olive wasn't kidding about you. You're the real McCoy." She seized my chin, hard, and I could feel the unnatural strength between her fingers. I'm not sure where my own supernatural benefits had gone without Olive's conscious presence. Was it enough for her to still be anchored to me? I had yet to test out my abilities in recent weeks, and hadn't been pressed until now. The fake nun's pincer felt capable of crushing bone, but maybe because I wouldn't resist. "What do you know about Olive?" I asked, with more slurring than intended. "Light my cigarette," she ordered, placing a lucky strike between her lips. When I didn't move, her eyes narrowed with disapproval, before she snatched the bic and lit it herself. After her first puff, she coughed. "Jesus Christ, it's been too long. The Carmelites don't approve of smoking. They do it, but they don't approve." Nancy put her hands on her knees and made her sweet voice. "So, of course, little perfect Sister Nancy doesn't smoke." "What do you want?" I was getting annoyed. She had said she could help, but so far all she'd done was drink, smoke, and attempt to seduce me. "Me? Nothing." She stood up and purposely shed her towel. "Oops." Something in my expression, a lack of interest in her, in life, fractured her confidence and demeanor. Nancy picked up the towel as if suddenly realizing her nudity. More seriously, she apologized before continuing. "Agent Anderson, I'm sorry. I had to be sure." "Sure?" "Yes. And I'll be very sorry for this next part." She walked briskly into the bathroom and closed the door, returning a moment later with her clothing and habit restored. A red curl refused to be tucked. It dangled between her green eyes. "I don't understand," I continued. "Sure about what?" Nancy smiled. "Your feelings towards Olive. And now I do too. So, there's only one question left." She approached coquettishly, and I wanted to lie down. Not because I couldn't resist her. Nothing like that. I didn't care. She wasn't the one I wanted. "Look," I started to say, before her first punch stole all the wind from my lungs. I gasped and sagged to the floor. Nancy swatted away my fedora and pulled me up by my hair. "Such blonde hair. You don't see many blonde men." A severe backhand stole a tooth like a magician. I should have drank more. Yet another regret. I rotated through the air and into the wall. The world turned upside down even after I landed. Feebly, I rolled onto my feet in time for the nun to begin working my torso like a punching bag. She moved so fast. I saw no point in trying to defend myself. I no longer believed in heaven, and that meant I had a chance. Maybe I'd see her on the other side. The thought made me smile, which made Nancy confused and hesitant. I didn't care. Olive and I, together on the beach, watching the eternal waterfall pour. I could do that. I didn't need to see her face. She could show me if she wanted. It wouldn't matter because I already loved her. All that remained. As Nancy swept out my legs and forced the side of my head into hardwood, a new fear occurred to me. I loved her. Did she? The false nun picked me up by the throat and threw me onto the bed. She spun around, looking towards the ceiling, where I knew Olive liked to go when troubled. No? No? The tiny woman cried. You won't come for him? You don't think I'll kill him? You know I will. I wouldn't try to stop her. I don't think I could. I understood the ordeal, and of all things, it made me think of Kitty, and how she must have felt. Expecting someone, anyone, her mother perhaps, or God, to intervene. Not because it was the objectively moral thing to do, but out of love. Out of the sense that she mattered, and those people, the entities, would not stand by while she suffered. What a tremendously awful realization she must have had when no one, nothing came to her aid. Day after day, year after year. I started to cry for Kitty Espazito again. Nancy stopped strangling me and continued to seek out evidence of Olive in the ceiling beams. Her green eyes lit with a passion, only exceeded by the perspiration on her face and her body. She wasn't tired. Far from it. She kissed my lips hard. My body flooded with warmth and electricity. I'll admit that I liked it. Guilt replaced the simple thrill as she pulled away. Not even this? Nancy screamed toward the ceiling. So be it. Another kiss seemed imminent. That's when the fire in the hearth snuffed, and the bulbs in the lamps burst. The apartment window admitted scant moonlight, and a small pool of neon red on the ceiling. Nancy climbed off me and the bed. Interesting. You were expecting someone else? I asked, feeling a new wave of exhaustion taking hold. I rolled over, away from the nun and the window. Sleep, real sleep, seemed attainable. The nun's heel kicked me hard enough in the backside that I fell off the side of the bed. Up, you fool. This is your chance. I rubbed my buttocks. There'd be a big bruise there tomorrow. Get on your feet, she ordered as if I were a dull child. This is her, Alton. This is Olive communicating. The tiny red pool did call to me. It's Olive? Are you sure? She paused for too long. Yeah. Her affirmation landed miles away from any kind of certainty. You may have no other chance. Is this why you beat the tar out of me? And tried to... No, she hissed impatiently, grabbing my arm and pulling. I was trying to get Olive to intervene. Save your life? Maybe your virginity? I gasped and choked on swallowed spit. Humid air flowed from underneath the apartment exit, an invitation to a more hospitable climate, and assuredly some kind of trap. I shuddered. Living through Margaret Dale's dissection, a feat she herself had been spared from, had hurt me too. I got to feel every slice and watch as organs and bones were mechanically separated. To continue functioning, I let another part of myself die. I don't know what you'd call it. Maybe the soul? The greater part of it had to be discarded for me to access the automatic actions derived from the repetitive drills acquired at Camp X. Like the robots of science fiction, I could walk, eat, bathe, survive, and pretend to be normal in order to progress toward a mission, which I still understood to be Charlie Albrecht. But I did need Olive in order to complete that mission. I'd probably die with her help anyway. I would certainly die without it. That's why I would follow these clues. the bait, the mission. More complex emotions like love, or whether or not she wanted to be found, or had any affection for me, could be ethically put aside. I had orders. So did she. Soldiers, agents, and succubi didn't get the luxury of wallowing. I got out of bed and went for the front door, seizing the handle, pulling, and releasing a rush of olive. Her scent, rather. Unbound by cigarettes and perfume. Only that scent I mistook for a pleasant sweat wafted from the opening. Immediately intoxicated, I stepped into the hallway. I found the well rod in its special holster on the coat rack. "You think you'll need it?" Nancy asked. "Who the hell knows, Sister Nancy?" I remarked sarcastically. "You're not bringing weapons?" She grinned. "I've been at this longer than you. Stephen and I discovered we're more deadly if we don't rely on crude devices like guns and knives. I'm sure you'll understand someday too, if..." Her grin faltered, and she looked momentarily troubled. "I'm sorry. When we find and help Olive, of course." I rolled my eyes. "We don't even know what's waiting for us. Or if it's really Olive. Sure you want to come?" "I have my orders." Now I wondered how robotic she'd become. Nancy had been at this longer than I. Did that mean years? How many missions? I'd had, 4? All had been costly disasters. Something about Nancy's story finally worked its way through the inebriated and traumatized goo that had once been at least an averagely intelligent brain. "You're staying at the convent in Bridal Veil Lake? How long have you been there? It must be more than a few weeks if you're so settled." "Yes, you're right," she agreed. "And there's a good reason for that." "What is your mission? It's more than helping a disturbed succubus and a washed-up agent." "Calm down, Alton. You're right. I'm not sure how long we have until the phenomenon in the hallway disappears, but I also know you'll dig your heels in if I don't answer. So come along and follow. I'll explain everything while we go." She tugged my hand, and I suppressed the urge to yank it back. I didn't have the super strength required anyway. That had been made clear by the nun's brutal attack. Everything hurt more, and I felt exhausted. Maybe that's why I thought I could sleep. Perhaps a side effect of succubi was a steady thrum of energy that could never be completely shut off. Together, we left the apartment. The immediate intoxication returned, and I didn't care so much about the nun and the blood in my mouth, or the futility of existence. I hesitated, enjoying the moment. Nancy didn't shy away from slapping my buttocks to keep me moving. "So before you get distracted by whatever this is," she accurately observed, "I can tell you that I'm the agent on the other side of your Hydra." I didn't care. Nothing mattered to me anymore. "Alton," she said, "did you hear me? I'm the one that's been feeding you your missions. I leave the convent to get groceries and cigarettes. That's when I go through town and visit contacts and investigate. That's how I find them. People confess to attractive nuns. I don't know why. I'm not a priest. I'm not even a nun." She giggled. "I don't know why I'm talking so much, or why I wanted you to know that." Nancy cleared her throat. "We should probably go." She looked ridiculous in her crooked habit. A sudden affection for her bloomed within my dead heart. Here stood a comrade, a fellow agent, willing to go forth into the unknown. I couldn't think of anything clever to say. "Thank you," I told her. Nancy seized the back of my head and drew her lips close to mine. "Hey now, what are you thinking?" She let go and immediately looked ashamed. Sorry, it's been a while. Why did I have to be a nun? I would have been just as secure, more happy, in a brothel. There are plenty in Bridal Veil Lake." "Oh, don't look at me like that." "Like what?" I wasn't aware of any expression condemning her sinful thoughts. The war changed the world, Alton. The further we leave it in the past, the more you'll understand. Something big is coming. A revolution. And women won't be content with what we've been taught. What you think we should be doing. We know now, you see? We can fight, build bombs, and kill from the shadows. Just like you. I hadn't asked for a debate. Too much alcohol voided any counter-argument I could offer anyway. Nancy, I said, gripping her shoulders. I don't care what you do. Come on. Except for a few gamblers and a lone musician on piano, the casino was empty. Even the bartender had left. A single waitress stirred a glass. The mobsters at the secret exits and in the alley behind the Jade Empress worked extra hard to not notice the nun. Olive's scent drew me onto Tour Hill, and quickly away into the adjacent veins, side streets containing low-budget motels and flop houses. Originally, people had lived on the steepness before the lake, and waterfall in the distance, a sacred veil flowing over boulders. Time had stolen the simplicity of living in a beautiful place, when enough people realized it could be commodified. Money to be made of all the neighborhoods. What had been generational family homes became restaurants and businesses. Amongst the ruins stood a tiny gallery with a blue neon sign. The Nightingale Museum. The simple visage could belong to the front of a bakery. Only the oil paintings, horizons, and sunsets disputed the idea. A brute in a heavy, long coat with empty sleeves seemed out of place as well. His gray eyes narrowed when we slowed. I couldn't help it. Olive's trail ended here.
Keep moving, chummer,
the obvious doorman advised. I have to go in there, I replied, which made him puff up. Nancy gently pushed me aside, and the doorman, confused, took a step back from the holy woman.
Sister,
he said,
I don't want any trouble.
She smiled and plowed a fist into his gut. The man's eyes crossed. His legs wobbled. He swooned and dropped onto the sidewalk, unconscious. Nancy had more control over the power given to her by the demon. I'd accidentally punched a hole into a man's ribcage and stopped his heart just the other day. The same day I had lost Olive. It's open, she said, turning the knob on the gallery. The man on the ground held my attention. He's fine, she said. He'll be fine, she clarified, before rolling her eyes. In the interior gallery, we found sculptures, paintings, and an unusually tall woman. Irina Sigurdsson wore a name tag. She clasped her hands and bowed after we stepped across the threshold. Strands of gray hung across her perspiring forehead. She struggled to maintain her composure and offered a smile meant to be reassuring. Good evening, she said. How can I help you? Nancy stepped in front of me, aggressively. We're here to purchase art, I said, indelicately. I couldn't stand the obvious fear in Irina. I don't know what she hid. The sense of its innocence, the necessity, made her my ally. The war had inserted a grayness into the concrete, black and white morality I'd been taught as a kid. She retreated behind a wide desk where she retrieved a cigarillo and struck a match with her shaky hands. Her individual digits were narrow, surgical, but Irina couldn't steady her hands enough to bring flame to tobacco. So I helped, striking for my hip with the bic. Allow me. Thank you, she said, a quiver overcoming her bottom lip, as she gestured to the chairs across from the desk. We sat. I'm afraid we're closed. I was just taking inventory. The man outside is my brother. He gets nervous when I stay here too late. I'm sure you understand. These obvious lies had been rehearsed for this exact situation. Who did she think we were? We're not the police, Nancy said. I'm not even a nun. I didn't understand. Why reveal the truth to this stranger? Irina could blow Nancy's cover if she wanted. We're not here to bust you, Nancy went on when Irina stayed quiet. The older woman continued to hold her breath and remained very, very still. Then you really are here to buy art? Her question didn't bury the incredulity. As I said, we're closed and... Look, Nancy said, rising from her chair ominously. I don't want to have to... The gallery exit swung open, and in walked Adamo, of all people. With him came a lean man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Younger than I, but certainly similar enough to pass for the brother I never had. For the first time since I'd known him, Adamo, leader of the DeFranco mobster family in Bridal Veil Lake, looked terrified. Alton, he stammered, also a first. Why are you here? He swallowed air because he seemed incapable of inhaling. Irina stood up. Mr. DeFranco, she said, curtsying slightly. Do you know them, sir? Nervously, he touched a handkerchief to his forehead. Yes, well, no. I know him. I don't know her, but I'm sure if she's with him, then, well, I don't know. Is everything... He gulped. All right, Alton? I mean, why are you here? The young man beside him blushed, and I noticed he'd been hanging on to Adamo's forearm. I finally understood why Adamo never had a girl, or expressed any interest in the several attractive waitresses on his staff. Also, I felt painfully slow for realizing just then what the Nightingale Gallery sat on. Polari, Adamo said. That's the password. Say Polari, Alton. He rushed out the door his young companion had never closed. Hey, Adamo, the youth called, chasing after him. Nancy smiled. I told you, Alton. It's a new world. It's an old world, I told her. It isn't new. And my friend doesn't have to worry about me. Oh? Nancy inquired with genuine curiosity. And what makes Mr. Alton Anderson so progressive in this age of conservative drudgery? John Murphy, I said. Who? The man who saved my life. And everyone's in my section. You think I care whose bed he shared? Did that inhibit his ability to kill Nazis? Did it make him any less brave, or scared, or homesick? War is horror. The only upside is that it teaches any soldier with half a brain to live and let live. I crossed my arms under Nancy and Irina's scrutiny. Both wore subtle smiles I couldn't read. Well, it's the truth. Alton Anderson. Nancy sounded impressed, though I couldn't understand why. Irina had remained quiet during the whole exchange. She eyed the door, and appeared nervous, wondering, no doubt, what would become of the big fellow outside. Adamo and his friend hadn't commented on it, so I could only imagine he'd slunk away. How could he ever be a doorman again? A nun had knocked him flat. Polari, I said to her. Unnecessary at this juncture. You're a friend of Mr. DeFranco. She licked her lips and proceeded to move her chair from behind the desk. After stamping her heel 5 times, she stepped aside and waited. The floorboards descended half a foot and then slid away, out of sight, revealing a repurposed ship's ladder, or what non-seafaring folk would see as a very narrow, almost vertical set of stairs. Watch your step, I told Nancy, offering my hand. She rolled her eyes. You watch yours, sailor. With grace, she went down into the dark, and I followed, which I remember did make sense. Her demon hadn't gone AWOL. We proceeded down a hallway built like a mineshaft entrance, all wooden planks and dusty. Soft jazz music played from behind a red curtain at the other end. Nancy tucked her arm into the crook of my elbow. "Don't want anyone to run off with you," she said with a smirk. Or me, for that matter. Around a few dozen people occupied tables or sat at the bar. A set of pallets had been arranged into a crude stage. The musician gently tapped the keys of a piano, producing a dreamy ballad for same-sex couples, eyeing the man and nun entering the low-ceilinged basement. Nancy smiled. I remained indifferent. I didn't care who wanted who. Look at the gal I wanted to marry. She wasn't even the same species. Only one table remained vacant, right by the stage. I nodded to the player and put a bill in the glass at the end of the pallet. A waitress approached and took our order. Both of us asked for a beer. Nearly every person had a cigarette in their hand. Tobacco fog obscured faces and made breathing difficult. "Whew," Nancy said. "Smokier in here than a nunnery." I coughed. Poor ventilation. The waitress set down our pints. A piece of paper had been pinned beneath my cup. "After the last call, the candle lights," had been written on it. I showed the note to Nancy. "Sounds like a code phrase," she observed. "Uh-huh. Any ideas?" With a mouthful of ale, she shook her head. "Me neither." The song ended. The musician bowed and 3 more took his place, bringing new instruments that spoke of something a little more upbeat. They didn't waste time with an introduction. Loud swing music blasted from the stage, eliminating any chance for further discussion. Smiling, Nancy took my hand and pulled me up. I'd only danced a few times before. So strong. The nun could not be resisted. I felt like a ragdoll as she led us through the movements, picking me up at times and swinging my feet off the ground. Other dancers in the limited space gave way, and witnessed another story nobody could believe. A tiny nun lifting a man twice her height as if he were a down-filled pillow. I tried to keep smiling. If I objected, she wouldn't hear me anyway. If I pulled away, well, she could pull harder. Yet another reason why I needed Olive back. To stop this nun from getting her way. Sweat poured off my forehead while I searched for my fedora. I found it under another table, where 2 men raised their wine in salute to the performance. "Nothing to do with me," I assured them. "Thank the Iron Nun." "Is that what they call her?" one of them asked. The other laughed. "Is she with the circus?" "She ought to be." They laughed and handed me a cigarette. "Much obliged, gentlemen." I returned to Nancy, and she stole the cigarette right out of my mouth, faster than I could see. The dart appeared between her lips, already lit. "What?" she inquired. "I think I need another drink." As if my words were magic, 2 more full pints were delivered by the waitress. "Courtesy of some secret admirers at the bar," she offered. "I'm to ask if you'd be interested in having another with them soon." "Well?" Increasingly heavy smoke and blurred vision made it impossible to pick out who might be watching us. "Should we?" Nancy asked. "We can't lead them along," I said, already picking up my drink. "Understand?" A kind of shivering thrill ran through Nancy. "No, of course not. But we should hear them out, right?" "Hear them out?" "We don't have any other leads, Alton." She made a show of swirling her beer like something fancier. "He never had to, do something blue for Canada?" "Something blue? Like sad?" "All the time." I had no idea what she was talking about. She laughed. "Not sad at all if you enjoy your work." The worst person to be disguised as a nun pulled me toward the bar. Through the smoke, we found the couple who'd sent us drinks. A young man and a slightly older, though attractive woman, with striking platinum hair, sat together at one end and beckoned us. We weren't sure how our invitation would be received, the woman said, before standing up and moving one stool over. Empty seats. One for Nancy and one for me, and I thought I knew where they wanted us to go. It's okay, the young man said, patting the spot next to him. We can just talk, if that's all you're here for. Sometimes it's just nice to talk with people like yourself, right? Couldn't argue with that, but I didn't think it'd be moral to mislead him either. I'm sorry, but I'm not here to... I'm Xavier, he said, in a way that made it clear that wasn't his real name. Alton, I said, seeing no reason to hide my name. The RCMP didn't seem to care if I did, and I cared less and less what they thought. I sat down beside Xavier and tapped his pint glass with mine. Nancy had already sat with the platinum blonde woman. The two of them whispered like conspirators, hatching an evil plan. Laughter punctuated their whispered words. Xavier lit a cigarette and offered me one, which I took. I obliged the gift by lighting us both up. I don't quite understand your arrangement, he said, after exhaling over his shoulder. Tina and I are married, of course. What's the idea with you partnering with a nun? Huh? He'd lost me again. I drank half my beer to avoid his narrowing, suspicious expression. So, he said, after a prolonged and awkward silence, are you musical? Musical? No, not at all. I don't even sing. He stubbed out a cigarette in the nearby ashtray and stood up. Tina, time to go, he urged. I have a terrible headache. For her part, Tina appeared terribly disappointed to hear about the headache. She glanced over at the tiny nun, who could only shrug. Wait, I said. Don't go. I don't understand. Xavier's fake wife got up from the stool, while he grabbed her coat off a nearby hook. He spoke over his shoulder. I don't know how we ended up in such a place, darling. Let's go. Quickly. His words were spoken rapidly, more coded language. His lifestyle was illegal in Canada until 1969. Men could be sentenced to life imprisonment, and that sometimes included hard labor and commitment to psychiatric institutes. Women weren't arrested. There were no laws against it, but they'd be ostracized from society all the same. I held up the note we received with our first ordered drinks. Please, do you know anything about this? He spared a moment to read the words, and relaxed, but only a little. Do as it says. Wait until the last call, when the bar is empty, and you'll get to meet him. Xavier held his thumb and index like a gun, and pointed it at me. Then you'd better be very true to your word, Alton. He said my name bitterly. Maybe because he thought it was fake. Maybe because he thought it wasn't. Because he sees. Those eyes, he can see who you really are. Before entering the Nightingale, I didn't think I had much to hide. The secrecy of this mission, hunting demons aligned with Soviet agents, included unencoded Morse code and no made-up cover identity. The only secret was my apartment above the also-secret casino, and more people were coming to know about both. Yet, I felt the impact of his words. No one who has done terrible things wants to confront someone who fully comprehends their sins. That's why confession is conducted with a screen between confessor and priest, is it not? I don't know. I'm not religious. Not after the war. I've killed a lot of people. I don't know if they deserved it. Only my country said they did. The couple pushed aside the curtain exit and left in a hurry, which earned Nancy and I more scrutiny, until I ordered a round for everyone. A few cheered. Most went back to their own business. We had to wait. We drank, ordered some sandwiches, and smoked the rest of the cigarettes in my case. The music stayed slow, working like a spell, urging patrons to go home with or without any friends they made that evening. Our waitress rang the bell and made a final call for orders that nobody took her up on. Remnants, most of them alone and rather sad, drifted to the exit, casting back regretful glances, wishing their night had gone better. The bartender appeared and gave his instructions. After lockup, you'll be here alone with Mr. Candle. Nancy and I exchanged a look before nodding. If I were you, he said, pulling on his jacket with some urgency, I'd be very polite and careful with your words. Of course, Nancy said. I stayed quiet. It didn't sound like a threat. No. The bartender seemed afraid. He was warning us. Good night, everyone, he called, when he really meant, time to go. The waitresses, the musicians, and another server in the back stopped whatever duties they'd been assigned and quickly walked out the exit. The bartender held the curtain open. He gave us a nod before his departure. Oh, that was ominous, Nancy observed. The waitress had left a single candle lit. It just so happened to be the table we'd been at before coming to the bar. A blackened wick reached from the pool of melted wax, and the flame danced to stay alive, until at least the liquid drowned the fire and the material from which it sprang. Without the constant exhalation of smoke, and the candle lights, the shadows in the bar coalesced into greater darkness. Only one flickering bulb above the bar, and the burning embers of our cigarettes marked our presence. A loud bang from somewhere, around the far corner of the bar, I think, made Nancy jump up from her stool, ready to fight. The second bang, the unnecessarily forceful closure of a door, got me up too. Slow, ponderous steps crossed the floor. Something like a man stepped into the scant illumination we clung to for comfort.
Good evening,
he croaked slowly, wheezing afterward. It was a man. A burned man. He wore a black scarf over the bottom of his face. It couldn't hide the wilted skin and the painful red mask he'd wear forever. Both of his eyes had lost color. Each appeared milky and melted, like watery cream that might pour out of the socket if he leaned forward too much. The rest he kept covered with tight, fitted gloves, a leather dropcoat, and linen trousers tied with a cord. Hello, Nancy greeted him. I'm Sister Nancy. Alton Anderson, I offered. He gestured to the nearest table. Neither of us moved until he'd gone and sat first. Never go where a potential enemy wants when they want. We sat across from him. Mr. Candle? Nancy inquired.
That's what my patrons call me,
he answered. But that's not your name, I concluded, a little impatient. Look, I feel for anyone who's been severely injured, and have great respect for wounded veterans. We weren't at the Nightingale Museum for him, though. This was about Olive, and he had made us wait hours for no apparent reason. Look, we're here about... well, I think you know why we're here. Those sightless eyes seemed to regard the world intensely. I could feel them watching, prodding. Gave me the willies.
I know why you're here,
he finally admitted.
But you don't know why I am.
I'm not particularly impressed by riddles, I said.
I would apologize,
he went on.
But you ruined my life, Mr. Anderson.
Come again? He unwrapped the scarf. Nancy couldn't stop herself from reacting. A gasp escaped around the knuckle she bit down on. I can't say I did any better. I think I said something like, Dear God, and... I just couldn't get the last word out. Mr. Candle's lower face didn't exist. That is, it didn't consist of a chin or jaw. A few singed teeth presented a relatively perfect tongue, which wagged and bulged grotesquely as he spoke.
I've never met Alton Anderson, but you ruined my life.
I refrained from repeating, "Come again?"
The orphanage you burned down,
he continued.
You made sure the children were safe.
He shook his head and rewrapped the scarf. For his own comfort, I believe.
You didn't check the whole building. My name is Christopher Chips. I fought in the war. I worked as a janitor at St. Thomas's after. And you burnt it to the ground. Remember?
I did. I'd killed Brother Fargrieve, an agent for the Soviets there. More accurately, I talked the powerful demon duke Agaras, Fargrieve's master, into killing him. Then I'd killed the mortal anchor Agaras had been exploiting to manifest in the material world. Olive had warned me he'd be back for revenge. "You were still in the building," I said. "I'm sorry, I didn't..." He raised his palm for me to stop talking.
The great Duke Agaras reached out from the abyss. He is that strong. Even from hell, he may speak to his servants.
"Oh," I said with some relief. "So you were already a servant of his. Good then."
Good.
His disgustingly perfect tongue pressed against the inside of his scarf when he shouted,
You bastard.
I shrugged. Agaras used the children in the orphanage. If I knew you were a part of it, I would have killed you too. Just like the rest. I crossed my arms. As usual, I'd walked right into a trap. The only curious thing is how Olive figures in all this. We followed her here. Mr. Candle's laugh sounded like it hurt. He clutched at his throat and shuddered, further indicating his discomfort.
Despite his hatred of you, the Duke bears no ill will to the daughter of Lilith, his faithful ally and friend. Lilith heard the cries of her tormented daughter at the General Brock Hotel. She asked my lord to intervene and save the young succubus. Alas, he could only intervene in the aftermath, saving her mind by altering her memory of the ordeal. And you. After Fargrieve's demise, I became an exalted acolyte, entrusted with many words and rituals. If I had died then, if you will kill me now, the fragile tether she precariously maintains to you, Mr. Anderson, will break. I keep her from the depths.
You're welcome, I told him.
What?
His barely existent brow line expressed confusion. I'm the reason Fargrieve is dead, I explained. You got your promotion because of me. He slammed his fist on the table.
You bastard. Look at me. Look what you did.
You mean, I said, pausing intentionally to really rub in the next point. You're not happy to be the exalted servant of Duke Agaras? Mr. Candle didn't reply, except to unclench his fist and return the no doubt mangled hand beneath the glove to his lap. Nancy yawned. Sorry, this is all very interesting, but Duke Agaras is neutral, as far as I know. So unless he's choosing the wrong side of history, he'll return Olive to our agent, and we'll be on our way. He answered briskly. His milky goo eyes seemed to stare at me.
Of course, my lord is neutral and merciful. He is not keeping Olive hostage. He is only helping her heal. She did lead you here. That is correct.
The burned man nodded enthusiastically, and I sensed a smile, somehow, on his non-existent lips.
So she must want you to find her. I maintain the tether. For all practical purposes, I am the mortal she manifests through at the moment. That is why her trail led you here. She lingers by the beach. I'm not sure why.
Uh-huh, I acknowledged. So now we're just supposed to leave and go to the beach? And there she'll be?
There she'll be,
He agreed, pushing away from the table, wooden legs scraping the wooden planks on the floor. He stood up. We did too.
Good evening,
He said in the same way he'd greeted us. Mr. Candle, Christopher Chips, the man I had irrevocably disfigured, walked away, slipping into darkness and sighing as if entering a warm bath. Nancy gave me a nudge on the elbow. I'm glad you brought your gun, she said. I rolled my eyes. This wasn't going to be easy. Agaras would have his revenge, and I feared to speculate how it would come to be. Irina Sigurdsson seemed half asleep, and not at all alarmed when we ascended from the basement to the main floor. She said nothing, and did not seem unhappy to see us go. Fair enough. But I wondered how much she knew about her eccentric boss below. Agaras had agreed to never take another thing from a child. Had he decided then to reap from those forced to the marginalized spaces of society? Irina could be such a person, or an accomplice. I refrained from killing her because I didn't know. Outside the gallery, March had decided to produce a fog. It might as well have been the smoke clouds migrating from the basement after last call. Moisture clung to our skin and clothing, and soon we were shivering. Nancy draped my coat over her head and stuck to my side. Not the most ideal weather for the beach, she said. I smiled, but remained too preoccupied to give a witty response, or even agree. The beach before the lake and the waterfall immaculately existed at the bottom of Tour Hill. It stretches for miles, some of it rough, known by locals, and other parts cultured for tourists. I knew exactly where Olive would be. She'd shown me the place the first time I laid eyes on her beatific form. It had been in my mind, based on my childhood memory, and for the purposes of taking over my body, possibly. Nevertheless, that's where she'd be. I tried to walk faster. It isn't far. Nancy didn't resist because she could have run faster than a car if she knew where we were going. You know there's something bad coming, right? The angry Duke didn't allow his magic candle to help us for no reason. Be careful, Alton. Be ready. I tried to heed her warning. I really did. We breached the end of the fog when we crossed the stretch of coastal road before the sand began. A great number of people, possibly 100, waited in an organized lineup. The rhythmic rush of waves counted the moments. A calm before the onslaught. Green Teeth Jennies, Nancy whispered, clenching her fists, and stepping in front of me protectively. The name sounded familiar. I couldn't place it, though. They used to be a Pee-wee gang, Nancy explained. Kind of cute. They'd steal candy and newspapers to resell. But little girls grow up, and these ones faster than most. Their fathers, if they ever knew them, went to war and didn't come back. So now they're on their own. Not so much, I pointed out. Looks like they work for Agaras now. I remembered then where I'd heard the name. Green Teeth Jenny was a swamp hag, a supernatural creature employed in fables. My dad had took me fishing on the Black Water in the gorge when I was a kid, and told me Green Teeth Jenny would pull me in if I got too close to the water. I think I'd been 10, so I didn't believe him, and his smirk revealed the joke. He laughed hard and long when I accidentally slipped on the bank and fell into a swarm of migrating salmon. Looks like she got you, son, he said as he pulled me up. Old Jenny found your lack of faith disturbing. Had to remind the next generation she's real as real. He went on laughing and let me try a sip from his flask. Why do they call themselves the Green Teeth Jennies? Nancy seemed irritated by the question, and continued focusing on the mass of eerily quiet teenagers in the distance. What? Oh, because they make their teeth green, I guess. Yes, They all green their teeth. It's a little gross. I'm not sure how they do it. I don't think it's paint. Alton, I'm gonna need you to focus a little here. I count at least 100 girls, and I don't think they mean us well. With Steven, I'm strong, but I don't think I can take on so many. I started walking. They're children. Agaras broke his word. At least 100 kitty Espazitos up ahead. I didn't know if they were possessed. Both of us were as good as dead if that were the case. Maybe we'd survive if we started fighting, killing. But I couldn't do it. I'd refuse. I'd rather die. Alton, Nancy shouted. You're retreating the wrong way. She appeared at my side and seized my wrist. This is a bad idea. I'm not going to fight them. I could see them better now. 100 girls in military surplus leather jackets. Something like the Perfecto motorcycle jackets popularized by Marlon Brando a few years earlier. The oldest kid there couldn't be 18. It made me angry. I'd asked for one thing, and one thing only. No kids. Agaras could never take another thing from a child. Yet, here they were, ready to do his bidding. I waved to the tall girl in the approximate center of the group. She tied her hair back and up into a bun, and carried a uniquely carved baseball bat. The handle had been turned into a sharp spike. I wondered if she'd used it before. You Anderson? The girl asked casually. I nodded. You work for Agaras? Who? You work for Mr. Candle? She hefted the thick end of the bat over her shoulder. That's right. What's he pay? I asked. Enough, she answered. I can pay you more than enough. I had just under $100,000 in the bank, courtesy of the RCMP. That's something over $1 million in today's money. We have a reputation, she said. If we don't finish the job, who will hire us for the next one? Besides, Mr. Candle is connected. He could have us killed if he wanted. The girl said all of this with little emotion, simply stating the facts, which led me to believe that she had already used her altered bat before, and not for baseball. Never again for childhood games. It had been made into a weapon, and had no other use. I smirked. I had breakfast with his connection every day. He's my best friend, and he'd happily finish cooking up the candle if I asked. I'm sure you know Adamo DeFranco. A flash of revulsion appeared on the girl's face. We knew his brother well. Too well. I understood that. Frank had enjoyed killing girls like her. I didn't know him well, I said, because I killed him the night we met. He won't hurt anyone again. His brother Adamo helped. The other girls whispered and chatted until the tall girl raised her fist. Frank's dead? Uh-huh. I made sure he suffered. We thought he went away or something. The girl flashed dark, seaweed teeth. And that he'd be back. I can confirm, Nancy said. He is dead. Alton tore him to pieces. Literally. Uncertainty rippled through the line, and the gang looked to their leader for a decision. Nervous, the tall girl changed the subject. Why are you even here? The candle said you'd come, but why? My turn to become grim, serious, and more than a little uneasy. I'm looking for someone. His wife. Nancy helped. The tall girl took a few steps toward us before she stopped and looked away. You think she's here? I know she is. Some of the girls say there's a ghost in our cave, she said, and that she makes it hard to sleep. I haven't seen her, but there is something different now. I didn't remark on their living situation. Will you show me? We owe you one. But we've also been paid to kill you and anyone with you. When she nodded at Nancy, the false nun grinned widely, which made the tall girl confused. So there's only one solution. She looked around at her fellow leather-clad toughs. Jenny decides. An enthusiastic chorus of whoops and cheers came from the small army. Oh dear, Nancy said, already removing her habit. What's happening? Nancy started to remove her clothing for the second time this evening. We're going for a swim, Alton. Get undressed. No less confused, I ditched my coat and hat and struggled with my tie. And why are we going for a swim? March didn't hesitate about the frigid lake. We're being initiated, Alton, Nancy explained, while the green-teeth Jennies removed their leather jackets and clothing to reveal bikini bathing suits. We have to swim as far as we can. They'll follow. When we turn back, they'll try to take us under. Get it? So we have to outswim them? She shook her head. We just have to make it back to the shore. Don't underestimate them, Alton. I warn you. The war made thousands of orphan girls, and there's only about 100 on this beach. What do you think happened to the rest? I now had mixed feelings about this grown-up Pee-wee gang. Children killing children? The war had been necessary. Hitler had to be stopped. But the cost had been so incredibly high. It had changed the world forever. And not for the better. I understand. The tall girl explained the rules of their initiation ritual. Swim out as far as you like. Turn back and try to make it to shore. Old Greenteeth is with us, and we'll decide if you make it out alive or not. If you do, you're one of us. She appeared thoughtful. Never had a boy make it before. Would they be Greenteeth Jim? The tall girl smiled, and I got another glimpse of the dark green coating her teeth. No, they'd be Jennies. Just like us. Good enough. I strode into the cold-as-hell water. Nancy took my hand. The shock of the waves tightened the muscles throughout my back. This is going to hurt. Stephen can keep me warm, Nancy said, almost smugly. So why hadn't he when we were walking down here and she'd hid under my coat, pressed against my... Ugh. The false nun really was a pervert. I swam here so often as a kid. I knew where the sandbar ended and pushed off before it dropped. Nancy kept pace, and hummed the hymn she'd sang in the shower. The Jennies splashed and hooted and hollered, delighted in their part of the ordeal. They probably knew the water better than I. They always wore bathing suits instead of undergarments. What's the plan, Alton? Nancy asked, completely at ease. She did the backstroke. They're fast swimmers. I better pick it up, unless you want to turn around. Probably better to deal with them sooner rather than later when you're all worn out. No. My teeth chattered. No? No to what? I kept going. Further and further. Alton, what are you doing? Nancy inquired with less cheer. I couldn't feel my body. The urge to sleep became persistent. I breathed hard, not quite pulling in enough oxygen. Yet my strokes remained the same. I couldn't stop. Not before every last Jenny had turned back. I needed them to bring me to Olive. But no more kitty Espazitos. Stop it, Alton, Nancy said. You're going to kill yourself. How long had we been swimming? It didn't seem too long. Or maybe forever. Had to be somewhere in between. She sounded tired, so closer to the latter, I suppose. What's the plan? How? The nun's next breath took some effort. How are you doing this? Save nothing for the swim back, I answered. That's the plan. Alton! She tried to turn back. I snatched her wrist. She could easily pull away with her demonic strength. She didn't. "You can't," I said, on the verge of an out-of-body experience. It began to rain. I saw flashes of lightning on the warm southern horizon, the thunder distant enough to be a whisper. I would swim to America if that's what it took. I would not take a single life, even if I never got to see her again. I started to cry, and for no reason at all. That made me feel, well, not warm, but something. New strength flowed through my limbs. Nancy pulled away. She didn't turn back because she understood. I don't know how long we swam before she finally announced what I'd been hoping for. "They're gone, Alton. All the Jennies are back on shore." A race is always harder when you can see the finish line. It's like my body, or maybe my mind, thought I'd won. I stopped swimming and began to sink. I went below the surface and saw nothing above, nothing below, and couldn't believe how tranquil that made me feel. The last bend in life is a good thing. I don't know where this thought came from. A very strong hand grabbed mine. I could have let go, but didn't because a chance remained. I could see her now, and she could see me. That's the sum of existence, I'm afraid. Not some grand epiphany, or discovery, or achievement. No. It's seeing the people around you, the ones you love, the children you've made or hope to make. Looking into a mirror and hoping for those relationships. Every experience is valid on the edge of death. Do not be ashamed of your life. You're doing the best you can. "You're doing the best you can," I said as Olive, no, not Olive, Nancy, dragged me back to the beach. "We're green-teeth Jennies now. What about our teeth?" "I'm not greening mine," she said, "if that's what you think." I didn't want to green mine either. I huffed and puffed on the sand, in my soaked boxer shorts. The tall leader loomed overhead. She smiled. "I'm Maria." I think I nodded, and might have passed out. Maria, or maybe my fellow Jennies, dragged me across the sand. "We'll take you home," Maria said. I think she meant the haunted cave where they lived. I don't know where Nancy existed in these moments. I think she must have been nearby, following. She knew so much. Maybe she knew about what might follow. I saw the Bridal Veil waterfall. I saw Olive. She shimmered in defiance of the shadows, wearing a shimmering gown. Then I saw the man, and he walked across the sand to where she waited. They kissed. I needed to vent the rage, the objection, but a hand, Nancy's hand, covered my mouth. "It's the revenge," Nancy said. "I'm sorry, Alton. It's Agaras' revenge." She held my head in the crook of her elbow and stroked my hair, while I looked for hope amongst the stars. Like any regretful lover, I thought of the past, and what I could have done better. So we beat on. Boats against the current, I said to Nancy. She's with him. So he's with us. Is that it? She patted my cheek and kissed my forehead. Yes, poor darling. Yes, that's true. I'm so sorry you had to learn it this way. And then Maria's face came too close. You're with us too, she said, eagerly and hopeful. I know you won't let us down. What a swim. Not enough. Never enough. Yet I managed to lie. I'm here. I'll take care of you. You're not alone. These were the gifts I needed. The ones I gave away. With her fingers entwined in his, Olive brought her new husband close. "Who is this guy?" Maria asked nervously. Only I could see Olive. Her ability to manifest and do anything on Earth required a body. Mine. Or the candles, I suppose. For the moment. "Duke Agaras," I told her. "Don't worry. He's on our side." Agaras grinned triumphantly. He'd returned from the depths, and chosen a large and muscular man to possess. His victory remained incomplete, however. I hadn't killed a single Jenny. That had to be a part of his plan. "Mr. Anderson," Olive said professionally, "I'd like you to meet my husband, Duke Agaras." "We're well acquainted," I said bitterly. Maria shivered. All the girls seemed uncomfortable. "He looks like Frank," she whispered. He really did, too. Maybe that had been intentional, too. Bring back Frank, force me to kill a child, and take Olive. It amounted to trying to steal all the good I'd done, the morals I held, and the woman I loved. "He won't harm you," I promised. "Let's return to work then, shall we?" Olive said. And she and Agaras started walking. Her demonic powers flowed through my body. Part of the arrangement her side had made with the RCMP. She followed orders. I'd have to as well. The Iron Nun offered one important encouragement. "She didn't want you to kiss anyone else." "I didn't want her to either," I replied. Lamech. Nancy dropped the name the second her bacon and eggs arrived on the poker table. Adamo had moved our morning breakfast inside the casino. He made this decision the moment he laid eyes on Agaras. I saw the dread on my friend's face. Agaras looked very much like Adamo's deceased serial-killing brother, Frank. Even after realizing Agaras was not his brother and just another brute in a suit, Adamo remained uneasy. So did I. Agaras, an ancient and powerful demon, either didn't know how to appear like a normal human, or didn't want to. He wore the skin of a muscled giant, and constantly smiled with his teeth showing. His squinting made the darkness in his eyes complete, like a shark's. The waiter put down a plate of nearly raw ham slices in front of him. Agaras ignored his utensils and dug in. Adamo watched the large freak eat while he spoke to Nancy, whom he seemed to like. "I haven't heard the name before." "Me neither," I said. "It sounds biblical. Is it the name of a demon?" Agaras snorted and began to choke on his food. Nobody moved to help him. Sadly, he managed to cough it up and continue chewing. "Lamech was one of Methuselah's sons, and the father of Noah," Nancy continued. "Like Noah's Ark, Noah?" "Yes, Alton." Nancy rolled her eyes, but smiled. She'd forcibly moved herself into the secret apartment and quietly taken over the space, including the dresser. My clothes had been folded and shoved under the bed we platonically shared. Her curly red hair held a ruby fire, matched only by vibrant, mischievous green eyes. If she had wings, she'd be a fairy. I couldn't help smiling back. 777, Olive said abruptly. 777. That's how long you lived, Mr. Anderson. The permanent mirth on Agaras' shark face widened. I don't know how or why he could see and hear Olive, his newlywed bride. Only I could before. I missed that. He'd taken that intimacy away from Olive and I, along with the rotten bits of her trauma at the General Brock Hotel. I alone knew the hell we'd been through. At least she seemed content. If I could have given her relief in such a way, I suppose I would. Agaras could be given credit for restoring her, even if he'd only done it to make me suffer. He could have left the memories of us before the General Brock, couldn't he? as his fat hands rammed another mitt, full of meat, into his stupid, grinning face. I reckoned maybe not. 777, I reported to the Breakfast Council. That's how long Lamech lived. Everyone but Agaras stared at me. I took a sip of coffee, feeling dumb. Compared to everyone else in the room, demons included, I was a dunce. Adamo read all the time and managed a complex criminal organization. Nancy had been at the demon hunting game longer than me, and the demons in the room possessed knowledge accrued over several human lifetimes at least. I'd never met Stephen, Nancy's incubus, so I clung to the slim chance he was an idiot. Is that significant? I asked. It's lucky, Adamo said. Ask any slot machine. He still couldn't take his eyes from Agaras. His breakfast remained untouched, and the book in his hands was unopened. Probably a coincidence, Nancy said. More important are the corpses being discovered in the gorge. Newspaper says too, Adamo added. His spoonful of acquired sugar missed the coffee he hadn't looked at yet. Higher, Nancy said. The number is much higher according to... She cleared her throat, momentarily uncomfortable about what she had to say next. According to the veterans living in the gorge. Veterans in the gorge, I repeated. It wasn't a question, but Nancy treated it like one. Yes, Alton. I know how you feel about that. They're good men. I treated this old fake nun with respect and answered my questions honestly. But they don't know how to come back from the war. She squeezed my forearm gently. I didn't know how to come back either. I hadn't come back. If Camp X, Intrepid, and the Canadian government decided to somehow sit out the Cold War, I would be with those men in the forest, in the gorge, drinking and bathing in the river where my dad had taught me how to fish. It's okay, Nancy assured me. You're here now, not there. The briefest flicker in a bulb above the bar on the other side of the expansive room caught my attention. Nancy removed her hand and pecked at her over-easy eggs with the corner of her triangular, buttered toast. The men had discovered bodies, etched with arcane runes that I assumed to be ritualistic gibberish. Newspapers don't mention that, Adamo said. Nancy nodded. The police kept it back, hoping to find a suspect with that privileged information. But it hasn't panned out, I observed. So who is Lamech? And how is he connected to the murdered men from the east side? About a year ago, Nancy began, her mouth full of yolk and toast. An older hobo came to the vets with a tale of a great man, Lamech, offering free food and lodging. All the vets were skeptical. All except one. He went with the hobo, and did not return alive. They discovered his mutilated body in the Black River. Then more bodies, given the same treatment, appeared. I added, trying to prove I could follow clues, too. Right, Nancy smiled. It felt like a pat on the head. The veteran spoke to the police and gave them a name. Nothing came of it. Here's the weirdest part. They find one body a week. But you said last year was when... 50 bodies, Adamo interrupted. There are 50 bodies so far? A rumbling chuckle from inside Agaras' barrel chest sounded like a distant storm. We waited for him to say something, to explain, but he just kept eating. Why 50? I asked, which earned me another patronizing expression from Nancy. Because she said about a year ago, Alton, Adamo answered. How many weeks in a year? I shook my head. Right, so why not 52? Because that would be wrong. Adamo took another sip of coffee. I sense another philosophical debate is about to happen, I said, stuffing my mouth with hash browns to prevent myself from saying any more stupid things. I shook my head. Adamo's smile subtly curved the corners of his lips. Am I correct? Is it 50? Nancy shrugged. I don't know. Maybe. That's an incredible amount of people to go missing without a general uproar, Adamo observed. From the marginalized community, I assume? Astute as usual, Nancy went on like a proud teacher addressing the class pet. But you're not entirely correct. If my mouth hadn't been full, I would have pointed and laughed at the egghead. Ha! I would have yelled. Instead, I remained silent and aloof, in an attempt to maintain some semblance of dignity. The two men mentioned in the newspaper, Adamo asked, already looking at nothing in order to think the evidence through. From the east side of town, aren't they? Nancy nodded. Yes. I overheard a priest speaking with a parishioner last Sunday. A woman's husband had gone missing. She said the police told her he'd probably run off. Then his body turned up, I said. Exactly, Nancy confirmed. So that leaves us with a mystery and a possible target. A target? Who? This Lamech person? I asked all these questions rapidly because I didn't see the connection to our mission of hunting down demonically possessed Soviet agents. Couldn't Lamech just be some crazy person? Or have nothing at all to do with the bodies in the gorge? Could it just be a I stopped myself before I could further damage my already plummeting sense of self-worth. Alton, Nancy started. It could be a coincidence. Maybe I'm making connections that aren't there. Maybe one of the veterans themselves is the killer, is trying to put down a false trail. That would explain why the police haven't found anything regarding Lamech. Adamo got a thoughtful look on his face. I loved him dearly, but I knew it was going to result in something else smart he was going to do or say. There could be a Soviet connection to the East Side itself. I remember reading, probably more than a year ago, an article about the Bridal Veil Weaving Company. They make wire cloth for paper mills. Their union had trouble with communists in their ranks. It became an all-out brawl. Police had to break it up. That's nothing new, Nancy said. And for once, I understood what she meant. Igor Guzenko's defection from the Soviet Union and subsequent revelation that the Kremlin had spies everywhere caused a severe Red Scare in North America. Unions were pressured by the RCMP to extract communists from their ranks. Led to some nasty witch hunts, but rarely brawls. Most of the time, Union leaders would scapegoat a member or two, and the suspected party got fired pretty quick. An all-out brawl would require more numbers on the commie side to fulfill the definition of brawl. So that was a while ago, I pointed out. Why target the East Side? The Union, now? Adamo shook his head. There may be no connection. The breakfast conversation had gone on for too long without eating. Everyone, except Agaras, who had finished his meat plate, agreed, according to the silence punctuated by our chorus of chewing and sipping coffee. Nancy added something more from the silver flask she'd apparently stolen from me. She gave me a wink and suddenly poured some whiskey into my cup. There is a connection we need to investigate, Olive said. I stuffed down the urge to answer a question like the literal bacon I consumed, and chased with whiskey coffee. Mr. Anderson, she insisted, I am your superior. You will heed my orders. Can you still hear my dumb thoughts? I can, she replied telepathically. Is Olive still there? Does she remember Alton at all? Or am I only Mr. Anderson? I'm not sure what you're suggesting exactly, was her cerebral reply. Do mind that my husband is privy to such conversations. I nearly spit out my alcoholic coffee. An uncomfortable and hard swallow salvaged the remnants of my dignity. Maybe I could glue the self-respect back together later with some lies, cigarettes, and heavy drinking. Everyone present at the repurposed poker table noticed. Only Nancy gave a charitable word. Wrong tube? I nodded. Uh-huh. I cleared my throat. So, what's the plan, Sister Nancy? She gently slapped the top of my hand, and let her touch linger for longer than polite women are allowed. I can't deny it thrilled me, and made me sad. After Olive, her involuntary rejection, I so badly wanted to be loved. Anyone, I suppose, would do. A sexy pretend nun would do the trick. For a time. until the emptiness returned. Olive didn't love me. Her memory had been altered to preserve her sanity. Before the General Brock, however, she'd been so different. She'd attempted to convince me we were happily married. In my mind only, of course, but still. How I missed that delusion. There could be nothing to it, Nancy said to the group. But we have to investigate. The body count is high, at the very least. A serial killer is unchecked in Bridal Veil Lake. He may not work for the Soviets directly, but he serves their interests nonetheless. We cannot tolerate anyone who stokes fear and sows disbelief in our institutions. Should I clap? I joked. Adamo snickered. I'm being serious, Nancy said with a flat expression, and I thought of begging forgiveness. We split up. Investigate. Agaras, Stephen, and myself will go to the factory. Alton, you and Olive will go to the east side. I don't know where the parishioner lives exactly. I asked her, but she would only say Corwin Avenue. I know Corwin Avenue. Bernie Clemens used to live there. Kid I went to school with. Smelled bad. Died in the war. Ask around about the missing men, Nancy advised. I know how to investigate, sister, I countered. I found my wallet and dropped a 20 on the tablecloth. Thanks for breakfast, Adamo. My regards to the staff. He nodded slowly. You're welcome. I'll pass along your compliments. What are you staring at, little man? Agaras growled at him. Adamo flinched. I'd seen the man face down 4 demonically possessed agents without emotion. Agaras, I concluded, simply bothered him more. Nothing. I'm sorry. I don't mean to... You look very much like my deceased brother, Frank. Those black, shark eyes held Adamo's reflection. Agaras turned back to his food. I'd lost my appetite. You insult my friend again, Duke Agaras? And I'll wipe that stupid grin off your face. You got that? Alton, stop, Olive said. She'd used my first name, not Mr. Anderson. I wanted to smile, but not in front of the Duke. Agaras rose from the table slowly. You challenge me? Depends on your etiquette, I replied, working my way around the table to a more open space. Please, gentlemen, Adamo intervened. This is a place of business. My friend pleaded with his eyes to let it go. Another time, then, I said. Any time, Agaras added. Enough, Nancy said, stepping in between us. As the ranking agent in the room, I order you to stop acting like jackasses. We've work to do, and we can't destroy our patron's home where, I'll remind you, we currently live. Sure thing, boss, I said, refusing to break eye contact with the Duke. The big man shrugged and returned to the table, where he retrieved the remnants of meat with one hand and stuffed the greasy ham into his pants pockets. Dogs are gonna love you, I said. What? Agaras snapped. I'll kill you. Enough, Nancy shouted. Breakfast is over. She pulled Agaras by the wrist towards the exit. He let himself be pulled. The lone mobster smoking on a stool sat up a little straighter as Frank DeFranco's hellish doppelganger passed by. That guy's a real son of a bitch, Adamo concluded. I could only agree. Yeah. Be careful out there, Alton. I will. You too. Me? He wondered. I kept my voice low. Charlie's still out there. He already got some revenge on me. I doubt he's finished. You could be next. Just be careful. Whatever made you think of him today? He appeared concerned. There'd been no sign of Charlie in months. I never stopped thinking about him, I said. He's the one that unleashed that thing on me and Olive at the General Brock. He's the reason things are what they are right now. He's still a target. My mission. But also, I really, really want to kill him. For good this time. He's been gone, true, Adamo said, But money from the Albrechs continues to flow. That's why there hasn't been a war. Yet. You don't seem relieved, I noted. He's waiting to turn off the flow. Adamo smiled wistfully. Waiting until doing so will cause the most damage. Something is coming. How do you know? It's what I would do, he answered before grimacing, as if his next words were painful to say. I can't see the whole picture. I don't know what he's waiting for. War between the families is almost certain without that money. It could happen today or never. Adamo pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Fatigue dragged purple bags under his eyes. You okay? I asked. No, he said bluntly. Ever since Duke arrived, I can't seem to get a good night's sleep. It's like he's back, and I'm stuck worrying what horrible thing he's going to do next. And how I'll fix it. Adamo didn't have to say Frank's name for me to know that's who he meant. Duke, huh? Yes, Duke. Is that not his name? I chuckled. It is now. I love the idea of reducing Agaras' stupid title to a mere name, especially one that you might give to a dog. You don't have to worry about him, Adamo. I'll kill him if he gets out of line. My words earned a tired smile from my friend. He's one of them, isn't he? One of those things? Like the Albrechs? Like Charlie? But he's on our side for the time being. Is that it? Our side, I confirmed. And for the first time, I was glad he put it that way. A mobster for an ally and a friend had never been on my dance card. I gripped his shoulders. Now you better get some rest. Nancy's going to invite you and Robert over for a late supper. And I don't think she's ordering in. Adamo smirked. You don't have an oven, or a kitchen for that matter. I nodded. I know. And Nancy doesn't cook, so be prepared to endure something. He finally laughed. Good luck, Alton. Keep safe, okay? Sure. He went to the elevator. I watched the door slide shut, and when they did, a terrible feeling took hold of my guts. Olive, I said, I have this feeling today. Like you may not see him again, Mr. Anderson? So distant, so professional, so distant, so professional, so not the Olive I remembered and missed. But she was right. I'm not sure where my worry came from exactly. I never slept well, and I drank too much. Seeing my friend in a similar state made me anxious. Adamo had been in complete control of his feelings, his thoughts, in the early stages of our friendship. It's just a feeling, right? I asked her. I had the sense she shrugged. Nobody can see the future, Mr. Anderson. Please, call me Alton, I pleaded. I don't know. She hesitated to say more. What, your husband doesn't want you to? I emphasized husband bitterly. Let us attend to the mission, she chirped. Mr. Anderson. Yes, I answered flatly. Let's. We took a cab to the east side and Corwin Street in particular. I had the driver stop in the parking lot of a shuttered diner on the first intersection, where the street began. Best to start at the beginning. Despite the closed-down restaurant, the rest of the neighborhood had improved. When I'd gone to play street hockey with Bernie Clemens, houses lacked shingles and a lot of places had broken windows, patched with wood sheets or cardboard. The factory and the union had done well for the community. Fresh, vibrant paint coated every last place. Fenestration arrangements were sound and intact. Even the sidewalks looked new. Mothers and their small children sat outside on blankets spread over green lawns. What day is it? I asked Olive. Tuesday, she answered. Mr. Anderson. She paused, almost as if she'd forgotten to add the latter part. That seemed like progress. Toward what? I couldn't tell. Better not to think about it. Men would be at work. School-aged children at school, of course. Mild weather in April is a lie. A tease before colder temperatures brought cold rain and damp air. The faces of the young mothers knew it. So did their children. All of them moved slowly, ideal from afar and something grim up close. The appearance of a stranger, me, snatched the veil from their eyes almost as fast as they pulled their kids into a protective huddle. I counted 7 different identical reactions to my arrival. I held up my hands and moved into the center of the road, slowly. "Please, calm down," I advised the young mothers. "My name is Alton Anderson, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, at your service. I'm here to help." Each parent backed away onto porches and inside their homes, locking doors and shutting curtains. I put my hands on my hips and swayed on my heels. "Guess I'll see myself out," I said to nobody. Olive piped up. "It's the fact you presented yourself as RCMP. They don't trust authorities. Something must have happened." I nodded and thought my answer back. No need to appear crazy to the spying housewives. Their mistrust wasn't surprising. BVDPD could be bribed. Adamo paid any number of them to ignore his poorly kept secret of an illegal casino. 2 men from this neighborhood and around 50 more had turned up dead. My friend wouldn't approve of constables looking the other way on a serial killer. In fact, I recall he once remarked that police couldn't be paid off. Not for long. If members of their community were targeted. "No cops live here," Olive remarked. I didn't say they did. Again, I replied in my head to avoid appearing nuts. "Your thoughts wander sporadically," she said. "It's exhausting. Can't you just focus on the task at hand? Keep it simple?" Keep it simple. That's what Intrepid, my teacher at Camp X, had advised. Why hadn't I listened? "There!" she exclaimed. "You did it again!" Huh. She was right. All part of my charm, I guess. She gave no reply, but I had the sense she wanted to. Maybe just a laugh. I missed the sound. "Stop," she said. "Mr. Anderson." "Stop what?" She cleared her throat, a gesture entirely performative for a bodiless demon, whose physical manifestation came only as an extension of her connection to me. "I'm married." "I know. I don't understand why, but I know." "Duke Agaras is far above the station of a succubus," she fired back. "When he suggested the union to my mother, she was astonished. Duke Agaras said he'd fallen in love with me during our time together, when he healed me. How could my mother refuse someone like him?" Now whose thoughts are wandering? And another thing, you say your husband's name like Mr. Anderson. "I'm not sure what you mean," she lied, and I knew it. I know my Olive. I inhaled deeply, searching for her scent, those Pall Malls and natural seductive aroma. "What are you doing?" "I don't think I need to answer that because you know. You can't help it. Ever since we met, since Igor Guzenko, we've been in love, Olive." "Mr. Anderson!" She affected surprise, poorly. "You'll remember. Someday." A woman in a black dress left the red brick house with the green door about half a block away. She wore a veil under her hat and over her face, and she waited for me. For us. I admit I had trouble making my feet obey. The smile under the hat could be anywhere. Could be there. I didn't like hats much anymore. I didn't like anyone who bowed their head while wearing one. "It's not her," Olive promised. "How do you know who she is? I thought Agaras did something—" "Duke Agaras," Olive corrected. "Described everything about your ordeal and the responsible party. A very powerful member of the Asmodai. It must have been awful for you." "Yes," I answered out loud and with my own voice. "It was. My only solace is that you weren't there. My Olive? She didn't reply right away. I wasn't there. That's right. I returned to speaking only in my head. On a beach somewhere, I imagine. Watching nitwits try to operate a sailboat to impress a girl. She trailed off because she knew a gap had been made in her memories. Agaras could do that, or he knew someone that could. That had been the grand extent of her healing. A human being can forget trauma. Doesn't mean it's gone. The body remembers. I wondered if it worked the same for a demon. How much of my Olive remained? The widow broke our silent exchange. Are you really with the Mounties? She said as she approached, standing on the sidewalk with her hands at her sides, presenting their emptiness. I nodded slowly. You're gonna do something about the murderers at the end of the street? Or are you like the cops? Like the cops? Do nothings, she snapped, clenching her tiny fist hard enough to make her leather gloves creak. Say nothings, too. Teddy turned up in the gorge. 2 constables turn up to tell me my husband is dead, and an investigation is underway. I had to see him to identify the body, but I can't. A sniffle escaped her veil. I can't because he's cut up so bad. And the widow swooned. I raced to the sidewalk with superhuman speed to catch her. Do try to remember we're in public. Olive caught the last syllable of what had been her typical endearment, and corrected herself. Mr. Anderson. I had to suppress a smile. The widow already recovered consciousness. A stupid grin didn't fit the context, and would be extremely insensitive. Often I forgot how unfamiliar death was to the average person. I'd lost so many, seen and caused so much. Grieving became my normal. And normal means nothing. No strong feelings or reactions. I thought I'd be numb forever until you... Not appropriate, Mr. Anderson, Olive replied, but with more than a little uncertainty. I carried the widow to her house and placed her gently on the couch, before fetching a glass of water. She lifted her veil. A very young face, short on sleep, weary from weeping, drank the whole glass. Grief steals the instinct to survive. That's why the proper gift at funerals is food. You don't have anyone staying with you? I asked. The girl, that's what she was, shook her head. Dad died in the war. Brothers, too. Mom last year. How old are you? 19. I glanced around at the messy living room and noticed the empty high chair. Your baby. Her hesitant reply nearly did in my head. She swallowed the last sip before pointing to the ceiling. Upstairs. Sleeping. I could breathe again. Kids figured into these missions too often, filling my heart with despair and rage. Good. I sat on the edge of a coffee table and took her empty glass. What's your name? Eden Hamilton, she said. Your husband's Teddy Hamilton? I tried to make my voice gentle. Yes. A tremor ran through her face, shaking loose another tear. Mrs. Hamilton, I continued. You said the murderers were at the end of the street. What did you mean? What I said, she said quickly, her features contorting angrily. They live in the ugliest, most unkempt house on the street, right before the field. You can't miss it. All boarded up and dark and full of strange folks at any ungodly hour. Teddy had run-ins with the men there. Scotty Goodwin and Walter Rowe. Communist bastards wanting to stir up trouble for the Union. Teddy beat them up a few times. The communists Adamo had read about still lived on the street. That seemed unusual, given the extreme pressure on unions to root out even suspected Reds. What kind of trouble for the Union exactly, Eden? Sorry, Mrs. Hamilton. Can I get you more water? No. and it's alright. Please, call me Eden. Hamilton reminds me of Teddy. It's just so hard without him. She cried some more and drove her wet face into my shoulder when I moved to dry her tears. What am I gonna do? She sobbed. It's gonna be okay, I told her. Like I said, I'm here to help. I have money, and people that can help you take care of the house and the baby. Whatever you need. Brightest smiles you've ever seen. Eden's wailing subsided. Smiles? Alton, you can't be serious, Olive interjected. There's my name again in your mouth. I could sense her embarrassment and the electric thrill my attention gave her. She shut herself off from my figurative view into her bedroom, which only encouraged me more. The RCMP does that sort of thing? Eden questioned. Canada is far from perfect, ma'am, but we do our best. You'll be taken care of, I promise. I patted her hand. Can you tell me about the trouble, Eden? She wiped her eyes with the widow's veil. Teddy didn't get it. No one did. Scotty and Walter grew up on Corwin Street. I went to high school with Scotty's sister. They weren't odd or anything. They'd been at the factory longer than Teddy. Out of nowhere, they start spouting nonsense about bosses taking advantage of us, and how the workers need to rise up and change things. It didn't make sense. Look around, we never had it so good. But Teddy said they wouldn't stop, and some guys were starting to show interest in what they were talking about. That's when the union president said enough is enough, and some fighting broke out. Police put a stop to that. Her gaze became distant. But when Teddy turns up murdered, all cut up, and Reggie before that, nothing. It's like they don't care. Thank you, Eden. I gave her hand a light squeeze before asking to use her telephone. She remained prostrate on the couch while I called the Green Teeth Jennies at the Canadian motel where I'd chosen to house them. It wasn't a luxury place by any means, but better than the cave on the beach they'd been living in before. Yeah? Maria answered crudely. Oh, that's really nice, Maria, I told her. Alton, she replied gleefully. How are you? Knock it off. I got a job for you, or one of the girls. The kitchen sink next to the phone overflowed with dirty dishes. Maybe send a couple. Tell them to ditch the leather, and clean their teeth. The baleful cry of an infant rained down from the second floor. You any good with babies? Maria refused to come herself. Housekeeping and nanny duties, she proclaimed, were beneath the gang leader's dignity. The girls that arrived via taxi wore conservative dresses, and had thankfully heeded the request to brush the green out of their teeth. Both appeared close to Eden's age. I gave the girls $20 each, and another $100 to Eden. Take good care of her. Spend a few nights. Plenty of room. I'll be back. I left after that and stood before the dilapidated wreck in question a few minutes later. Long dead grass in the adjacent field bent away from the place, desperate to escape the gravity of an obviously unclean household. Looks like Kitty's house, I said to Olive. Kitty. Espazito. The name rolled off her tongue as if it were for the first time. Don't remember her either? Olive hesitated before sighing out her frustration. It's like so much in my memory. I see a girl's face. For a moment. It slips away before I can think. Good old Duke, I imagine. I walked up to the door, and noted the dozens of carpenter's nails springing from the frame like a crown of thorns. Someone doesn't want any visitors. The front window wore a similar decoration. The curtains were pressed into the glass. You should address my husband with all of his due respect, Olive said. I could feel her hot breath in my face, and reached for her, unable to resist. Nothing there to touch, however. I'll never understand the physicality of demons, if there is any. How dare you? She slapped me hard enough to taste blood. Hey, damn it, hold on, I protested. Don't you ever touch me, she roared. I could roar too. Can I even? Are you real? Do you have a body? Where in hell are you, Olive? You, she emphasized, wouldn't understand. Why? Because I'm some stupid mortal? The stupid mortal, Alton. The. You stupid, stupid man. She'd used the same words at the General Brock before the torture began, and I wouldn't let her go. Yes, her suffering would have ended. Mine too. But to never see her again? I couldn't do it, Olive, don't you see? Enough. Outraged, disgusted, she went an unspecified distance away. I think the roof. Olive, I lamented. Olive! I wanted to beat my chest and tear my shirt. Heavy breathing announced a presence on the other side of the nailed door. No Olive in here, pal. You went to the wrong place. Go away before I call the cops. I looked around, half in a stupor, and my eye caught the severed phone line in the grass. You don't have a line, I said to the nervous fellow inside. Go away, he insisted. We've got a gun. Me too, I admitted. Want to see who's the better shot? Or maybe whose luck is up today? I'll start firing through the door in, 10 seconds. 1, 2... Wait, mister. We aren't looking for trouble. Open the door, I ordered. We can't. 3, 4... No, we can't. We nailed it shut. We nailed everything. I waited for a moment before resuming the count. 5, 6... It's true. You gotta believe us. Please. I took out my cigarette case and took out a Lucky Strike. When I had it lit and took a nice drag, I said, Scotty or Walter? Walter. And Scotty. Walter presumably answered. You guys communists? A whispered dispute followed. No, don't tell him that. What can we say? Nothing. Don't say anything. We don't know who he is. He has a gun. Walter, I think, insisted. He said he has a gun. We don't know if he's got a gun. Do you want to find out? Real smart, Scotty. Don't give him my name. I leaned my back against the door while they squabbled. Look, I have some questions. Not all of them, surprisingly, are about you barricading yourselves in this shack. Who are you? One of them questioned. Alton Anderson. I'm with the RCMP. RCMP? Scotty sounded nervous. Oh shit. Walter, what the hell did you do to us? Ow! Get mad at me for using your name, then turn around and... shut up, the both of you. I interrupted. Answer my questions and I'll go, understand? Sure. A hole the size of my face opened up on the surface of the door. Splintered debris poured over my head. I'd barely ducked the buckshot one of them sent by shotgun. I found the well rod in my shoulder holster and returned fire with little hope of penetrating the door. The well rod was a spectacularly quiet gun. That was its chief feature, not power. That, I said, was a monumental error. Another spread tore up the door. Walter's dirty face appeared shocked to see me. I could have put a bullet between his astonished and exhausted eyes. He seemed to recognize the possibility. The shotgun clattered on the interior floor. Both men pushed their fingers through the shotgun bores in surrender. Please, Walter begged. Don't take us back. To him. He began to whimper. Just kill us now, Scotty said. Please. We can't go back. I put my gun away. I'm not here to take you anywhere. Not yet, anyway. I told you. I'm Alton Anderson, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. I'm investigating the murder of 2 men, both from Corwin Street. I know one of them was Teddy Hamilton. The other was Reggie? Reggie Springfield, Walter admitted. He lived 5 doors down from Teddy. We thought it would be better because he didn't have a family, but it wasn't enough. Oh, God, help us. His hysterics were interrupted by Scotty. I heard a slap. Quiet, Scotty snapped. Shut your mouth, Walter. It's your fault we're in this mess. I'd had enough of talking like this. Move away from the door. After a second to heed my warning, I pushed with all the augmented strength Olive could give me, and watched as the nails retracted slowly into the wood. These 2 bozos had gone overboard to seal it. Oh, shit, Scotty exclaimed. Move! Get out of the way! I heard scrambling. The hinges tore from the threshold, and the door cracked in half under my hand. I kicked some remaining debris away and stepped inside, instantly disgusted by both the sight and smell of the interior. Scotty's ankles were broken. Worse, the left bore the unmistakable slick bruise of gangrenous flesh. Someone, Walter presumably, had attempted to treat the injuries with splints made of shims. There's nothing quite like the stench of gangrene. It is unforgettable. Like rotting meat left outside on a hot day. You're going to die, I said to Scotty. Walter had placed his pale and sweaty friend on a couch in a filthy living room. You need a doctor. One with a saw, probably. We can't. Walter stepped in front of me. His ankles weren't broken, but he looked wretched all the same. Tired and unwashed. He kept trying to turn his head to work out some kink in his neck. He'll kill us if we leave. He told us to stay. Until he comes back. His hands trembled fiercely until he jammed them into his sodden armpits. But we won't go. Not again. We can't. We're going to beg him to let us be. We did as he asked, see? He said he'd help us get the word out. The word? I asked, lighting another cigarette in an effort to block the necrotic stench. Communism, friend. Walter smiled like an idiot, and I had doubts concerning his literacy. He was supposed to help us with the Union. Altogether, the brothers at the factory could reshape this town. Nobody would go hungry. Everyone would be free. His smile faded as he nodded. He didn't do it. He just kept... Scotty tossed an empty beer bottle at him. It struck Walter on the hip. I told you to shut up. He picked up another, less empty, and drank down the remaining contents before pointing the neck at me. Go away. You're a Mountie? Don't you need a warrant or something? Not if the residents shoot at me, I said, carefully stepping over a pile of discarded chicken bones. They were living like animals. Listen, you're gonna die if you don't take off that foot. It might be too late for a doctor. It's definitely too late, Olive said. She had a good idea of how close people were to death as they approached it. You'll be dead by tomorrow, I echoed Olive. Leaning back, Scotty winced when the back of his head touched the arm of the couch. Better that way anyway. Pay for what I've done. What you've done? Despite what recent events and conversations might have suggested, I'm not a complete idiot. Walter had been trying to spill the beans practically since I arrived. They had been helping the killer, Lamech, find his victims. They'd started with the hobos in the gorge until only the homeless veterans were left. Soldiers are rarely an easy target. Lamech wanted more. The easiest to harm are the people we know. Teddy and Reggie had been nice fellows. They may not have liked Scotty and Walter, but I guessed correctly they'd been willing to talk, especially if an apology were left on the table. That about how it went? I asked them after laying out this theory. Walter sighed. Kind of. Shut up, Walter. This time, Walter ignored his ailing companion. I didn't feel so bad about the homeless guys. They were old, and I didn't think they had much time left anyway. But when I saw one of the bodies, and what he'd done to them, I didn't want to anymore. But he's real scary, sir. We had no choice. It'd be us next on that table of his. You got Teddy to follow you? Reggie? I went to the furthest corner away from Scotty and his decay. The window had gotten the same treatment as the door. I felt like ripping out the boards, desperate for a breath of fresh air. Yes, sir, Walter said. It was me. Teddy really didn't like Scotty. Neither did Reggie. See, it was Scotty that got into the brawl. Another empty beer bottle flew towards Walter, bouncing off the back of his hand. Ow! God damn it! It's true, ain't it? Keep saying I'm the reason we're in this mess, but I never punched anyone. Scotty pointed at him accusingly. You're the one that started spouting all this communist shit in the first place. Gentlemen, I interceded. Shut up. I have no time for the squabbling. Neither do you. Now you keep saying him. Him who? Who's the guy you're so scared of? Walter started trembling hard again. Scotty somehow turned even paler. Is it Lamech? They both panicked and began to shush me. Don't say that name, Walter whined while wringing his hands and pacing. He has a habit, Scotty said, his eyes wide and fearful, of showing up when you say his name. Just like the devil. He gasped and held his head in his hands, shuddering. He might die this evening, Olive revised. That foot needs to come off. I can kill him, I said. You'll go to jail for your part, but you won't have to be afraid. Not like this anymore. Walter began to laugh hysterically. Scotty stayed quiet. Neither believed me. I just busted through your barricade with one hand. Give me a shot. You have nothing to lose. They locked eyes with one another in a silent negotiation. Walter chewed his thumb because the nail there had already been obliterated. Scotty shivered, his expression begging for some end to his suffering. He's at the Westdale, Scotty confessed. He rolled over again, and heaved a breath deep enough to be any man's last. Not yet. I debated this next step. He'd been a tool for a murderer, a flunky for the enemy, this Lamech. His death would be no great loss to society. Eden Hamilton might even call it justice. He did that to you, I said to Scotty. The man cried into a pillow. He does it to all that follows him, Walter said. And they're happy about it. Except Scotty. He didn't want to. That's why we're here, hiding. He broke Scotty's ankles, and Scotty was supposed to try and survive the night alone. I couldn't take it. I picked him up and ran home. Didn't matter. Walter sagged. He found us anyway. Told us to wait for his return. Here's what you're gonna do, I said. Turn yourself into the police. I'll deal with him. You have my word. I know the Westdale well. My parents had taken me to see Charlie Chaplin there on my birthday. The theater, however, didn't keep up with the times, and failed to update to the golden era of talkies. No surprise when it closed up. The police won't help, Walter said. We already tried calling them. The man said he didn't believe us, and hung up. That's odd, Olive said, before her familiar scent, that enticing mixture of Pall Mall smoke, perfume, and her, waded into my nostrils. I nearly fainted. It had been so long. Knock it off, she warned. I think Lamech is paying off the cops, I thought to her. You're forgetting one of Adamo's lessons, she said. Cops can be bribed, but not if members of their community start going missing. I had already considered that, I thought, before rapidly shifting ideas some more. I love that you can read my mind. Don't be vulgar, Mr. Anderson, she cautioned, in such a way that it seemed an invitation. During the mental conversation, I smoked and watched the men while they despaired. The police are afraid, I concluded out loud. Neither man took much notice. That's it, eh? So someone awfully powerful is involved. It had to be Charlie Albrecht, last of his infernal line. Adamo had melted him into goo with a flamethrower, yet the powerful demon in his body reconstructed him, like so many times before. I had to kill him for good. That was the actual mission. I doubt Charlie would change his name, Olive whispered. I swore her lips grazed my earlobe. Why whisper at all when no one else could hear? You're reading into things that aren't there, she protested, but didn't sound too sure. I smiled. Stop that, she ordered. I shook my head. I'd been hopeful before that she'd remember what we had, and where we were headed, and I despaired she'd never feel the same way about me again unless she remembered all our time together. But the truth was far simpler. We'd fallen in love from the beginning, and it was happening again like destiny, or star-crossed lovers. That's not a good thing, dummy, she snapped. I didn't understand. Star-crossed is bad, she continued. It means tragic lovers, doomed by fate. I'll take any kind of love from you, I thought. She retreated or distanced herself. It's hard to describe exactly. I approached Scotty. I need to remove your foot. Huh? Do you want to live? I asked him. He turned away. No. I deserve to die for what I've done. I'm not sure why his statement made me angry, except that the idea of dying felt like dodging responsibility for his actions. He'd effectively killed Teddy and made Eden a widow. You're going to live, I told him, grabbing his foot and leg. And you're going to pay for what you've done. He screamed and fought, and Walter came to his aid. Neither of them had the strength of a demon, though. I thrust Walter away, and he flew into the wall. The impact didn't knock him out. I saw him watching, wary, while I removed Scotty's necrotic flesh and bone with my penknife. The man screamed. Of course he did. Now he had a real idea of the pain he'd caused. He passed out before it was over. I used Walter's belt for a tourniquet. I'm calling for an ambulance, Walter, I said. Go with your friend. Stay at the hospital. I'm going after Lamech. Walter flinched and bit his bottom lip. Okay. I cleaned my bloody hands, buttoned up my coat over a new shirt stain, and ran back to Eden's to use her phone. The green-teeth Jennies had already arrived. 2 20-somethings fawned over a baby on a blanket in the living room, playing peekaboo to enthusiastic and giggling applause. Without their leather jackets and the green muck on their teeth, the trademark of their gang, they seemed like ordinary girls. Who would ever guess they belonged to a violent street gang? Hey, Alton, one of them acknowledged as I passed through the living room to the kitchen. Eden okay? I asked. Taking a bath. Good. Thank you, I told them. They smiled and went back to entertaining the baby. I thought of Duke Agaras. He'd hired the Green-Teeth Jennies to kill me or rough me up. He'd made the mistake, however, of working through one of his sycophants to arrange the deal. The man in question assumed leverage through his powerful mobster connection, Adamo DeFranco, my best friend. It certainly couldn't please the Duke that I'd swept in and taken supervision of the Jennies. I hoped it pissed him off. In the kitchen, I called the ambulance for Scotty. They weren't like modern ambulances. There were no paramedics. A driver in a hearse would arrive at the house and drive Scotty to the hospital. The driver likely wore a suit and looked like an undertaker. Hopefully, Scotty wouldn't resist. I didn't have time to confirm. I had to get to the theater. Call Adamo, Olive insisted. He could tell Duke Agaras and Nancy where to meet us. For once, I did as she asked, without banter. The Westdale Theater, I told Adamo. Swing music played in the background. The Westdale? Never heard of it. He sounded displeased with himself, as if he should know everything. It closed down a long time ago, I said. And it's a little off the beaten path, too. Far east from Tour Hill. I described how to get there. If Nancy gets back from the factory, tell her where I'll be. And Duke? I shrugged, without thinking about how he couldn't see the gesture through the phone. He could choke on ham. Alton! Olive used my name to object to the sentiment. My first name. She let out an exasperated sigh because I smiled again. You don't trust him, Adamo concluded. You got that right. Especially if things get violent. He looks like a monster. I'll bet he fights like a bull in a china shop. You and Nancy with the china in that metaphor? So I'm not gonna wait, I admitted. That's a bad idea, Alton, Olive said. I continued speaking for Adamo and Olive's benefit. The baby in the other room is giggling today, but someday she's gonna understand her father was taken away by a monster. If I can stop that from happening to another kid, I must. And it will happen. Lamech could have his next victim already. We just don't know it yet. If I wait, even for a few minutes, another kid loses their dad. Children, Olive remarked. It's always about children with you. Why? I understand, Adamo said. And I admire your courage, Alton. Please, be careful. I've become quite fond of our shared meals together. That made me laugh. I like them too, my friend. See ya. Goodbye. I hung up the phone and thought about Olive's question, while we waited for another summoned taxi to arrive. Together, we watched the Jennies playing with the baby. Eden had returned and held a cup of tea. She looked a little shocked at the turn of events. Who could blame her? I don't know, I thought. But maybe it's not uncommon, these days especially, to want to save and protect the remaining innocents in the world. I wish someone had done that for me. Stop me from going to war, doing all those terrible things everyone said was necessary. They were necessary, Alton, Olive assured me. Didn't have to be some kid from Bridal Veil Lake, though, did it? If not you, she said, then who? It's like I'm asking, why me? And that's pretty childish, I know. I bet the Japanese on the receiving end of those bombs thought the same thing. Little Man and Fat Boy. We thought the names were funny. Cerber just named them that because one was small and the other was large. I helped kill those people, Olive. Camp X worked hard to protect the project from being leaked. We failed. Soviet spies were everywhere. One of them was even a physicist working on the bombs themselves. Now the whole world can blow up anytime it likes. I felt a pinch on my cheek, followed by a raucous peal of laughter. Her laughter. It should have stung, but it only filled me with warmth. What the hell are you talking about? Olive asked. You think you're to blame for the Russians getting the bomb? Well, he was there, wasn't he? I defended. We should have caught him. Alton, darling, she said. I could have died happy in that moment. You weren't even there at the same time. She went on laughing. The taxi pulled up to save the day. I gave the driver the address, and he turned around in his seat to give me the eye. The theater's been closed for at least a decade, son. You don't want to go there. Oh? He turned back around. I drive by it on my way home at night. Just some squatters there. But you don't think it's just squatters, do you? He pulled away from the curb. No, he admitted. Place gives me the willies. Seems silly when I say it out loud. Not at all, I said. You've got good instincts. Thanks. We went the rest of the way in silence. I gave him a large tip. He hardly seemed to notice. His eyes focused on the faded pyramidic sign above the boarded entrance of the Westdale. Now playing had been reduced by time, the wind, or someone owing. Owing. My bet was on someone. People believe they are owed. I'm no different. I know better, but I don't feel it. I curse the universe all the time for its lousy hands dealt to the majority. I got out of the cab. He drove off before I could close the door. The afternoon had begun to shift into evening, though the sun would not set for some hours behind the encroaching veil of clouds, promising rain in some measure by the end of the night. Other businesses had fallen victim to the economic cataclysm of Tour Hill. Dusty windows contained more than one closing forever sign. No cars or people on the street. I touched the boarded entrance. Someone had made a rope handle. "We should wait," Olive reminded. "This is a dumb play." "I already explained why I can't," I said, before tapping my jacket to feel the well-rod pistol inside my shoulder holster. "See? You're expecting a fight. We should wait." I ignored her and pulled on the rope. The ramshackle door swung open on a spring hinge, silent when I expected the groan of rusted steel. Someone had wanted it quiet, which made me uneasy. A squeaky door served reliably as a proximity alert. To maintain the muted comforts of society meant the inhabitant didn't care if anyone came inside. They might have other means of detecting guests and dealing with unwanted intruders. "I should go first," Olive whispered, before I could plunge into the dark expanse of an abandoned lobby. Streaks of cleanliness ran through a carpet of dust on the once-polished floor. No siree, I thought. I'd never let her out of my presence again if I could help it. The nights were painful enough when she was with her husband, and I with my nun. "What do you suppose made that streak in the dust?" Olive asked. "Not a broom," I answered. Failing sunlight poured through the cracked dome. Walking underneath that glass as a child, gazing up at the starry sky, made the Westdale a place for magic. Now I worried it might come crashing down at any second. "Gonna be dark pretty soon." I went to the ticket kiosk. An usher's flashlight had been left behind, and it worked. A narrow beam shot from the end. "That's lucky," Olive remarked sarcastically. I ignored her suspicion. The unlocked door and a convenient flashlight seemed like invitations. But to what? Nothing good in this stillness. "Keep an eye out for signs of the Asmodai, my love," I said to Olive. I don't want to be trapped again." "Don't call me that," she replied calmly. "And you were trapped by the..." "I see. That's what he did then." I walked the clear path to the concession counter. It still smelled like popcorn. "That's it then?" she continued. "We walked into a trap? What was it? Binding? Banishment? Branding? Butchering?" I stopped. "That's a lot of B's. Do all the Asmodai traps begin with a B?" "No," she said quickly. "And tell me." "The last one, I'd say." The wide ramp to the right led to the Grand Theater. Blankets had been left in intermittent piles. "You," Olive went on, "held on to me. You must have. I wouldn't be here otherwise. You went through all of that. I can't imagine what it was. And didn't let go." "Never crossed my mind," I confessed, though I honestly couldn't remember if it had. "You don't remember the ordeal. You can't imagine it." "Well, I remember it. Think about it often, in fact. Sleep is bad lately, but I can't imagine a life without you, Olive. And that's a tragedy I refuse to accept. So I did what I did. And I'm sorry if..." Her invisible arms wrapped around my shoulders before her ethereal body collided with mine, in firm embrace. I dropped the flashlight. The cylinder rolled down the ramp. I reached out and held her. She allowed it. And soon she materialized. If that's the word for it. "Thank you," she said. I didn't have words. Gently, I brought my index finger under her chin and lifted, fully intending to look upon her fully. At once, she vanished, and drove a now invisible knee into my privates. I gasped, and resisted the urge to suddenly throw up. Instead, I jumped on my heels. Intrepid, during hand-to-hand combat training, said doing so after such an unfortunate attack set everything back to where it should be. I have no idea if that were true, but it made me feel better at the time, and it made this moment slightly more bearable. "What?" I began slowly. "The hell, Olive? You thanked me for sparing you from the depths and then immediately attacked my..." "You crossed a line, Mr. Anderson," she said. "So I'm demoted again, huh?" I started moving down the ramp. "Let's go. I suddenly feel the urge to kill rising." "It stinks in here," Olive said, like that was my fault. "How can you even smell things?" I asked, like it was hers. "I can't. Not directly. But I can through you." "So you can, then?" "Shut up." "Shut up?" Her invisible hand gripped my wrist. "No. Shut up as in... listen." A shuffling noise came from somewhere down the ramp. The usher's flashlight had been designed to only illuminate a footpath. Worked like a charm if the aim was to bring someone to their seat without distracting the already seated audience. Not so useful for capturing the whole wall of dark up ahead. I could only see a tiny circle of light wherever I directed the beam. "What is that noise?" Alton, Olive repeated with growing apprehension. The floor, look at the floor." I couldn't see what she meant with the damn flashlight. What? The glint of steel flashed briefly at my feet. I nearly stepped on the hobbled thing dragging itself forward to presumably attack. A filthy man, completely bald with chalky skin and 2 red lips, moved at a glacial pace. Then I realized he wasn't alone. All the blankets moved, ebbing like a wave of molasses. Starved figures brandished weapons of one kind or another. A one-eyed man held a sharp piece of glass. An open-mouthed fellow carried a mini sledgehammer. Belabored movements unleashed the dusty and dirty figures hidden in their makeshift robes. Rotted flesh, gangrenous wounds, the same as Scotty's, mounted an olfactory attack against my nostrils. I might have thrown up if not for Olive actively using her delightful scent, that mixture of cigarettes, perfume, and a hint of sweat, like a shield. I took a step back out of range of the knife attack, and nearly stepped on another blanket pile assassin. The way back had been flooded with many crawling acolytes. The streak in the dusty floor made sense. One of them had crawled through it, his robe making a path. With a sharpened stick, the man I'd almost stepped on, his face hidden, tore a hole in my trousers. "I'll only warn you once," I said. He took no heed and tried again. "So be it." I kicked his head under the chin, and it separated from his shoulders, spinning a bloody pinwheel through the air, coming to rest somewhere further up the ramp. The others halted their oozing procession only briefly, before resuming their encroachment on the shrinking circle where I stood. I stomped the hand of the knife wielder and turned on my heel, crushing bone. He gasped but tried to claw my shoe with his other hand, so I stomped that one too. The one-eyed man tried his luck with the glass. I seized his wrist and tossed him so hard into the wall, his body made a splattering noise and left a bloody print. "You don't need to be so brutal," Olive said. I could picture her eyes rolling, though that made no sense. I'd never seen her face. "Kind of hard," I admitted. "There's so many." There had to be nearly 100, and their creeping, feeble determination unnerved me. Their collective silence, too. I'd busted that one guy's hand to skin containing fragments, and he'd hardly peeped. The one-eyed man with the sledgehammer hardly had the strength to lift it. His attack came up short of my foot, and it was easy to relieve him of it. I tossed the heavy end onto his back, which arched briefly before he went limp, unconscious or dead. I'd intended the previous. And failed. Olive confirmed. He's dead. The others did not stop to honor their brethren, or hesitate in fear of their unusual foe. Lamech is here, I said to Olive, with the idea that the name might spark a halt to this incredibly sad assault. Alas, they continued, and the dead began to pile up. They've seen demonic strength before. The killing continued. I could, unfortunately, taste their blood, as copious amounts painted my face and body. With Olive's infusion, her gifts, I could do this forever. The faces of these men didn't care. My mind drifted to think of their souls, and whether or not these husks still contained any. I thought Olive might have the answer. I do not, she answered, sounding a little sad. Not one person under these blankets has a demon in them. They're just men. I picked up another of these men and held him up in the air by his arms, which I then tore off in anger, I admit, after he spat in my face. I shouldn't have sided with a demon. It's that simple, is it? She countered sharply. You forget about Kitty already? Kitty? I nearly shouted, as I kicked another blanketed ghoul into a pile of the already dead. Was a child. And these guys aren't. So that's that? A rusted nail pierced my shin before I could respond. Damn it! I roared, before popping the nail-wielder's skull like a rotten melon. No more subtle shuffling noises followed. The ramp to the theater descended into deeper quiet. All had been killed, or at least subdued. I had done it. Guilt threatened to drive me to insanity. I held my elbows and dropped to my knees, pushing blood out of the carpet. I watched as red rivulets formed and gravity made a tiny river. I could have run, I said. Easily, she confirmed. You could have never come here in the first place. Waited until the others arrived. There might have been a better solution. As I mentioned, you already anticipated violence. So why, Alton? Why? I didn't have an immediate answer, and no time to think about it. Laughter erupted from the bottom of the ramp, beyond the sea of the slaughtered. I shuddered. I know that laugh. There she stood, but not in the same body. At the General Brock Hotel, Miss Smiles had been female. She'd been behind the arcane trap that had forced us to endure the torturous dissection of Margaret Dale. It's what had driven Olive insane and away from me. It's also the answer to your question, she said. Her feminine voice came from an elderly male body. She/he wore the same fedora, casting shadow over the top half of her/his face. On display, the permanent, arrogant, shit-eating grin of the Asmodai. The suit she wore for our first meeting had been replaced with a blood-stained surgeon's smock. Question? I stood up, already thinking of ways to destroy this vile piece of trash. Agaras' protection, as much as I despised him, served to prevent any more arcane traps. That's what Olive had said. So I figured all that stood between Smiles and the depths was the body it had chosen to possess. Don't underestimate the Asmodai, Olive warned. The question is why you killed them all, Mr. Anderson, she continued, strolling without concern on the back of a dead man. You see, you're angry, Mr. Anderson. Traumatized. You did that. She acted like she hadn't heard me. And you want to punish the world. Just you, I seethed. But it began so many years before you entered the sphere of the Asmodai. The war. Shut up, Lamech. I awkwardly began to make my way through the bodies. You saw things, did things, had things done to you. Smile, or Lamech, laughed. You know what you've been made into. You know it's true. Alton Anderson is losing his humanity. The irony is, it's you giving it away. Peeling away the murdered parts of yourself and pouring alcohol over the cauterized exit wounds. The truth in these guesses stung. Why in the hell are you telling me this? Shouldn't you be trying to kill me? Lamech gestured towards the general carnage. It's a buyer's market. There have never been more of you. Your growth is all but assured in the next half-century. Greater supply, less individual value. But you're a little different, because of your better half. I began to feel the scope of the lecture. A human is nothing more than a commodity to demons. Cattle. We're cattle. And the worst part? So many of us believe it, without even knowing there are supernatural beings in the universe. The evidence had been splattered everywhere. By me. Different? I wondered. Don't take the bait, Alton, Olive warned. Of course not. But I had. A slender and perverse thread of hope had been extended by this monstrosity. If I was different, then maybe the rage I felt, the killing I had done, could be forgiven. You said, because of my better half. Olive. Alton, she warned again. Lamech's grin widened, a pencil-thin slice of red across his face. She helped you defeat Duke Agaras, and 3 of the Asmodai. These are unimaginable feats for a succubus and her mortal. Therefore, you must be special. This time, I managed to keep quiet. Deep inside, however, I wanted it to be true. Special people had special privileges. I had to do what I did. And what happened here only did because of what sacrifices had made of me. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't. A sharp slap rattled my jaw. That's enough, Olive scolded me. Kill him. That's the job. Get it done. I had the impression she had another strike ready if I didn't move. It felt difficult to find the motivation to kill Smile. She, in her borrowed male body, didn't seem at all concerned by my tardy approach. She'd be sent to the depths if I killed the host. I had no idea what happened to demons that left voluntarily. We go to the Vale, Olive explained, strangely withdrawn for a moment. Our home, I suppose. It's the first thing I knew. Hard to explain. Picture a high tower. The highest you can. We watch from there. Most of us wait, searching for the potentialities to manifest in other worlds. She won't have time to disentangle herself from this host, but she is Asmodai. Another one may be close by. Her name is likely to be known, though I don't know it. She will return from the depths, until all methods of entering this physical plane are extinguished. A child's explanation, Lamech mocked. I can show you, Mr. Anderson, if you like. They extended a large hand. Strangely, I found myself reaching for it. I wanted to take it. Not to know about the mysteries of life, but for some kind of relief. She'd promised relief. Shame overcame me next. How could I possibly be considering this? I drew the well rod. Far too slow. Lamech backhanded the pistol, a toy out of my hands. Wings of shadow extended from the man's broad back, fluttering the same as a hummingbird, but on a far grander scale. They levitated, and I noticed the ankles of the host had been destroyed. She'd made the host walk on those. I wondered if he'd suffered, and the smile grew to say it was so. Stop it, Alton, Olive said. Close your mind to her. You want to take that hand? You've already opened yourself to her influence. Oppression comes next. She'll appear in your dreams. After that, I don't have to tell you what will follow the many promises to be made. I looked at those fractured ankles. A shaft of pure light appeared in the levitating man's hand. He dove fast. If I would have blinked, I'd have been dead. As it happened, I didn't. and managed to sidestep the otherworldly weapon of the enemy. It sizzled and buried itself through the carpet and stone below. Foolishly, Smile attempted to retrieve it. I had my chance. I used it to throw all my anger and pain and hopelessness into a left hook against the side of the host's head. Blood exploded around my fist in some kind of slowed-down reality. Bones snapped. Probably the spine. And yet, Lamech the Smile managed to operate the host's head, to turn and gaze out from the shadow of the fedora's brim, which I hadn't managed to knock off her head. Nevertheless, the body crumpled and rolled at the same time, crashing into the wall. A gurgle came from the man. I went to his side with some kind of vague intention of comforting him. I don't know why. He likely didn't deserve it. Or maybe he did. Kitty Espazito. She had my compassion. Was it so crazy to believe others might deserve it too? Mission accomplished. I looked again at the carnage I had made. Why would he do this to people? Eh? Olive replied. She sounded like a Canuck more and more every day. They would have been far more effective opponents or guardians or whatever if she hadn't hobbled their legs. I crouched down to view an example of the shattered ankles in question. The hobbling was the point, Alton. She prepared them for you. Olive sighed as if reluctant to share this next part. So you could sacrifice another part. The part, maybe, that thinks you're any good at all. I didn't respond. It had almost worked. It did work, Olive continued, reading my stupid thoughts as usual. This Asmodee is gone, likely to the depths, but not for long. And we'll try again. If you don't wise up, you'll repeat today's tragedy, and eventually give in. Probably around the same time you can no longer look at yourself in the mirror without existential terror. I felt like that ship had sailed months ago. Let's go, I said. The mission is over. I felt mentally drained, but physically sound. The perfect recipe for a night at the bar. Olive's sigh came with frustration this time. You can't bury your pain forever, Alton. Someday, there won't be a bottle big enough in the whole world to hide in. I scratched the stubble on my chin with bloodied fingernails. Is that day today? Surprisingly, she laughed. And the sound brought me so much joy, I had half a mind to not get destructively drunk in the next few hours. The palm of her hand rested against my cheek. I wanted to cry. The mission is accomplished. Let's go. Just then, a hulking shadow appeared at the top of the ramp. Duke Agaras and Nancy had finally arrived as backup. The noble demon laughed with disgusting delight at the dead on the floor. I already felt ashamed of what I'd done. Giving him joy made me sick and angry. You should have waited, Nancy shouted. Agaras held out an arm to stop her from proceeding down the ramp. He pointed to the floor at a twisting wretch, a survivor with a chisel. Nancy stepped back, and the Duke raised his foot to squash the last member of the hobbled cult. The attack, however, unfolded clumsily, and the blanketed form rolled over and whisked the sharpened implement across Agaras's thigh. He groaned and clutched at the blood spurting from his femoral artery. Good, I thought. Dumb bastard proved me right. No good in a fight. Can't even take one of these. Olive's distress disturbed this train of thought. Nancy pinned the attacker's wrist with her foot. She had such control and grace of her demonic strength. She looked at Agaras with only mild concern. Surely he, a duke, could heal himself better than Nancy or I. Yet he sat down and stared at the flowing blood soaking his trousers. Why doesn't he heal himself? I asked. Nancy shrugged. Agaras, what are you doing? For once, his shark smile disappeared, and he managed to close his damn mouth. I cannot, he grumbled. What? Why? Nancy exclaimed. To hasten his way from the depths, Olive said.
He ceded a great part of his power as a favor to my mother. He came back in order to heal me.
I had trouble believing Agaras could do anything beneficent.
He came back so he could have you, I corrected her. He took a liking to me, Olive said. I am honored to be his wife. He is so much more than a succubus could ever hope for.
The demon inside the wounded brute, dying on the floor, groaned. Once more I could feel her worry escalating. Agaras didn't love her or take a liking to her. He'd brought her this way out of the depths more swiftly because he saw an opportunity to exact his revenge against me. He'd succeeded. I'd never been so lost, so on the brink of losing my mind. And yet, I couldn't let this happen if it made her unhappy. I sighed and reached for my belt. Only, I didn't. I couldn't move.
Alton?
Nancy said, clearly afflicted, the same as I. Her lips shut, and she could say no more. I couldn't speak.
You fell for another trap,
Olive said telepathically to me. I spoke the same to her, only in my head.
What?
Maud, she communicated.
I'm your Maud.
Dr. Maud Kelsey had been kidnapped by Charlie and the other Albrechts. They wanted her to go on delivering the horrific Campion babies that Margaret and Barbara Albrecht kept giving birth to at an abnormally fast rate. Bernard Irving, a patient of the doctor's, had come with me to save her. Before her abduction, he had wanted to propose, he told me, but that wasn't near half the story. After a scene about as bloody as what had occurred in the Westdale, I'd found Maud, and her husband. Bernard had loved her so much. Her happiness was all that mattered. And he died there at the Albrecht mansion to prove it. Olive had told me she never thought she'd be a Maud to me. And here we were. Not quite the same. Instead of sacrificing my life for Olive's happiness, Olive sacrificed her husband for mine. Maybe I was the Maud then. We watched the Duke stretch out on the carpeted ramp, a corpse for a pillow, and die. Nancy immediately shouted, "What in the hell was that?" Olive's invisible fingers entwined with mine. My heart fluttered.
So you remember then?
I asked her, ignoring the fake and enraged nun at the top of the ramp.
No,
Olive admitted.
But love isn't a memory, Alton. It's a feeling.
Her lips pressed against mine.
Oh, you've got to be kidding,
Nancy continued to rage.
Your succubus just let one of our allies die.
Man and demon didn't care. The world, for the moment, had been rebalanced amidst 100 corpses.
You look like an idiot,
Nancy declared.
Like you're making out with nothing. Nothing!
Her shrieking amused Olive and I. We strode hand in hand from the Westdale Theater. Our mission accomplished without me nearly dying for once.
That was the first time, Olive said. You relied entirely on my gifts to succeed. Every other mission you used some clever trick to survive.
I guess that's true, I admitted. Why did it make me apprehensive?
Alton, my love, Olive said. Why did you try to save Scotty, but not the people inside the theater?
I didn't have an answer for her. Nancy opened the door, a trail of smoke exiting as well. She continued to appear unhappy. Another fire to cover the evidence of our operation. How in the hell was I going to tell her she needed to move out? Night had come in earnest to Bridal Veil Lake. Strong winds teased the branches of the trees in the park. We were all grateful when we reached the sanctity of my apartment. Nancy poured 2 drinks. For herself. The dits and dahs of the Hydra in the closet came through loud and clear. Charlie Albrecht. Charlie Albrecht. The man and his demon had returned to Bridal Veil Lake. And all the powers of hell. Who had sent the message through the Hydra? We never did find out. Perhaps another operative, maybe Intrepid himself. Nancy had been the original communicator, tapping out Morse code from a convent, where she posed as a nun. She'd moved into the secret apartment with me above the secret and still very illegal casino in Bridal Veil Lake. No need to use the Hydra radio anymore. So, who had sent the message regarding Charlie Albrecht's return? The little fake nun set out to investigate, and then she promptly disappeared. It's okay, Alton. Olive soothed often. The rekindled romance with the succubus tethered to my soul had been hindered again by the loss of Nancy, and her incubus, Stephen, to a lesser extent. I'd never met the demon. I never usually prayed. Didn't see the point. But I thought of Pascal's wager. There would be no significant loss if nobody above and omnipotent existed, and incredible consequences if he did. And really needed prayers to get off his ass and help. He's got her, I whispered to Olive one night. I know it. What is he waiting for? Shh, Olive would respond, wrapping invisible arms around my chest. We can't lose hope. We have to act. Where was Nancy going to look for the messenger? That's where we start. I couldn't sleep after that. Being linked to a succubus had a curious impact. I never felt tired. Yet I knew that I was. My body, my mind, needed rest. Olive and her gifts gave me superhuman powers. Endurance, speed, strength, and a price. I couldn't stop. Not really. I closed my mind completely to her before this next thought. She's going to kill me someday. Alton? She said with concern. What's wrong? I never closed my mind to her. Nothing. It's okay. Let's go. The clock had crossed to the wrong side of midnight. I put on my fedora and coat. Unexpected summer temperatures had arrived in early May, and with it, a fleet of midges getting into everything. In 47, Tour Hill had not been so industrialized. Nature imposed itself regularly. Midge clouds were an annual tradition close to the lake. The thickness of the tiny insect groups came like a biblical plague. We passed through the darkened casino. Adamo DeFranco, the mobster boss and my best friend, had imposed a curfew on the place, and that time had come and gone by this point in the night. Even the doormen had gone to bed. Except for the midges. The streets were empty. Where are we going? Olive wondered. Nancy told me she usually began her investigations at the grocery store. Because she was getting groceries, Olive pointed out. For the nuns at the convent, Alton. I shrugged. I know, but I don't know where else she would have started. We've got nothing. She shouldn't have run off like that. Olive cackled. Heh, you did the exact same thing at the Westdale Theater, remember? That was different. That's so? She always knew how to push my buttons. It is, and you know it. Lamech's last victim was a father. I couldn't risk another kid losing a parent. There wasn't time to wait for Nancy, and I abruptly shut my mouth. Well, go on. Say it. Say his name. You think I care if you do? She tried to laugh, but it sounded forced. Duke Agaras, the demon lord, had been her husband by arrangement. He'd only asked for Olive in order to hurt me, because I'd killed one of his incarnations a while back. The Duke had also joined the West in the war against the Soviets. Too bad he hadn't accommodated well to the meathead he'd possessed. A single lucky swipe from a cult member found an artery, and he'd bled out. I could have saved him. Nancy, too. But Olive had held us back. Literally. So, her husband's earthly vehicle had died, and whatever a demon consisted of was sent to the depths. An empty void beyond human comprehension. Agaras wouldn't be there for long, however. His name is known, and so too is his ritual. With those ingredients, servants and sycophants of his could summon him back to Earth. We rounded a corner. I had never gone to any grocery store in Bridal Veil Lake. We wandered aimlessly. Why did you let him die? Olive's invisible lungs exhaled a plume of visible smoke, a habit she developed when particularly stressed. She liked Pall Malls. So did I. My mom had smoked the same. The smell reminded me of Christmas Eve, and the parties we used to have at my grandmother's. Mom would smoke and drink and laugh and laugh and laugh. You know why, Olive said eventually. I told you why, she insisted. Yeah, I answered. But is it the truth? I mean, the body he occupied died. He didn't. He'll be back 1,000 times. Are you... Does it mean... How does demonic marriage work? This time, Olive's laugh came off as genuine. It's not the same as your culture, that's for sure. For one, demons can marry as many times as they want, and none of those arrangements are totally exclusive. All are political, on the other hand. So it's not like you can marry everyone and hope to stay neutral. Resources are exchanged, power sometimes, and holdings in realms everywhere. Are there worlds? I said slowly, searching for the right expression. Like Earth elsewhere? I could feel Olive's joy, her excitement at being able to answer such a question. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. What? What does that mean? It sounds familiar. She laughed some more, and I could feel the tension between us ease for a moment. I didn't have all the answers yet. I might never have them. But she'd come home with me. And that was enough. For now. With nothing open, the town became a desert. The better part of an hour passed before we came upon a grocery store. And a robbery in progress. The front door had been smashed open with a rock. I knew because the rock had been left behind on the sidewalk, and I could hear frantic movement inside. I stepped through broken glass and witnessed a distressed man carrying too many cabbages. "Hold the cabbages," I exclaimed. He dropped them all and began a flailing search for his weapon, a bowie knife tucked into the rope serving as a belt. "Control, control," Olive warned me. "You must learn control. Don't do anything awful." I understood the sentiment. I'd killed around 100 of Lamech's pitiful cult members. She'd hobbled the misguided flock, and they'd crawled to attack, with crude weapons. And I destroyed them without any thought and a lot of built-up anger. I'd seen Nancy use her demonic augmentations with incredible nuance and delicacy, but she'd been a secret agent imbued with an infernal sidekick for years. I was still a rookie. "Sidekick?" Olive asked. "You're the sidekick." Another man came from the butcher's counter, with a comic amount of sausages draped over his neck and arms. The glee over his ill-gotten meat faded at the sight of his shuddering friend and the knife. His eyes followed the trajectory of the tip of the weapon to me. "Hey," he stammered. "Now hold on. This isn't what it seems, mister." I stuck my hands into my coat pockets and went to the first cabbage to have rolled my way. "Oh? What does it seem?" The unarmed man gulped. A significant coating of sweat had trapped and suffocated at least a few dozen midges. "We don't... This isn't us. We're only doing this because of her." That got my attention. Her? Her who? "Quiet," the knife wielder ordered. "This might be one of them." Somehow, this statement made the already nervous man more tense.
Them?
He licked his lips and overtly began searching the store for a way out. Hold on, I advised the fight-or-flight duo. I'm with the RCMP. I'm looking for someone. Small? Pretty? Dressed like a nun? Flight blinked rapidly, like he couldn't help it.
You here to arrest us?
I smiled. No. Maybe. Depends. Robbery isn't something I normally tolerate. But there's something odd about you two. You don't seem like thieves. I knelt and scooped up the dropped cabbage. Or perhaps it's your first attempt. Couple of amateurs? Too green to clean out the registers first?
How do you know we didn't grab the cash first?
Fight answered. Because you just told me, I said. They put the cash away at night. So what's going on?
Nothing. Not a word.
Fight advised again. Flight nodded. I rolled my eyes, out of patience. The cabbage in my hands hit Fight square in the face. I'd never been that good at pitching, so the accuracy could be attributed to Olive's influence. Fight staggered into a crate of potatoes and fell onto his ass. The knife skittered across the floor to Flight's worn shoes, and he only looked at it.
Pick it up, Stanley,
Fight shouted. Flight, or Stanley, obeyed with tremendous reluctance. He held the wooden handle as if it were litter.
I can't, Cooper. I can't. You know I can't.
The knife dropped, and Stanley with it, pressing his head into his knees and quietly sobbing.
I can't. I can't. You know I can't. Please stop. Don't do that.
I loomed over Fight. Cooper. You're veterans. Back against the floor, hands spread wide in surrender, he nodded. I held out my hand. So am I. Cooper accepted the help to his feet, probably for a lack of better options. He went to Stanley immediately and threw his arms around him.
Stanley, come back. Hey, don't go there. It's over. I'm sorry, all right? I shouldn't have done that. Stan?
I lit a new cigarette and prepared to wait. Gradually, Stanley Boyd's trembling calmed enough he could look up again.
Coop? What happened?
Coop shrugged.
Same thing as always. Only I was the cause this time.
Sorry. I thought of asking where they'd been during the war, but held off. Stan had clearly seen action. Hasn't been too long since my own episodes, I said to the duo. You have my sympathies, boys. But that will only get you to the point where I ask questions before I do what needs to be done. Last time, tell me about the nun, sister, Nancy. They remained tight-lipped. Something worse than an RCMP had scared them. Or they simply loved Nancy more than their own skin. Cooper threw a punch with zero chance of landing. Gentle, gentle, Alton, Olive reminded me. I caught his wrist, and could feel the fragility of the man's bones. Another attempt to hit me came from his untrapped appendage. I spun him around and shoved his backside with my heel. He collided with Stanley, who'd resumed covering his head and shivering.
Stop! Stop!
Stanley stuttered.
Coop, I can't.
From a seated position, he fell onto his side and seemed to be entering a violent seizure.
Stan?
Coop shouted, trying to hold his friend still. I assisted by pinning the man's torso, so that only his limbs shook. Cooper Boyd and I each took a muted measure of the other, while we waited for the episode to pass. I don't know who you're worried about, I said. But it isn't me. He rubbed Stanley's face with a handkerchief, to keep the sweat from pouring into the afflicted man's eyes.
She said they tried to deceive us.
Did she tell you how dangerous they are, too? How vicious? How cruel? Cooper nodded.
She did.
And do you think it likely one of them would sit and have a chat with you like this? Or help your friend through a seizure? I blew smoke away from the pair, and added, would they be polite? He didn't answer the questions.
Arrest us then, if you're not one of them. I don't know how much longer I could do this anyway.
I took out my silver cigarette case and offered one to each of them.
Do what exactly?
Stanley had a book of matches that I waved away.
Please, allow me.
I lit their cigarettes with my Bic, and gave them a moment to let the tobacco do its work on their nerves.
Coop is right,
Stanley said. I was kind of surprised he spoke. He seemed like the type to let others do the talking. A lot of vets were after the war.
If you're a Mountie, then arrest us for thieving.
I sighed. I really am a Mountie. Technically. But I don't go around arresting people for low-level crimes. I don't ride a horse or have a red uniform with one of those hats.
So,
Stanley said with some apprehension.
What kind of Mountie are you then?
He flinched when I tapped the ash of my cigarette onto the floor. I held his eyes as I said these next words slowly. The demon-hunting kind. They should have laughed at my cheesy admission. Their stoic expressions didn't falter. Someone, Nancy, hopefully, had told them everything. Demons are real, and they're as split as the East and West. No, I don't know the exact numbers on each side of the division. Sometimes I got the sense we were in the extreme minority. Mostly because they sent me and a succubus against the Alrech family, and they're immensely powerful Asmodai demons. I kept this idea hidden from Olive, however, because bringing it up would imply her low standing in the infernal world, a fact she'd been pretty open about already.
My name is Alton Anderson, I continued.
Stanley perked up.
Alton?
I felt like an idiot. Should have introduced myself earlier. Because introducing yourself immediately to thieves is the polite thing to do? Olive joked. You know me? I asked the vets, ignoring Olive's jab. Stanley looked to Cooper for permission to reveal the truth, which he gave.
She's in the gorge with us. Really sick. Something happened. She was attacked. We heard the noise and rushed over to help.
His tremors began to worsen once more, so Cooper stepped in.
They were monsters,
Coop said.
They looked like men.
He shook his head.
Would have killed us with their bare hands if the sister hadn't intervened. But there were too many. They had her pinned down. We tried to help. They brought out a knife and cut the back of her neck. I couldn't see exactly what the purpose was. It seemed almost gentle, the way they were doing it. Sister Nancy didn't even scream.
Oh, shit, Olive exclaimed. Cussing, dear, I chided telepathically. You know what they say about foul language and one's appearance.
It only makes you ugly, darling,
she countered.
When I swear, it's just the truth. What happened to her after?
Is she alive? These men didn't know about the tattoo hidden under her hair and habit, demonically etched some years ago. She'd been attacked by Asmodai. Of that, there could be no doubt. And the odd cutting could mean nothing else but the removal of the golden crown on a field of green. They'd taken the mark connecting her to Stephen, the incubus who gave her supernatural powers, the same as me. My tattoo, an invisible woman wrapped in a snake, rested on my forearm. If separated from my body, Olive would be off to the depths, likely forever. Apparently, there were no rituals of return for demons of low standing. Don't ask me why or how. I don't know.
She's back,
Cooper confirmed.
But she's weak and, well, feverish.
And? What are you not saying?
Spit it out. There's no time to lose.
She's prone to violent fits of rage,
Stanley added, ashamed for some reason. I didn't have time to unpack their feelings. Take me to her. Now. The men took the food and some more, explaining their idea to attempt to cure Nancy with hearty sustenance. Medicine and a doctor made more sense, but she wouldn't commit to being taken anywhere else, and fought them off, though her strength had obviously been waning the last few days. I don't think she sleeps, Stanley said, as we rushed down the still empty street towards the gorge, where the Black River winds through dense forests, eventually feeding into Bridal Veil Lake. I have some fond childhood memories of the place. My father took me fishing there. If you went far enough west, the forests were thick and too wild for tourists wanting to camp. If I left Cooper and Stanley behind, I could have raced to the gorge in a matter of minutes, and never found Nancy in a million years. Even if I raced around wildly and tried to methodically search every square inch, I'd find myself lost. The trees there were old, untouched by the sawmills to the south. Why bother harvesting there when easier, more abundant sources of timber grew all around at ground level? As a result, some of the largest trees in southern Ontario slept beneath the darkness of their own canopy. I'm guessing you've chosen a more easterly location for your abode? I said. They stared. We're going east, correct? They nodded. Police chase us out of the tourist areas, Cooper said, or find a reason to arrest us. He frowned. That's the thanks we get. I couldn't disagree with his assessment. Had they missed the war? Hell, if I missed it, where would we be now? Certainly not in the wild, because society no longer found us presentable. Unfortunately, I'd met a lot of discarded and disfigured veterans since I'd returned to Bridal Veil Lake as an agent. I wish I could say they'd gotten something from their struggles. But so far, none of us seemed like particularly balanced or even sane individuals. A man falls down a hole and dies. It's a tragedy. A man falls down a hole where a trampoline bounces him out and into the path of a traveling circus with a dozen elephants. He is crushed. He dies. And that's comedy. Maybe the comparison isn't quite right. A single, definable cause is a tragedy. But a multitude of causes is too much for the individual to comprehend. It seems ridiculous. Everyone but those on the receiving end of the joke laugh. I can't even crack a smile. Stop wallowing, Alton, Olive sighed, before touching a silky fingertip to my earlobe. She'd give it a tug if I got too depressed or stupid. Pay attention. Doesn't this seem a little too convenient? We were just wandering and happened to find these guys in a grocery store, robbing it for food to supposedly help Nancy. That's a pretty lousy story, don't you think? I had to admit, it sounded pretty far-fetched. We'd walked into traps and ambushes before. I tried to think about how many, but soon gave up. The hidden powers behind Camp X, and the Cold War forces at the RCMP, had done a really terrific job of ensuring I had no idea what the hell I was doing at any given time. I'm not blaming you, Olive hissed, but we should be careful. You're a softie for veterans, remember? How could I forget? Charlie had sent some to their deaths at mine and Adamo's hands. They'd also had a pretty lousy story. I hadn't seen through it then. Adamo, a far more intelligent creature than I, had, and managed some kind of signal to his friend, the owner of the Jade Empress restaurant, and leader of the Chinese Tong, Lao Chi Wei. Both of them had probably saved my life. Again. And don't forget the Westdale. I didn't forget! I accidentally burst. Cooper flinched and dropped a cabbage. Stanley froze. You okay, Alton? Cooper asked. I took a deep breath.
Yeah. I'm back there too sometimes. Sneaks up on me. Sorry. Don't be, Cooper said. He scooped up the escaped vegetable and resumed walking. We all got our demons. We weren't far from the gorge. Modern roadway bridges arced across the chasm. These were new. Crossing points on the chasm were few and far between when I was a kid. I'd only heard of a single bridge connecting north to south back then, but never saw it. The way down, anyway, hadn't changed at all. One simply picked an entry point through the brush and began the descent down the gentlest slope, avoiding sheer walls of pockmarked limestone. They're veterans, Olive continued to pester. They're not stupid. They brought cabbage and sausage. No medicine. This time, she seized my earlobe and pulled hard enough I lost my balance and nearly fell on the slope. Ow, I thought. Stop it. I agree this is strange and something's up. I'm watching. I'll put a bit of distance between us. Is that okay? I should also add there's about a million easier ways they could have ambushed us by now. Only if they were expecting you, Olive pointed out. This might be their lucky night, too. I continued to communicate via brain. You mean my story? Our story's pretty dumb, too, don't you? I'm in it, and it doesn't make sense. To deliver her next statement, her hands caressed down my neck in a significantly distracting way. I needed to concentrate on not falling down the hill, so as not to be impaled by a beaver-hewn stump. 2 thieves are robbing a store. A man shows up claiming to be with the RCMP. He doesn't look like a Mountie in the slightest, and also doesn't seem to care about the crime in front of him, albeit petty. They offered the info about Nancy. As usual, you don't remember what they actually said, darling. They mentioned a her, and you automatically assumed it was Nancy. I had to admit, I couldn't clearly recall the progression of events. That was the trouble with casual, heavy intoxication. Stanley and Cooper had already passed below the thicket of greenery. I could turn back and run. Thoughts of Lamech, the smile under the hat, and her vicious torture of us fueling a superhuman retreat. We could go back to the apartment, Olive said, the fear apparent in her words. She couldn't remember the ordeal Lamech had put us through. The removal of those memories scared her, though. Agaras had been there to assist her with healing. He wouldn't likely do so again, because she'd let his last manifestation bleed out in front of us. Silence and darkness reigned in the woods. The men walked too quietly to be heard. Blood began to pulse a beat through my eardrums. I couldn't hear my own steps. Coop? Stanley? I rasped in what I thought might be their general direction. No response. Shit. Cussing, dear, Olive mused lazily. Time to leave, I think, yes? Something bright lit up ahead. Not fire nor lightning, yet it seemed to flicker and move. As I crept closer, Olive continued to tug on both of my earlobes. Retreating in the wrong direction, my love, she urged. Again. Why do you always do that? Do you see it? I asked her out loud. No concerns for Stanley or Coop this time. The tip of my shoe connected with a dropped cabbage. Alton, Olive said. Run! In the glow of a remarkable TV sat a child. A familiar child. Alton Anderson, couldn't be more than 7, watched a TV on the forest floor. The picture had color, like big-budget movies, but on a TV. Naturally, the young Alton Anderson lost himself in the immersion of an exceptional virtual reality. I could see the images, the actors, but couldn't fathom the premise or the plot. Even my reception of the dialogue slipped away from understanding.
Intrigue stole the concern of the bloodied and dead bodies around the scene. Stanley and Coop were dead. I could see their red halos forming around their shattered heads. Carefully, I stepped over them and sat beside me. "What are we watching?" I asked the boy. He grinned. "Stop kidding. It's our favorite show." "Right. Yeah, I knew that." "Come on," the kid urged, eyes never straying from the screen. "You'll miss it. Sit down." "Okay." Lamech. Had to be. Duke Agaras had been able to protect us from her powers of illusion. It had been an unusually rash decision on Olive's part to let him proceed to the depths, where he'd likely be for some time before returning to exact revenge on us. Again. "Olive? Where are you?" No response to my thoughts. I wasn't surprised. Lamech had cut off our ability to communicate before. Running would be expected. So would staying put. The unusual, constantly smiling demon would have a plan for both outcomes. "Malton?" she said, the sound of her voice both gravelly and ancient. "What's wrong?" Her derisive laugh pierced my soul. I felt weak. Lamech stepped from behind a tree, back in the suit and fedora she preferred. This was not a human body she possessed, but an image she cultivated and projected somehow. All demons needed to work through a material on the plane they desired to manifest in, but not even Olive seemed to know the limitations of these powers. Some, like her, had only successfully possessed and anchored human beings. Others could tie their being to objects, animals, even the wind. "How'd you get out of the depths so fast?" I asked with feigned, clearly frail confidence. "Oh, sad little thing. You and your trinket think you can challenge the Asmodai. We were there at the beginning. The first. We made the void when we came into existence. It is home, and we come and go from place to place as we wish." That didn't sound right. Without Olive, however, I couldn't confirm or deny the bluster coming from the smile. The truth mattered less than the reason the information was being shared. Over the last year and a half, I'd learned demons love to talk big about themselves. Honestly, it seemed kind of pathetic. Real power, in my experience, rarely makes a sound. It doesn't have to. It takes what it wants without explanation. Miss Smile Under the Hat seemed far more chatty than usual. Something had changed. I sat down beside the kid version of myself, which was odd, but certainly not the weirdest or worst thing I'd ever seen. "So, what episode is this?" Smile's fingers rested on my shoulders. They were cold. Her fingernails were sharp like syringes, penetrating the cross threads of my coat and shirt to prick at the skin. I shuddered, which I know must have pleased her. "It's the one where the secret agent dies," young Alton said, his fascination plain in the rise of his brow. "He has one chance. Good guys say he can live and grow up again in a different time, way after the bad guys are gone, and he won't remember any of the bad stuff he saw or had to do. He can just be." "I see. And what does he decide to do?" Smile's digits worked 10 holes through my clothing and skin. "It could be yours, Alton Anderson. You'll still be you. All the hurt will be gone. A fresh start in an age of such wonders." She gestured across my shoulder at the color television, and the picture became clear for the first time. Two good-looking adults, akin in appearance to my parents. They wore strange clothes and even stranger haircuts. "This?" I began slowly, choosing my words as wisely as I could. Is it the future? The edge of her nail left a paper-thin cut along my earlobe. It is what could be. Who are they? I wondered. They looked like my parents, but not quite.
Descendants of the secret family your father had in another town. These are your half-sister's children, and the boy they will have. The boy that could be you.
What did you say? My father? A smile ran those syringes through my hair.
Poor thing. Yes, he did. They never knew about you and your mom either, if that helps.
It does not. I continued watching for a moment. Then I looked at the boy. We won't remember that unfortunate fact either.
Of course not, Alton. We want you to be happy.
That seemed unlikely. Why?
As weak as you are, the Asmodai, Lord Asmodeus himself, in fact, is impressed by your accomplishments. The nameless ones inside the girl weren't much of a task, to be certain. Neither was killing Fargrieve. But once you took down Agaras, we began to notice. The Duke has never seen the depths twice inside such a small period of time. Lord Asmodeus despises him. He found it quite funny when you sent him there again.
Lamech and her smile appeared in the darkness above the television. I hadn't seen her move.
Then there were the Albrechts. Charlie isn't very happy about that. In fact, he wants revenge. Despite his natural psychopathy, he loved his parents and sister. Or maybe love isn't the right word.
The demon seemed to think for a moment.
Let's just say he wasn't done with them yet. They'd been relatively normal people before we got in. His demon, the one who resides within him in near-perfect harmony. No, I won't give you the true name. Let's call him Skinner. Yes, that's apt. He helped Charlie find ways to hollow out his family, preparing them to accept their own Asmodai. It's not often Skinner is impressed by mortal cruelty. Charlie invented increasingly clever methods of torture and dashed hopes. Skinner helped the young man refine and master the art of pain. Both have never been happier. His little sister lost her mind quickly. She was the first to accept her possession in order to find relief, which isn't always the ideal union. Sometimes the mortal recovers and resists, and that's a real pain. We made it work, however. She birthed many Cambions. Too bad you killed them all.
You need to shut up now, I said. In her unrelenting and meandering explanation, Lamech had managed to find the exact subject to really piss me off. Not once, but twice. The girl with the nameless ones. Kitty Espazito. I had killed her. Maybe I didn't have a choice. But that didn't mean her death didn't haunt me practically every moment of the day. Margaret, Charlie's little sister, hadn't been a perfect possession like I thought. She didn't want a demon in her. She only accepted it because, like Kitty, she desperately sought an escape from the extreme pain being inflicted upon her. I didn't need a third trigger, so I don't know why I asked this next question. This kid here, he looks like me. He isn't born yet, I suppose. What happens to him if I am him? Smiles retreated into the dark.
Nothing. He is pure potential at this point in time. He doesn't exist. Maybe he never will. The future I show you is not for certain.
Then how can you promise it? I asked.
Because when the Asmodai pour their collective will into a plane of existence, we can easily shape the path of one or two lowly mortals. You also know my word is good, for the very fact I could have easily killed you by now.
I sighed, miserable. Yes, or make me suffer immensely. You, Miss Smile Under the Hat, are surprisingly the most talkative demon I've ever met. And that's saying something. Because your kind never seems to get to a matter straight away. You've always got to blab for hours about powers and threats. She still lingered in the dark. Or maybe not. Maybe behind me again. The boy elbowed me gently in the side. Here's our favorite part. My parents. Or the people who would be my parents, if I accepted the deal, tucked Christmas presents beneath the tree in a living room lit by an idyllic fire. The boy spied from the stairs, his face pushed against the brass rods of the railing. He didn't seem to care that the myth of Santa Claus might be ruined. I'd never experienced such a glutinous holiday. The Depression had made things very tough. I felt, and not for the first or last time, that something valuable and important, something I'd been owed, had been stolen. I wanted this. I wanted it very badly. This and the relief from all the pain I carried. Physically, mentally, spiritually. It's not going to get any better, is it? I asked. And Lamech answered, though the question had not been specifically meant for her.
No. My mortal life is nasty, brutish, and short. I do not see a purpose beyond serving the needs and desires of my kind.
I hate you, I admitted.
Only because you know it's true.
I thought the gravelly voice would break again into demoralizing guffaws. But she didn't laugh. Her silence seemed almost like sympathy. What about Olive?
Nothing. Lord Asmodeus does not care about one succubus. She'll be free to return to what she thinks of as a high tower. She can continue her futile mission against the Soviets. Might even give her a better chance. Just look at how broken you are, Mr. Anderson.
I sensed another monologue about to ensue. The kid's entire world played out on the television. So innocent. No scars. No horrors. Constantly scratching from where they never stayed buried. No. I stood up. The boy and the color TV vanished. And with them went the light.
You've made a poor choice, Mr. Anderson.
Maybe. Probably. Lamech's voice spoke from a greater, indiscernible distance.
She will go to the void. Everyone you care about will die.
Wouldn't they have anyway? I shouted.
Yes,
Lamech answered, her voice a rasp on the wind.
But you would have never known.
A twig cracked behind me. The impact of a thick branch would have knocked me out completely had Olive not returned. What happened? What's happening? She exclaimed with fear. You just had to let your jerk of a husband's meat container bleed to death, I joked. With augmented strength and speed returned, I spun fast and caught the swinging branch meant for my spine. The large man wielding it appeared confused by his inability to free the crude weapon. Others around him held lanterns, and were afraid. It wasn't me, I said to them, nodding toward Stanley and Cooper's bodies. Sure, I could have done it. Might have done it, if I'd known who they were bringing me to. But she did it. Why? Because she had no more need for them. That is how these things think of us. We're not men. We're tools. A means to an end. And they'll kill us the same as a child plucking the legs off an insect just to pass the time.
You seem to know a lot,
the big man criticized.
Maybe you can explain what happened to Stanley and Coop.
Even in the gloom, I could see his eyes stray to the food they'd brought. I released the club, and the bastard had the nerve to try again. Before he could understand, I snatched the twig away and crushed the wood to splinters with one hand. I threw the pieces at his feet and glared at him until he understood the situation. I could kill him and everyone here at any time. And he looked away, haunted by yet another experience that proved that nothing in this crazy world made any damned sense. "You're the veterans," I said. "Stanley and Cooper went off for food, which they said they needed to heal someone. Nancy, I thought. But maybe they'd been manipulated to track me down. The one responsible for their deaths can read and alter minds. She probably knew I was looking for grocery stores to find some sign of Nancy." I shook my head and dug into my coat for cigarettes. A pretty stupid plan I had. Olive had been right all along.
"Nancy's here,"
the big man said.
They came for her. They hurt her bad. She's dying, I think. Coop and Stanley went to find doctor or medicine. Anything to help. I could see them having trouble finding either. Getting mixed up, thinking about food. We're not exactly doing well down here.
I extended my hand. "Alton Anderson, Royal Canadian Mounted Police." The big man took it and tried a show of strength with a grip an ordinary man would find painful. But demonically imbued flesh and bone are not squishy. He appeared confused again, and wrung his hand out as if discomforted. Henry Grote, "Take me to Nancy, please."
"It's not that easy,"
Henry said.
"I can show you. But you better be careful. Unless you're bulletproof."
Am I? I thought. "Let's not find out, Alton," Olive said. "It's been a very long day." Grote and his lantern bearers guided me along a deer trail. I heard the Black River soon enough. The earthy scent of its clean and lively waters hadn't changed at all. Warm air over the cold surface formed a swirling mist. A kind of river above a river. Through it, and on the opposite bank, stood a small row of shacks. These would be the veterans' homes. Their situation became clearer. Nancy had gone somewhat mad, and the men fled, leaving their supplies and fishing rods on the other side. Stanley and Coop hadn't been lying about the food. These men were hungry, and rather than abandon the injured nun, they remained to figure out a way to help. "Go away!" Nancy shrieked from somewhere across the river. "I don't want to hurt you!" A lantern burst under one of the bearers' hands. It had been a warning shot. Nancy didn't use weapons. Her bond with Stephen, the incubus, had been years in the making. Her hands alone would be enough. I feared the worst. Stan and Coop hadn't been lying about the knife attack or her neck. Lamech could certainly have done it, especially with the assistance of other possessed agents. "Nancy," I called back. She could put a bullet in the end of my lucky if she wanted. The shards of lantern proved that. "Go away, Alton. It's not safe." Her voice broke on the last word. "Stephen's gone. And I'm so sorry." Her sobbing broke my heart. "Why are you sorry, Nancy? You didn't do anything." A shot exploded a tuft of grass and dirt. Nancy groaned. "Go. Stephen is gone, but I'm not alone. I'm sorry." She began to retch, and I saw her crawl on hands and knees to the river's edge. "Nameless ones can watch her from the high tower," Olive said. They whisper and confuse. A priest would call it demonic oppression. The attention of my kindred is understandably troubling for humans. It all seemed so suddenly exhausting. Or maybe I just need another drink. Why couldn't Olive's kindred just leave us alone? Because, darling, she cooed softly, nobody leaves anyone alone. Everyone takes from something else. Did you forget? No, I thought. I'd heard the same sentiment from demons before. For some stupid reason, I imagined Olive didn't hold to that idea. Truth, my love. Truth. We don't have to like it for it to be true. I returned my attention to Nancy. I'm not leaving you here. That earned the riverbank another pockmark. They'll get in eventually, Alton. That's the price for what we've done. We're more open than other people now. There's a housing crisis amongst them currently. Oh? I'd actually heard the opposite a while ago. From an annoying woman who never stops smiling. Remember Agaras? Nancy asked, unnecessarily. He couldn't stop smiling all the time, too. Why are they always smiling? They don't seem so happy. She laughed, and another blast from the rifle sprayed soil across my face. I walked into the river. Alton, Olive protested. The frigid river tugged with force once my feet stepped off the shallows. I took off my shoes and soaked the well-rod pistol in my shoulder holster. It'd need some maintenance I'd likely never get around to. Shots fired sent spouts of water into the air. I'm not sure if she could see me. So deep in the gorge, the only light came from the night sky through the gaps in the trees, provided by the river. I crawled up the bank and saw her shade in the darkness, crouched and searching, firing her last shots into the water. Henry and the lantern bearers had fled back into the relative safety of the woods. No doubt they tried to see from some vantage point. They wanted to help the nun, of course, but they also needed their home back. Finally, the Lee Enfield rifle she wielded ran out of ammunition, and she set the gun down. Come on out, Alton. I know you're near. I stood up. No, you don't. Nancy sagged, her petite frame robbed of mischievous energy. You should go away. It isn't safe. I took away the rifle. You drove the veterans out of their homes. Enough starlight filtered down to tell the story of the hopelessness in her expression. I did, didn't I? I didn't mean to. I didn't want to hurt them. Or anyone. But I guess I am, aren't I? I should go now. And she tried to turn away and walk off, I suppose. Beyond the shacks and into the woods. I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her close. She struggled. No, don't! I can't! Alton, I can't! Let me go! But all her demonic strength had gone, and I, with mine, could hold her forever. When she calmed, I lifted her hair to try to see her neck. As Coop and Stanley had said, her neck had been wounded. Stephen's tattoo had literally been scraped off. Sweat had soaked through Nancy's habit. It dripped from her hands and forehead. A fever fought the infection born in the injury. I'd seen it so many times on the front lines. So weak, she couldn't resist when I picked her up. I'm taking her now, I called back to the veterans on the other side. I'm sorry about your friends. They seemed like good men. Eat the food they brought. Honor their sacrifice. Go home. I knew the gorge well enough to begin the journey north. What goes down must go up. The other side of the gorge bordered the rich part of town, where a hospital could be found. You'll have to go faster than this, my love, Olive said,
and I began to run, though I couldn't see much at all. Nancy's faint protests amounted to little, some gibberish and a light touch against my cheek. When at last we left the canopy of trees, she fell limp, and I stopped to check her pulse beneath a streetlight and the aura of a gray dawn. "Alton," she whispered, "they're coming." "Save it none," I said. A subtle smile teased the edges of her lips. "The casino. He's coming. Charlie. All of them. Don't try." "Alton," Olive said, placing her invisible hands on my shoulders. "I'm sorry, my love. She isn't." "No." I stood up and started running again. Within a few strides, however, I knew the truth. She hadn't passed out or fallen asleep. Nancy had died. I sat down in the middle of the road and held her. The warmth of her fever departed swiftly. Only the coldness of death remained. I pushed strands of red hair from her forehead and rocked her. I'm not sure why. I suppose nothing makes sense when cradling a corpse. It is literally a situation one never envisions themselves. So when it happens, there's been no rehearsal, no plan, hardly any emotion except the lingering despair that's always been there, reminding us of the ultimate truth. The universe has no meaning. I took her back into the gorge and found the veterans already made it to their camp. They knew before I laid her beside the bonfire. "She's gone," I told them anyway. Henry Grote stepped into the flickering firelight. "We'll bury her. She's always been kind. Treated us..." He stopped because the moment was too soon for words. "We'll bury her," he repeated. "If I come back," I said, "be sure that I can find where she is." I handed him my silver cigarette case. "Give this to her. She used it more than me." Henry took the case and smiled. "She liked to smoke." I started back towards the other side of the gorge, the southern way, back to the casino. "Where are you going?" Henry asked. I paused. "Nancy stayed alive all this time to tell me what she knew. Those things that got her, they're coming back." He nodded. The explanation was enough, or too much, maybe, and he wanted nothing more to do with the dark world that killed Nancy. At super speed, I raced back to the Jade Empress and the casino. The mobsters in the alley both dropped their liquor at my sudden appearance. "Jesus Christ, Spook!" one exclaimed. "Where's Adamo?" They trembled and pointed to the entrance to the kitchen. Inside, I found him speaking with Lao Chi Wei, the restaurant owner and occasional partner in crime. "Lost his shoes," Lao Chi Wei observed casually. Adamo exhaled and removed his glasses to polish the lenses with his handkerchief. "At least," he said, "there will be an end, at least." "Nancy's gone," I told him, and he winced visibly. "I will miss her." He turned away and stormed off to the secret panel, hiding the illegal casino in the back. Lao Chi Wei followed, and so did I. The strategy for an upcoming fight that may land on your doorstep at any given moment is not my forte. Even as a captain in the military, I did my best work in spontaneous tight spots. Figuring out how to avoid those situations to begin with had never been my forte. Luckily, the skill set of a mobster boss intent on running his illicit business with minimal violence is comparable to that of a general. Adamo had immediate ideas, and began marshaling his forces and equipment. He closed the casino early. Too many civilians played the games. If they died, the business might just go with it. I don't think Adamo would have cared exactly, but the many people who counted on him would lose their livelihood. Veterans live in the gorge. Criminals are in cushy apartments. That's the world. Topsy-turvy. I went back to my own apartment on the hidden floor. Olive and I embraced one another and wept for the loss of Nancy. "Did you know Stephen?" I asked her. "Yes," she admitted. "All incubi and succubi are related. He is my brother." "I'm sorry." "It's okay. I never met him. We are Legion, yes. Why do your kind always say that?" I couldn't see her, but sensed her shrug all the same. "It's Nancy I'm gonna miss. I don't know if she ever told you, but I could talk to her. She knew a ritual of some sort, and we could communicate telepathically." "Telepathically? Like us?" I went into the motions of a practiced alcoholic, pouring too much whiskey without a second thought. "No, quite different. I asked her how she did it, and she said she discovered it in an old book she found at the local library." I took my first sip, and the stuff put the urgency of my addiction at ease. For the moment. I sat down and let the alcohol begin its destruction. "That's a lousy story," I said. "Uh-huh. I didn't buy it either. Too cheesy." "You think she lied?" Another imperceptible shrug. "I don't know. Well, no. Not Nancy. She'd lie if she had to. No need to lie to me, though. At least, I don't think so." "Oh, shit." I gripped the arms of the chair, forgetting I'd rested my liquor there. The glass tumbled onto the floor, sending the whiskey in a spatter across the rug. "Alton?" Olive questioned. "What's wrong?" "We're both idiots, that's what." I stood up. "Speak for yourself, darling. It's another trap, don't you see?" Of course. Why not explain it to me to see if you got it right?" I stalked over to the window. Sure enough, I saw a line of cars climbing the hill. Lamech just let us go. Bit odd, don't you think? "I don't remember much of that. In fact, you haven't told me what happened to you. I felt asleep, I guess you'd say." Her hands touched my chest as she wrapped her arms around me. The press of her body soothed the deep exhaustion I could never shake. I triggered the trap. Even Adamo fell for it. I can't believe it. Nancy's last words. "We're wasting time, darling. Please be plain. I don't imagine the caravan below was stopping by to grieve the loss of our fake nun. Nancy might not be dead," I told her. Olive sighed, her patience exhausted. "You're thinking Lamech made that illusion too. I'm sorry, my love. He did not. She really is gone." I bit my lip. Another part of me fell away, burnt to ash. The question stands, and here's the answer. I came rushing back to alert Adamo. What does he do? He gets ready for an assault. He gathers his strength. Oh. Exactly. A persistent knock rattled the door. "Alton, let us in!" Adamo shouted from the hallway. I answered the door, and the shock and dismay of his expression practically floored me. "I've made a grave error," he said. "Me too." I pulled him and Robert inside. "How bad is it?" I asked. "Really bad," Adamo admitted, and his hands trembled. "I bought a truck of hydrofluoric acid.
Nancy's last words were a warning, I said. And again, I'm just too damn slow. I didn't pick up on it. Don't try. Adamo nodded. Our preparations for war. Charlie needed proof to bring the other families against us. They weren't willing to go along with him on his word alone. That's something, at least. But now a dozen deliveries have come and gone. I've pulled more than 50 men back to the casino. They'll think we're getting ready to raid. The briefest flicker of hope lit inside my alcoholic brain. But when they see we're just setting up defenses, then... Nice, Adamo. Gentle, Adamo. Let me find the holes in these notions on my own. Declaring war required a strong home base. Charlie, Lamech, possibly other demonically possessed Soviet agents, and the full weight of the other criminal families in Bridal Veil Lake would hit us with everything. We don't have much time, Adamo said. I've done what I can. Lauchi and the Tong have joined us. Well, that's good. Time enough for a drink? A quick one. Robert, Adamo, and I toasted to Lady Fortuna. We'd need more than luck to survive the night. Pascal's wager came to mind again. Should it not be applied to the little gods, too? I got changed and put on a new pair of shoes. In the mirror, I looked sharp and ready for a funeral. I wish I could drink again, Olive lamented. Nervous? I asked her openly. Robert and Adamo kept their eyes forward in the elevator. They knew about her. Discretion seemed pointless and insulting. They knew the truth about demons, and my particular arrangement. I wish you'd let me keep you on that beach, she said. Ah, so you do remember that. I searched for a cigarette, but, of course, my case had gone with Nancy. Olive and I, on the beach, watching the Bridal Veil waterfall on the other side of the lake. She tried to seduce me with the fantasy. Possession had been the endgame there, I suppose. If I'd given in to that fantasy, Alton Anderson's body would be piloted by a succubus. We would have fared better, I thought. No, she said, and her silky fingertips caressed my arm. I'm glad you didn't. Even if we die tonight, I'm glad you didn't. I love you. I know, she whispered, and I laughed because she did. Robert cleared his throat and announced, unnecessarily, We're here. I suppose my apparent talking to myself made him uncomfortable, and he'd seen nothing truly horrifying yet at all. What was coming would be so much worse. As expected, the gaming tables had been overturned. Cards and dice and money were scattered on the floor. Men armed with machine guns and pistols were posted everywhere. One behind the pillar, two on each side of the secret doorway. Chairs were piled with deliberate haphazardness to create a soft obstacle, slightly difficult to traverse and impossible to use for cover. Robert retrieved a light machine gun, a Bren, I think, from behind the bar, and placed the tripod on the corner. Anyone or anything entering this room would immediately be torn to pieces. A minor inconvenience to Charlie, personally, but perhaps it would be enough to wear down his side or convince them to retreat. Then we just have one quasi-immortal Asmodai to deal with. Adamo continued on into the kitchen, and I followed like some greenhorn recruit being led to his post. The Tong and Lauchi Wei hid in the kitchen. The swinging door to the dining room had been quickly nailed shut, and blocked with a hastily detached oven. In the alley, no one had been posted on the ground. He looked to the rooftops where no one could be seen. They were there, though. That's why he looked. He'll be here, Adamo said. He handed me a rolled cigarette, the first he'd ever given me. I hope that's all right.
Normally, his rolled cigarettes were for men who'd done a good job on the casino floor. I didn't count myself among their ranks. He knew that, and so I saw the gift as something different. We were best friends, but it hadn't escaped my notice that Robert still looked an awful lot like me. When Lancelot realized he could not have Guinevere, he said slowly, carefully averting his eyes, he left and found another, Elaine of Corbinac. She disguised herself as Guinevere and convinced him to lay with her. Their union produced Galahad. Huh? I stared at the alley. I'd have the cover in the corner, but only the kitchen to retreat to, when the horde inevitably poured in. But it never made much sense to me, Adamo continued. Lancelot had left Guinevere and gone a long way away. Why didn't he question her sudden appearance? Huh? What? It's because he had to take the chance that it could be her, Alton. Do you understand? I was a fool and missed entirely the point of his words. I regret it, too, because he was trying to tell me what he felt, and I conveniently let the task ahead divert my attention. I knew, however. I knew and wouldn't admit it until well after the fact. I loved him too, just not in that way. Why do you want me in the alley? I asked. He nodded a few times and sighed through his nostrils. You're gonna draw them in. Give them hell. Kill a few. Really get them mad so that they'll follow. Then go into the kitchen and assist the Tong. Fall back to the casino when you can no longer hold them. Understand? Is the acid gonna be dumped from the roofs? He chuckled. Unfortunately, no. There wasn't time to get it up there. That would have been a good plan, though, eh? Adamo rubbed the back of his hand underneath his chin. Lamech remains a problem. A problem for his calculations, he meant. Miss Smiles under the hat could warp brains, and we didn't know the limits of her power. She could certainly take me out of the game with some ease. Our only chance occurred in the patterns of her illusions. I shrugged. The first time at the General Brock, there'd been a symbol and a ritual. In the gorge, she'd been there a while, and lured me with the idea of finding Nancy. It just might be that she can't whip out a false reality whenever she feels like it. Adamo cleared his throat before giving me a furtive look. What does Olive think? Never before, as far as I can remember, had he used her name. She can hear you. I don't know, Olive said to me, and I relayed the message. I guess we'll just have to hope, Adamo said, though he appeared not to like the taste of that last word in his mouth. I extended my hand. Good luck, Adamo. He shook his head. We're not saying goodbye yet, Mr. Anderson. The moment recalled the time Intrepid, my teacher at Camp X, extended his hand for the last time. I had refused to take it, which I regretted deeply. Every problem had a solution if the will to solve it existed. That had been his take on life. I missed him. Hell, I needed him. How in the hell were... Wars start slow. Nobody wants to fight. Not really. The beginning of a battle, on the other hand, unfolds with a swift brutality in the modern age. Hit them faster than they hit you. Perhaps it had been more civilized in the past. I doubt it. Shots rang out on the other side of the building, in front of the Jade Empress. Tommy guns rattled the street and struck terror. The men I couldn't see on the roof encouraged the first wave to look for another entrance. A single man, unarmed, meandered into the alley, whistling tunelessly, affecting poorly a patron of the casino. He looked so nervous and startled at the sight of Adamo and I. See you on the other side, Adamo said. Follow the plan. He went in and locked the door. I didn't think of how unfair my post might have been perceived.
I'd been put outside like a dog, while my master, the commander, likely went to the back of the fray. The well rod had been submerged, and I didn't pick up another weapon along the way. No, I didn't forget. Nancy said she was deadliest when unarmed. Today would be for her. So it felt right to fight her way. Kind of like she wasn't forgotten, would never be forgotten, and that a part of her got some bloody justice. No control, Olive whispered. Let go. I'm not sure if the rage that began in my stomach came naturally or through demonic influence. I didn't care. I embraced it fully, and the next series of actions came without thought. With super speed, I appeared in front of the pitiful scout. He gasped and tried to run. I punched the back of his head. His skull fell apart. More appeared and saw the carnage. Just men, Olive assured me. Mere humans were of no concern. I raced through their ranks, pulling off fingers, hands, a nose, arms of variously separated lengths. Perhaps a few dozen had poured into the mouth of the alley, with more at the back pushing forward. Unaware the resistance they fought against consisted of the piling dead. Go back! Go back! An unfortunate blob of a man shouted. I reached into his mouth and tore his jaw away from his face. He held his hands over the wound, and his eyes were so surprised, but not for long. I began to laugh, because it felt so wonderful to fly through these bastards' ranks and watch their cosmic dismay at the horror they found. More. I wanted to kill them all. Stay in the alley, Olive shouted, and her voice pierced through the bloodlust. Go back in. Back. The next arrivals will not be so easy. I did as she said. Soon, however, the lull became too much. I started to observe and see what I had done. Another Westdale Theater slaughter had been wrought by my hands. Shh, no, darling, Olive cooed. The ones at the Westdale were basically defenseless. You could have run away. But there's no running now. You've got to do this. Sweet fire burned through my veins. Intoxicating and animalistic. I tore at the dead, throwing pieces towards the mouth of the alley. Dear God! Someone exclaimed, and I laughed some more. At last, the first of the demonically possessed arrived. An unassuming man with incredibly smooth skin on a hairless and pale head. Couldn't be a spy. He stuck out, a maggot amongst the dead. I rushed him and put a fist through his teeth. He fell back and immediately spat out his dentistry. Out came a bayonet from his coat sleeve. He waved it back and forth, an attempt to keep me at bay while he regained his feet. And when he had me, he surprised me by throwing his weapon. The tip drew a red line across my face. Olive immediately planted kisses on the wound, temporarily sealing it against blood loss. We wrestled. He tried to throw me over his shoulder. I sank my teeth into the back of his neck and drank hot blood while delivering a barrage of punches to his lower back. Oh, how he flailed, until his spine shattered. I could feel the moment his demon left, hopefully to the depths. Little maggot man spasms didn't mean he died. I shoved both of my hands into his back and pulled apart his bones. Top of body departed from bottom. I held his torso as if he were a weapon, a likely ineffective yet grotesque morning star. Another line of humans had been pushed to the front, marching like good little soldiers. They knelt so another lair could ready their guns. A volley of gunfire erupted, and the maggot meat weapon became a better shield as I leapt into the air fast. Only a few of them managed a shot or two into the air, into the torso. I landed lightly behind them, and their briefest astonishment spelt their doom.
A man with red hair received the full weight of the grim club. The impact wrecked both bodies, and I gave them up for my hands again. Tearing, biting, pulling, gouging. So much blood. More. A blast from something heavy-duty obliterated my left hand. Shit, Olive swore. We had a thing about swearing, we always said. I couldn't remember. The blood leaking out of my stump seemed like less of a problem than trying to recover the thing. The thing about swearing. A stout guy with a shotgun sent another scatter shot into my chest. Where had he come from? He looked afraid. I didn't fall over from the blast. The missing hand hurt, but I didn't care. I had another one, which I used to tear his face off, like grabbing a tissue. He screamed, of course. Ever see a faceless man scream? I have. Olive's kisses weren't enough to stem the flow exiting the stub. Normally, when wounded, I felt the pain and the loss of energy. How many times had I nearly died this year? It didn't matter. Giving in to letting go felt so damn good. You'll die, Olive warned me. But she seemed far away. I wanted to keep going. More men and another perfectly possessed agent entered the alley, firing their guns. Another bullet bit into my eyeball, but somehow not my brain. I raged against the attack and raced forward. The agent, a tall guy with an old bowler hat, buried, of all things, a longsword into the side of my neck. I went down, and he wasted no time in pinning me to the ground through the stomach. The way my arms and legs wobbled resembled an angry insect. Olive tried to soothe me. Alton, my love, you're about to die. You have to stop. Cut off our connection. Just for a moment. It's me, you see. I'm the one fueling this rage. Now come back. Quickly. It will hurt. From her end, she'd already been trying to pull back the full extent of her influence. I didn't want that. It felt too good. And I hadn't felt good since... ever, maybe. The depression, the war... that was what I knew. That and trying to numb the pain. The loss. I would rather die than go back. Alton, Olive said. Please. No. I can't heal you like this. And if I do, they'll just kill you all over again. You have to close yourself off from it. Then you have to run into the kitchen, just like Adamo said to. The agent and the mob had proceeded further into the alley, apparently concluding that I had died, which, to be fair, seemed reasonable. I couldn't breathe or move. The hole where my eye had been probably looked fatal. Still, I tried to get my body to obey, to go after them, to kill them all. Alton, please. She started to cry. I felt that. She's crying. Olive's crying. I love you, Alton. And Alton Anderson loves Olive. Suddenly, the need to remain in a state of ecstatic and insane joy became less important. I closed my eye and focused. The pain, as promised, hit intensely. I had no air left to scream. A noiseless gasp emitted from my bloody lips. The warmth of her once-a-day healing trick filled me, pushing out bullets, the sword, and restoring lost flesh and blood. Nobody from the invading side had seemed to notice. When the longsword fell off me, the faceless man's corpse absorbed the sound. About 30 or so men would reach the door before I could. The only other options would be to go through the barricaded front entrance or mount another attack from behind. I could take out a few, I imagined, before they overwhelmed me again.
That is not what Adamo told you to do, Olive chided me. Fine. I snapped the closest man's neck, turned his head all the way around, and stole his Tommy gun, which I unloaded into the back of the group in a straight line. 7 dropped, and a path had been created to the kitchen. I leapt for the door, fully intending to crash through it in some kind of roll. Instead, the bowler hat agent snatched my neck and helped me do it. Through the screen and thankfully flimsy paneling, I crashed. Didn't land the roll. Fell into one of the Tong, who might have stabbed me if Lao Chi Wei hadn't stopped him. "Hui Fo! Hui Fo!" he commanded. Half a dozen of his men appeared from behind a counter and blasted the doorway with shotguns. Lao Chi Wei leapt gracefully to the side of the entrance and readied his sword. After 3 or 4 invaders had been killed, the agent stepped through and bore 3 direct hits from the shotguns. His shirt tore away to reveal tubular body armor, the kind some Russians wore during the war. Apparently, complaints about the cumbersome plates were plentiful, but those were ordinary men. Demonically augmented strength could haul the extra pounds. "Gungo Tao!" Lao Chi Wei ordered. Another volley of bullets poured forth and struck the bastard's plated forearms, which he held up to cover his face. The men of the Tong struggled to reload, and the possessed man stepped inside. His head fell to the floor a second later. The speed of Lao Chi Wei. Remarkable. "I think you're the Gui," I said, finally regaining my feet in the lull before the next rush. I went to the other side of the door, readying to tear apart any who would dare to enter at this juncture. The other crime families had to be aware of the carnage by then. If the bosses were anything like Adamo, they'd be considering a retreat or regrouping at the very least. A necrotic fume entered the kitchen next. The man in the alley gasped, and at least one lost his lunch. Lai Chi Wei pinched his nose, while the rest of us tried to breathe through our mouths. Something nasty was coming. "Can you see anything?" I asked the shotgunners behind the counter. They had the best position to see through the doorway. "Gui! Gui!" one of them cried out, alarmed. Noises of disgust became the unmistakable orchestra of death. Shrill screams and begging, bones breaking, and blood wrung from raw meat. The shotguns emptied, and another brief silence followed. "Go again!" one of them shouted. "Pow!" The threshold shot out of the frame. Plaster burst into smoke. Enough powder to momentarily blind us to the horror entering the kitchen. Something heavy swatted the side of my head. I went down. Lao Chi Wei groaned. I heard his sword clang against steel. My vision cleared enough to see he'd been lifted by the collar of his jacket by another armored behemoth. This one far larger, and completely covered in what I can only describe as a crude set of full plate, welded together strips of blackened steel, inscribed with symbols and numbers. The helmet appeared more like a melted steel mask, with the vague features of a person. There were no holes for the eyes to see through, nor any for the nostrils or mouth to breathe. Lao Chi Wei probed the armor with his sword, but could find no weakness. The monster threw him to the ground, but didn't let go. He raised Lao Chi Wei again, and I saw the intent to smash the man to death. I threw a kidney punch. Predictably, my knuckles nearly busted against the thick steel. "That was smart," Olive contributed sarcastically. "What the hell is this thing?" The thing in question moved to wield Lao Chi Wei again. I ducked under its elbow and braced it. Lao Chi Wei's body swung wildly, and his feet kicked the other side of my head. I held on. So did the beast, and it regarded me with no eyes whatsoever. "The armor," Olive said. "That's where the demon resides. There's a human inside, put into some kind of slumber. They're pretty old and not doing so well. I'm guessing they've been in there for a while. It's like Agaras and his tendrils and the orphans, remember?
What?
Lao Chi Wei responded in a daze. No, I don't, sadly. But it sounds like him. So you have to sever the link between the armor and the human. You know the best way to do that? I had no time to confirm that I did. The Soviet giant lifted both myself and Lao Chi Wei into the air. It had the strength, perhaps, to thump us both until we were dead. One of the Tong men crept up the creature's legs with a shotgun and fired point blank into its ankle. The blast didn't penetrate, but did serve to unbalance the demonic armor. I pulled on its arm the other way, and all of us collapsed in a heap. With no time to waste, I flung off the cumbersome appendage and leapt onto its chest. Immediately, it punched into my side with its free left fist. It hurt. I groaned, but I didn't move. The shotgun responsible for this scenario had been dropped within arm's reach. I swept it up and fired the last shell into the mask. Its head rattled back and cracked a tile. Armor didn't feel pain, so it didn't react audibly and seemed no worse for wear. A person inside, however, clung to the life, allowing this demon to be on Earth. I swung the butt of the shotgun against its face, over and over, the pace of my blows increasing. Another punch meant for me went wide. I could feel the rage returning. The shotgun cracked and began to fall apart. I seized the sides of the helmet and rammed it against the floor, driving it further into the cracked tiles with each impact. Alton, stop. That's enough, Olive said calmly. He's dead. The demon is gone. But it felt so good. Her fingers raced through my hair like the wind. I gasped. That felt better. I dropped the helmet, and another uncanny quiet descended on the scene. Battles are punctuated with uncomfortable silence. It's much the same as vomiting. You vomit and feel a little better because it's happened. And in the spaces between bouts of vomiting, you wonder if there's more to come. You always hope for it, because once it's over, you can curl up somewhere, anywhere, and you know the next episode of illness will be a while. Lifting the armor, even with demonic strength, wasn't easy. I threw the whole thing out the hole it had made. A few remaining men outside reacted, gasping before carrying on with the weeping I hadn't noticed before. More would come soon. The kitchen had been reduced to a ruin. Lao Chi Wei hadn't been killed by the attack, but his breathing sounded ragged. I picked him up and gestured to the secret door leading to the casino. His men understood and slid the panel aside. All of us entered fast and then replaced the somewhat hidden door. To any schmuck expecting only a kitchen, the bare expanse of wall would be only that. A wall and nothing more. Charlie, on the other hand, had been to the casino many times. He'd know where to go. So that meant there'd be no counting on secrecy to save the day. Hell, there'd hardly be a delay. One of Adamo's men waited in the corridor and blew a sharp whistle through his fingers. A signal that allies, us, were coming back and should not be gunned down. We found cover around the room. I joined Robert behind the bar. Without taking his eyes from the door, he pointed down to a shelf where he kept a rifle. Another Lee Enfield in my hands. Would I ever leave this gun behind? Another injection of fodder disseminated from the hallway, dead before they took a step onto the casino floor. From this position, we had a clear advantage. Lots of cover, significant firepower, and an efficient kill zone. Charlie would have to send another agent, probably a few, to break our foothold. The first ones, mere men, had been sent in to test defenses only. He didn't care if they died. Probably made him laugh. Expect something bad soon, I told the men. Something you've likely never seen before. Don't lose your nerve. Don't hesitate. They can be killed. There's only the apartment left to fall back to, Olive mentioned, as if only now realizing the importance of the casino. Adamo will have a plan, I said, wherever he is. Robert sent a few rounds into the empty hallway. Sweat poured off his forehead. I handed him my handkerchief. Thanks. Swore I saw movement a second ago. I seized his forearm because I saw it too. A subtle, translucent shudder in the air. Fire! Fire now! Once more, the orchestra of war played on. Bullets tore into an invisible something. It screeched. Black blood poured from wounds that couldn't be seen. Cambions! Olive shouted. I only knew the word cambion to mean a human-demon hybrid. The Albrechts had been birthing some. These ugly, vicious little baby things that had enjoyed the taste of human flesh. I didn't understand what these kinds were, or if all of them eventually became invisible. I also didn't care. Olive educated me amid the gunfire, anyway. Cambions can walk in two worlds, ours and yours. Imagine our link and what you can do, but all within one being. They're very rarely sane, and often self-destruct before they do any real harm. A few grow and twist into manifestations strange and terrible. Ammunition would run out if we kept spending it on the potentially empty hallway. Olive, I thought, can you see or sense any more of those things? Before she could reply, two men behind an overturned table cried out. It's got me! It's got... Blood poured from their eyes, and then their mouths. I could see the impressions of huge fingers crushing the tops of their skulls, turning necks like the taps on a sink. I fired, and the Cambion groaned and discarded the men. My second shot hit nothing but the wall by the elevator, which happened to open immediately after. Adamo waited inside. He saw the carnage. Invisible monsters killing everyone. Fall back! I didn't need to be told twice. Robert, let's go. He nodded, took a step, and his head fell off. Taken clean and fast. The rest of him dropped at my feet. Nothing can be done, Olive screamed. Run! At super speed, I dove into the elevator. Lao Chi-Wei staggered in next, with another member of the Tong. Adamo made the call. He hit the close button and dialed the 3 numbers for the secret apartment. 451. The elevator began to ascend, away from the suffering of the dying below. Lao Chi-Wei and Adamo exchanged some words in Cantonese. Adamo, I said. I'm sorry, He held up a finger and a sharp glance over his shoulder. This isn't over. The apartment will be difficult for them to find. I didn't know what to say. Olive's ghostly hands caressed my face. We haven't even seen Charlie yet. Those things? I wrung my hands. How the hell do we fight invisible... Enough. Adamo interrupted. We don't have time for despair. The elevator doors parted on the hallway to the secret apartment. 2 men and dozens of sealed drums greeted us. Goggles on. Masks. Dump as much as you can, and then hightail it into the apartment. Understand? The men acknowledged their boss by following his safety instructions. Is it the acid? I asked. Into the apartment, Alton, Adamo said. The Tong man and Lao Chi-Wei had already gone ahead. Grinding, metal on metal, echoed up the shaft. Send the elevator down. Move it. The men obeyed. Adamo pulled me by the arm. Robert, not now, Adamo snapped. The interior of the apartment appeared quite different from when I'd left. "This is why you needed me in the alley," I said. "Time. You needed time." Rubber gaskets sealed the gaps in the doorway and covered the fireplace. "What's happening?" "If there's anything you want to take," Adamo said, "you better get it now. Did you know you have electric heating in this apartment? The dial was off." "I didn't. I'd used the fireplace for the winter. That, and the drink, and Olive." "You used me?" Olive said. "For heat?" Yeah," I said out loud. "Heat and..." Adamo cocked his eyebrow, and I felt bad. The moment called for decorum and sensitivity. We were probably all going to die. Robert had died. I don't know if Adamo loved him, or... I thought about his mentioning Lancelot, and the other lady who looked like Guinevere or something. He'd been trying to tell me his true feelings. Hard to say if he might be glad Robert had been killed. I wouldn't go that far. If what he'd been implying was true, then it would only be a matter of finding another man who looked like... me? It sounded atrocious. Like a demon using a human as a means. And I guess that'd be the whole of it. But I only felt compassion for Adamo. I can't imagine living like he did. A job he never asked for, and a lifestyle no one would choose in a harsh society. No one would choose to be different, my father had said one Saturday morning. He'd been reading the paper. He did that so often I have trouble remembering his face. That's how I know it isn't wrong. I didn't know what he meant at the time, but I got it now. Did he really have two families? "If you would, Alton," Adamo said. "Smash open the window. We're going to need ventilation and an exit." Pall Mall cigarettes and her, Olive, filled my nostrils. I nearly fainted. "What are you doing?" "What?" Adamo asked before he understood I wasn't talking to him, and busied himself at the bar with pouring straight whiskey into glasses for everyone in attendance. His hands shook so much he spilled it everywhere. Didn't matter. We'd never be back. "I'm afraid too, okay?" Olive answered. "It gets your attention when I do that." I went into the bathroom. "Do what?" She appeared and fell into my arms. "I'm so sorry, my love." I stroked her hair. The greatest gift. "Sorry?" She sniffled as if she really had nostrils. "We're not going to survive this. He's coming. That acid might stop the others. It won't stop him." "Oh? Seems like Adamo knows what he's doing. That hair. That hair. I could be content stroking my fingers through it forever." "No, he doesn't. He's very smart, but he doesn't know." "What do you mean, Olive?" I cupped her chin, fully intending to lift her face to mine, so that at last I could see her face, and kiss her lips. I already loved her. Nothing would change if I looked upon her. She resisted. "No, Alton, stop." "I love you." I meant it. "I love you too, but I'm afraid." "Of what?" "If you see me," she said, "maybe you won't anymore." I snickered, because why not? I'd killed how many people downstairs? "Why's that?" I asked her. "You got a big nose or something? A wart?" I caressed the silky cheek. I knew I could only touch because she manifested through me. Olive wasn't actually here. She wasn't anywhere. Demons, I think, are like an idea to people. They're pure potential until we do something with it. "Because you love me now," she said. "It'll be something else if you see my face." "Lust? I feel that now, so..." "Alton," she said, gasping. "He's here." "What? Who?" A grunt from the living room replied in answer. I returned to find the Tong Man unconscious and bloody, and Charlie stood in the room. "At ease, everybody," I said, walking casually to the bar. "Is it a whiskey, Charlie? Or a vodka? You seem like a guy who prefers vodka. I have to thank you, you know?" He kept staring as he placed his hands behind his back, like some kind of professor.
"The men in the hallway are dead. They waited too long. The fumes from the acid."
Adamo bit his fist and recoiled into Louchy Way, which made Charlie laugh.
"I'm glad to make this one suffer. He killed my family."
I brought over the vodka to Charlie. To my surprise, he took it. "Do you really care, Charlie?" I asked. He clinked my offered glass.
"I don't know how to care. So I suppose I don't care about anyone. Not even me. I'm an ant, tracking the next piece of sugar. I don't know another way to live. The one inside my head helps me find it. And that's about the best I can hope for. I've never had a better friend. One that understood."
I took a pull of vodka. It helped. "Understood what, Charlie?" He drank too, and all in one go before discarding his glass with intensity, sending shards of glass everywhere.
"That I can't feel anything. I live vicariously through others. It's not easy. Intense feelings resonate the most. So I must bring those emotions forward and people with..."
His eyes rolled back to the whites. "Ah, at last," I said. "The one in charge." Lamech had called it Skinner. Asmodai all wear the same shit-eating grin. Placid Charlie had gone away. The personality in control now was the same we had contended with at the mansion.
"Thank you, Mr. Anderson,"
he said slowly, quietly. And then he neighed like a horse and charged. Fast. So damn fast. He went below my center of gravity and lifted, running me through the solid door, which exploded into splinters. "Everyone out!" Adamo cried from within the apartment. He meant the window, I assume. "Halton, get out of there!" Charlie punched me so hard my ass broke through the drywall. I wondered what would be on the other side. Anything? 1, 2, 3. Blood poured from my mouth. I think he broke my nose. I kicked, but without force. Kinda difficult when seated inside a wall. He pulled and tossed me towards the elevator. The doors had not been closed, and the doused elevator had been sent down already. Subtle fumes intruded upon our nostrils. "Run, Alton! Don't breathe it in!" What the hell did her and Adamo think was happening? Charlie leapt onto my back, pulled my hair, and rammed my face into the door. Olive. Consciousness began to slip away. Charlie continued bashing. The carpet hardly absorbed any of the impact. He giggled. "There's no running," I thought. "You have to do what you did before in the alley." "No," she said. "I can't. You'll lose yourself forever." My wrists were seized and my arms were pulled behind my back. I resisted as much as I could, but the strength of Charlie's demon simply exceeded mine. Clearly, he intended to break my shoulders. Maybe more. "Olive," I growled. Okay. I've been in here too long anyway. It's over. Let go." Our connection opened fully. More than even before in the alley. I knew what she wanted.
Only one piece of resistance to the idea remained. I let you in. Olive's demonic spirit seized control. It's quite hard to describe, actually. Kind of like squeezing your eyes shut until an imprint of what looks like eyes emerge from the darkness. From there, these new eyes are what you see through, and you watch yourself from a very far place. The high tower. Olive, using my body, threw a clean uppercut beneath Charlie's jaw, which flattened him out. She jumped and landed on his knees with bone-breaking force. Charlie didn't cry out, but he wouldn't be standing on those legs anytime soon. The concentration of acidic gas seeped into our flesh. Olive seemed exhilarated to fully occupy a body once more. The way she laughed as she went to work on Charlie's throat, punching, clawing. Charlie threw her off. She scrambled forward, ramming index fingers through his eyes. He shrieked and wrapped his arms around her. Olive bit into his face. Against the bend of his shattered knees, Charlie sat up, cradling her. Me. Olive accepted the forward momentum and rolled over backwards, down the open elevator shaft. A pool of hydrofluoric acid had been poured on top of the elevator, enough to submerge us both. I felt nothing. Neither did Charlie. But my view swept closer, until the eyes I stared through filled with corrosion. Blinded, I held onto Charlie as he flailed. Now we screamed, until the fumes disabled our lungs. Too weak to stand, we stretched out, gasping as our skin fell away, and even as our bones began to wither. Adamo had picked the deadliest acid he could find. I understood the reason. Charlie had come back from complete incineration. An explosion rocked the elevator from below, the chemical reacting with the iron. I remember the smoke, and then light. Far away, she stood on the beach. No longer did she bow her head or hide behind the dark curtain of her hair. I approached. On what legs, I'm not sure. My body had been consumed by hydrofluoric acid, fire, and more reactive explosions. I had died. How could she be here then? Joy filled my heart, enough to worsen the hollowness of the truth. You're not Olive, I told an incredibly beautiful woman in a white gown. You have her hair, and your face is what I imagine she looks like sometimes. But Lilith? Her eyebrows rose ever so slightly. My daughters have my hair, the faces they mold for themselves. That is the privilege of the succubi. You let me see your face? There is no more body to be controlled by my power. Where's Olive? Lilith smirked. Gone to the depths, I'm afraid. That make you happy? She shrugged bare shoulders. Maybe she'll find the husband she sent there. Agaras? Is that possible? You care for my daughter deeply, she said, ignoring the question. You would bring her from the depths? Yes. She turned away to face the lake and the waterfall on the other side. You know her name, but have no ritual. The succubi have no rituals, I recalled. Lilith chuckled lightly. No known rituals, she said, and she gestured an invitation to enjoy the view. In the ancient world, I had many followers, and my daughters too. She can come back? Mm-hmm. The affirmation hung in the following silence.
Hope became suspicion. And the cost? I asked. This, Alton Anderson? She said, intentionally pausing for dramatic effect, will be your last look at the sun. Olive will never see another. And that can't be helped. If you really want to be together. I didn't understand. She stroked my cheek with the back of her hand. That's right. Sometimes I forget too. There are few who remember all of my children, and those of the night in particular. They have been woven into fables and fiction. It keeps them safe. For now. You're gonna make me us? Olive and me? How? You gave yourself fully to Olive, a demon, and my daughter, she said. And in this vale of tears, dear boy, that means your soul is mine. A mere currency, which I may spend how and when I see fit. You have made many enemies, Alton. Oh, what they would give, what they would do to you. Forever. I understood these words better. Duke Agaras, all of the Asmodai, and a whole lot of others I'd killed, would likely not forgive or forget the guy who'd cleaned their clocks. So why not trade? My soul. Without pretense, she vanished, and her voice became an echo bouncing from a steadily darkening sky. The Cold War isn't over, Alton Anderson, and your part remains unfinished. Until then, thou shalt not fall. 10 years. 10 years we slept. I could feel Olive beside me. Our new bodies grew in forgotten cemetery dirt. When we emerged, we were paler, but not too much different in appearance. And hungry. So very hungry. No more days. Only night. Thou shalt not die. Olive comforted me. At last, we stretched out on the sand. Yeah, I affirmed sulkily. And we have the whole beach to ourselves, she went on. Uh-huh. Her fingers, real digits, flesh and blood, wove through mine. No more hiding my face. I smiled. True. We kissed. She lit a Pall Mall with my new Bic. Life is good? Oh, darling, Olive said. Stop trying to figure it all out. The sun won't rise for another 5 hours. 4, I corrected. And we still have work to do. Not tonight, my love. But... Her index crossed my lips. Shut up, Alton. And pour us some more blood.
Become a channel member today for early access, bonus videos, and special emojis only available to members. Check out the description below or click the join button for more info. If you'd like another way to help support the channel, please consider joining my Patreon page at patreon.com/JordanGroupHorror. As a patron, you'll get access to bonus videos and content. You'll be credited at the end of every video going forward, and if you decide to stay for 3 months, I'll name a character after you which will be featured in a Hollow's End story. Links to join the Patreon are in the description. Thanks everyone for listening. Please like, subscribe, and comment to help the channel continue to grow. And see you again next time at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you have a great night.